Hello everyone, Santier here. Welcome to my stream. And we're going to continue my whole theoretical design... theoretical rework design exercise with the Guild Wars 1 Professions. Today we're going to be talking about the Warrior. I suspect it will not take as long as it took to talk about the Necromancer. I also figured out what zone I want to go to hang out, so we're going to go there. The Necromancer proved to be particularly difficult. There's a lot of stuff that I would have liked to have changed about it. There's a lot of stuff I would have liked to have changed way earlier. Before we got 50 zillion skills. I want to go hang out in Yanner Market, by the way. Before we got 50 zillion skills with Gaze in the name. G-A-Z-E. I know what it sounds like. Yanner Market is like one of my favorite outposts from a lighting standpoint because it has this great late evening sun thing going on that I really, really love. Shooting Light Agents have some chests over here too. That like there's no particular call to come over here. How about we set up with this background? Yeah. So yeah, like I said, today we're going to talk about the Warrior. So I should probably start by getting one in my party. Let's just grab costs. Everybody loves costs, right? And of course, we also need to start with, let's actually grab strength. Yeah. Screenshot for me to use later. So, just to talk a little bit more broadly about the Warrior, I think this is one of those things that's really interesting as a contrast between PvE and PvP. Warrior in PvP is strong for relentless pressure. Hey, Dead on Stick, you're here, hooray! Congratulations on arriving just as we're beginning. But yeah, so in PvP, I think of the Warrior as like a relentless source of pressure that has a lot of like impact in battle that way. But in PvE, stuff functions so differently that pressure is just a lot worse as a thing in PvE in general. So I should actually kind of define some of these terms here. Pressure is what it probably sounds like. It is applying steady sources of damage that wear down the opposing team's resources until they kind of crumple. There's lots of different ways of applying pressure, but the general idea of it is that it comes in a very steady sort of pressure sense, like a some sort of pneumatic tool or something that is slowly but surely applying a consistent force until the structural rigidity of your team, usually your healer's energy pools, crumples and your team falls apart. That's kind of the way pressure works. This is contrasted. Usually teams are either pressure or spike. Usually pressure teams have a spike built into them. Certainly more balanced teams do. Some teams, like the really hex-focused ones, I mean, I'm not the biggest expert on how those were typically built, but I would tend to think that the really hex-oriented team compositions, hexway sort of stuff, would have been built much more heavily focused on just pressure without a spike element. A spike, in contrast, is a like rapid concentrated burst of damage that attempts to take out somebody before the healers are able to react, before healing is able to come in and keep somebody alive. So there are two sort of angles of the taking somebody out in PvP strategy. Pressure tries to overload the healers with too much stuff to do and cause things to fall apart that way. Spike tries to get all of the damage in there before the healers can react. That's the basic difference between the two. So Warriors can play a really useful role in both of them. Physical attacking, especially when armor levels are actually like at the place where they're supposed to... I mean, yeah, I'm going to say it. At the place they're supposed to be, glare at destroyers, of, your 60 AL on your casters and maybe up to 70 and with different insignia, but around 60 AL on your casters, 70 on your assassins and rangers, and 80 on your paragons, 100 against physical on warriors. Obviously, they're tankier. Your dervishes, of course, also at 70. So, when you are at those levels, physical damage is quite noticeable. It's part of why enemy melee attackers getting in your backline can be really dangerous. It's part of why displacement's so good. It's part of why there's so many ways of trying to mitigate damage from physical attackers, from things like faint-heartedness effects that slow attack speed, to blind. Crippled also helps inhibit melee attackers' damage, and other snares do as well. Blurred vision, blocking effects, is because physical damage is a huge source of damage in this game. But because of the way PvE works, the AI does not do a very good job of keeping itself alive. It does not do a very good job of holding up against the unrelenting power of a bunch of E-surges. So it would actually be really interesting watching somebody attempt to take an equivalent to the sort of Mesmer way into a GVG. But your Soul Twist would certainly be a lot worse. Hey, Fear. Good to see you. Glad you could be here. So anyway, yeah, so that unrelenting pressure with spike potential that Warrior brings with it, its shutdown abilities with Hammer, all that sort of stuff just plays very differently in PvE. There's also a couple of other issues with some of the weapons that we'll talk about when we get to them. But I overall quite like Warrior. And it has a lot of really cool stuff going on. So we'll be starting here at Axe Mastery, because Axe starts with an A, and arbitrarily A is first in the alphabet. Hoorah! So one of the things that they've done is all of the weapons kind of have or the warrior weapons all have kind of a theme. I'll mention, actually, before we go and start talking about skills and stuff, that strength, the primary attribute, gives your attack skills armor penetration. This is specifically attack skills, not regular attacks, but it does mean you get 1% armor penetration for a point of strength. This does mean that Warrior is able to hit harder with weapons than other professions are able to. So if you're grabbing a spear on a Warrior, for example, which is not a bad idea, they're adrenaline and ranged, which helps with one of the difficulties Warrior has in PvE. So like in PvP scenarios, your encounters last long enough that you're kind of able to... That initial encounter period is less important. So this is actually something that I should really talk about, so I'm glad that I've kind of ended up here. But one of the things that's a big problem for melee in general in PvE is that sort of initial encounter period. Because encounters tend to be relatively brief in PvE compared to PvP, where they can last for like minutes, like multiple minutes. Like matches can go on for quite a while, and there's a whole like flow of engagement and all that sort of thing. But in PvE, you tend to come in and encounters are usually over in like less than a minute, sort of thing. So that initial encounter period, when you come in and you enter the aggro range of the AI and it begins engaging with you, or you hit it with a bow or something from out of range or a spell or something to initiate the combat encounter. Right, that has a sort of initial period of getting the conflict going. And that initial engagement period matters a lot for melee, because they have to close the distance to the enemy to begin engaging them in combat. While they are closing that distance, they are not doing any damage. On the other hand, your ranged attackers, particularly casters and rangers who have the greatest range, are able to begin engaging right away. Like, they define the opening salvo of the engagement. And particularly with some of the higher damage that you can get on casters, you can have them close encounters before your melee really has much time to have gotten up to the front and started the conflict. That's part of why I mean, this guy's slash assassin right now for a reason, right? Death's charge was right here. This is part of the reason why shadow steps are so valuable on melee in PvE, because being able to close that distance instantly rather than having to wait for that run-up time helps tremendously with beginning the encounter. There's other problems with the AI for heroes and henchmen, melee attackers. I mean, this is a general thing. It affects dervishes and assassins as well as warriors, but it's that they can get body blocked, which is the idea that you cannot run through other entities, right? So if you're targeting something and then they're trying to attack it, the AI can be too dumb to navigate around something that's body blocking them to be able to actually engage with the target, which will also mitigate their damage. That could be solved by a simple, like, I'm not resolving, or like, I'm not moving towards my target, I'm going to select a closer target sort of thing. But more sophisticated AI basically could solve that problem. But obviously human players don't have that. They are able to be intelligent enough to know when they're... Yeah, and that is why I'm always the only melee in my group. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that initial engagement period of having to close that distance is a huge mitigating factor when battles are over as quickly as they often are in PvE. And shadow steps from the assassin line help get around that. So that's of significant note. Or from the assassin profession, rather, not the assassin line. Shadow arts. Death's charge is a commonly used one. But yeah, so strength does affect all attack skills, which to me, I really like it when primary attributes can affect secondary professions. So while they will be able to get a little bit of additional strike factor, strike force, strike factor, whatever. Basically, being able to get your attribute above 12 allows you to be able to hit a bit harder with your weapon. Not a lot, but a bit harder. The armor penetration from strength. Actually, let's do a quick mental calculation. So if you have 16 in a weapon attribute, that is getting you 8 more strike factor, up to 68. That's my understanding of how it works. So is 68 versus 10%, or like, let's say we have 12% armor penetration. 0.12, that's roughly an eighth. We can round it to an eighth. Not that 8 goes into 60 all that cleanly. So let's see. We would be taking off... See, that would be a little over 6. I think... right now I'm doing mental math. I think the armor penetration is not quite equal to how much you would hit a 60 AL target if you had more strike factor. But I would have to set up the calculations to actually like test that out. But certainly once as armor goes higher, the armor penetration is going to matter more and more. But yeah, so like you get armor penetration on right now I'm talking about like the armor penetration of strength and the way that it affects attack skills of all professions regardless. But yeah, strength will give you armor penetration on your bow attacks. It will give you armor penetration on your spear attacks. So there is like some ability to hit a bit harder because of that. And of course, if you get up to like 16 strength, that armor penetration is more. But the other thing that's nice about it is like the armor penetration does help you hit harder, but it is not like so critical to your functioning that you absolutely have to have it. So strength sits in this really nice spot in terms of primary attributes of being helpful, but not feeling critical, which is in contrast to a lot of primary attributes, which are often feel very critical, especially on the Paragon. Leadership is kind of often vital to them functioning. So anyway, do I have anything else I want to say about the warrior before I start talking about skills individually? I mean, the whole thing in general, of course, is talking about my theory. Like, if I were given the warrior and told, hey, you can theoretically redesign this, or you can redesign this, what would I do? How would I begin approaching it, sort of thing? I will say a couple of things off the bat as well. Just let's talk about the weapons a little bit more broadly. So Warrior is interesting in that it's structured around 3 different melee weapons, axes, hammers, and swords. Typically, there's no reason to mix them because you'd have to do weapon swapping. It would be interesting if some of these were melee attacks rather than specifically axe attacks. So that way, if I wanted to run axe mastery and swordsmanship, I'd have a couple of skills here and there that I could run on the other weapon and vice versa. But that's not how they've done it. And that's fine. They have general melee attacks in strength and tactics. So Warrior, by the way, one of the 2 professions to have 5 attribute lines instead of 4. Most professions have 4 attribute lines, but Warrior has 5 here. Strength, axe mastery, hammer mastery, swordsmanship, and tactics. The other, of course, is Elementalist with the 4 elements plus energy storage. Anyway, each weapon has like 1 to 2 things that's kind of built around. It had like 1 thing initially and then was kind of added a second one. So axes have deep wounds as like a condition that they get conditional stuff off of, as well as some amount of critical hits for some reason. So like right here you can see critical chop. If this attack results in a critical hit, it causes an interrupt. So there's that theme there. Hammer is built around weakness and knockdown. Originally, it was more just focused on knockdown, but they added weakness support to it kind of over time. And then sword is built primarily around bleeding with a bit, and then they kind of added some support for crippled, mostly in the form of knee cutter. But you can kind of see how some of this plays out. For example, sword gets gash, which inflicts deep wound on bleeding foes. And hammer gets crushing blow, especially initially, right? That inflicts deep wound on knocked down foes. Axe, of course, just gets deep wound straight up. I think, in general, of the 3 weapons, axe is probably the best in PvE for 2 reasons. The first is that it is, especially traditionally, the best at AoE. Cyclone Axe is automatically AoE. Or is an AoE skill. Hammer did have Crude Swing made into an AoE skill. Sword does not have an AoE attack. It did initially in the form of 100 Blades, but 100 Blades was changed, so I mean it is AoE in its own way. But the other thing is, Axe doesn't have conditional stuff that's based on things that don't work. So let me explain. Hammer's knockdown theme does not work against enemies that can't be knocked down. It's pretty straightforward. That doesn't come up a ton theoretically, but there are a bunch of areas where there are a lot of enemies that can't be knocked down. Southern Shiver Peaks, for example, has the Dolyak riding dwarves. They can't be knocked down. And the let's see. I think the ice golems can be. But the frost giants also cannot be knocked down. I think you can get around that with the Ritualist Spirit Earthbind. But yeah, anytime that there's an area where there's enemies that can't be knocked down, Hammer loses that aspect of itself. It can still effectively do things with weakness, however, which gives it an edge. However, it is the slowest attacking warrior weapon, and it also is two-handed, so you can't use a shield, so you're less durable. This doesn't matter a ton, but it is notable. Sword is, in my opinion, probably the worst of the warrior weapons for a variety of reasons that we'll discuss today. It has no innate AoE attack, like Cyclone Axe or Crude Swing. 100 Blades is an elite that kind of does AoE, but that's only kind of. It also does not have... it has Crippled, which works on any foe. But it doesn't have an ability to inflict deep wound off of Crippled. It only has deep wound off of bleeding. There are vast quantities of enemies in the game that are immune to bleeding. So focusing on a combination of focusing on bleeding and having no good AoE option built into itself means that I think sword is the worst of the weapons, unfortunately. The axe, like I said, I think is best because it has good AoE options and the fewest sort of restrictions on some of its stuff. But hammer is got its own good stuff going on for it, but I do feel hammer is a bit worse than axe in some regards for PvE. The other thing is axes have a slightly wider damage range than swords, which means that when they crit, they hit harder than swords can hit. Swords are more consistent damage. Axes are higher. They're swingier damage. But you can still do cool stuff with swords. It's just they're unfortunately have some issues of limitation. Of course, there is body blow, which can be a deep wound option for any of them. If you have cracked armor on your team, the warrior itself cannot inflict cracked armor. So, but having that sort of option is quite important. So it's something that's kind of significant to kind of see how they're built. There are some other things going on that are like parallels between things and whatever. That'll kind of come up as we go. But I think that covers a lot of the preamble. Like I said, I personally really like Warrior, but it does like have some challenges. Assassins have better single target damage and probably better AoE damage. Dervishes have better AoE damage. And both of them are a bit more flexible because of their better energy pools. That's one of the other things is Warrior armor does not give it any bonus energy regeneration. So while it's good at reducing damage it's taking, for example, with like superior absorption and things like that, and can extend the length of knockdowns through, I mean, this guy doesn't have Stone Fist, but through Stone Fist Insignia and things like that. Oh, Sav can oxidize axe and Victor's Bulwark. That's nice. Warriors have less energy. They basically have the default pool of 20 and the energy regen of 2, which does limit them on energy as well in a way that other professions aren't. So that's also notable. Okay, that's probably enough rambling about random stuff. Let's go ahead and jump into talking about skills with Agonizing Chop. So is this one. So this is one problem that I have with Axe, and we're going to see it just right off the bat here with Agonizing Chop, but we're going to see it also right off the bat with Axe Rake and Axe Twist. All of these say if target foe has a deep wound, you do a thing. I don't like this condition, quite frankly. Deep wounds are kind of almost more of a payoff to me than a setup. But one thing that I will say is that applying a deep wound early does work just fine, so it does mean you can kind of get things going. Deep wound reduces maximum HP and the amount of healing that something receives. It's really easy to forget that healing part, but it actually does reduce healing as well. I think it's by the 20%. Deep Wound lowers maximum HP by 20% or 100, whichever is less. And healing by 20%, I think. So decreasing maximum HP like that is pretty strong. But it's usually something that I think of as being applied in the process of killing something as part of like a spike or whatever to knock off a big chunk of HP, rather than as something that you just kind of apply as a setup. Of sort of the skills that kind of do that, I think Agonizing Chop kind of fits in the best spot, and so it's one that would be less inclined to feel like I would want to change. But from a feel standpoint, to me, Deep Wound feels like more of a finisher condition than a application condition that you just kind of like keep around. Like it does a thing, right? But it doesn't passively do a thing. Like bleeding is decreasing HP, right? So you want to get it on early because it does damage. Same with poison. Weakness decreases something's damage. Blind mitigates something's damage. Crippled snares something, right? These are all sort of like, they kind of do a thing other than help you just make the enemy dead sooner. which is all Deep Wound does, and Deep Wound does a really good job at that, but it doesn't like do anything on its own, right? So it's one of those things where it feels really wonky to me to think of Deep Wound as being something that you apply to make other things, like to facilitate the use of other things. So all that sort of rambling around things said, Agonizing Chop. I also 6 Adrenaline feels a little high for this. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I feel like this is one of those skills that's kind of like set here because of the way that this works in PvP. So in PvP, spikes like skills with quick activation times, which this has. This has a 1 second activation time. So the interrupt part of it happens halfway through, by the way. For those who don't know, the activation time is the total duration of the animation for the attack, and the attack hits halfway through, or the attack is performed halfway through. This matters for bows as well, for their interrupts, which are often usually half a second because they come out at 1/4 second for the actual arrow, and then the rest of the time is spent on the recovery of the animation. So half of the time is spent leading up to the hit, the other half of the time is spent resetting from the hit. So that's my understanding anyway of how activation times on attack skills work. Having those quicker attack times though, because most of the time attack times are a way of starting the or of increasing the rate at which the attack comes out. So they're really nice for following up an attack in PvP, because then you can quickly get another hit out. So I should just go check here. Agonizing Chop. Does this have... No, this does not have a PvP version. So it wouldn't surprise me if... oh, it's changed since its introduction. They added the quick activation time, and then they slowed it down slightly. That makes sense. But anyway, having those allows for a quick follow-up to a hit in PvP, which makes it slightly more powerful in terms of like following up a spike. So like you hit with, say, Eviscerate would be a common one for its high plus damage plus deep wound, and then follow up with Agonizing Chop to kind of like complete the spike, as it were. In that regard, it doesn't really matter exactly the adrenaline as long as it's below Eviscerates, but I don't know. I think this is probably an okay skill, but again, just the deep wound condition is really weird to me, and I think that's just mostly my own hang-up. So I don't know that I necessarily feel like a lot would need to change with this skill. I think it's probably fine where it's at. That brings us, however, to Axe Rake and Axe Twist. These ones I definitely would want to change. Axe Rake is 5 adrenaline. If it hits a foe suffering from a deep wound, you strike for a piddling +8 damage. It's like so little plus damage. And that foe becomes crippled for 15 seconds. This one, like, it emphasizes that deep wound conditionality again. The plus damage on it is really, really low. Crippled is nice, I grant you, but I never use either of these. This one does strike for more damage and then inflicts weakness for 20 seconds. Frankly, the thing that you could do to these to make these a lot more appealing to me is like what happens here with Agonizing Chop. If you look at Agonizing Chop, you see when this attack hits, it deals +17 damage. Then, if the target is suffering from a deep wound, you interrupt their action. These require the deep wound in order to be able to deal their plus damage. So to make these appealing to me, they would need to have a modification to make it so that way the damage is not conditional on the deep wound, just the additional condition they inflict is. These are also really weird. I'm used to this sort of thing. I say that. I'm used to this sort of thing having the condition scale with the attribute, but these also deal damage plus a condition. A lot of warrior stuff just deals a condition if it deals a condition, so But yeah, I would. I don't know exactly where these things would need to end up being to be appealing. But I feel like at bare minimum, they need to deal the plus, like the same sort of plus damage range as most of the axe stuff does. Agonizing Chop, penetrating chop, penetrating blow. You can see at 12 axe mastery, they're plus 17 damage. A lacerating chop. These are all 5 adrenaline right here. They're all plus 17 damage. I feel like at bare minimum, these need to have their plus damage unconditional. They need to be plus 17 damage at 12 axe mastery, and then if the foe is suffering from a deep wound, inflict your additional condition. I think that's probably fine as a place to try them at. I don't know if that would necessarily encourage me to use them more. Well, I mean, it would encourage me to use them more. I don't know if it would necessarily encourage me to use them. Like, if I tried them out, I'm like, that's not really doing it, or not. I will note, however, that they have pretty lengthy durations for these conditions that they're inflicting. 15 seconds of crippled and 20 seconds of weakness are fairly long for those conditions, just off of something like this. So they definitely feel like they could be usable from that standpoint, but their damage is just a little bit low. So I'd want to try them that way, just to see how they fit in at that point. It brings us to Cleave, which is our first axe elite. Cleave is... I really like Cleave from a cleanliness standpoint. I mean, if it hits, you strike for plus damage. That's it. It's just a good, solid plus damage skill. I have really mixed feelings about Cleave. To me, Cleave is like really, really like middle. It is like the epitome of a middle skill. It's fine, but it's just generally you can always find something better for that slot. So, like, legitimately, I think this needs a few more points of damage. I would like to see it at 30 damage at 12 axe mastery, and just try it there and see how that feels. Other things that could make Cleave more appealing would be a quickened activation time, but I think that starts making it a little bit more complicated, and I really like Cleave being a simple, clean elite. That tends to be an early one that you get for axe, sort of. I think of it as being an early one. Certainly, if you asked me, I would make it so that Cleave is likely to be one of the first axe elites that somebody gets. Just because it is really a straightforward, simple attack, and you want simple skills like this. Why is it good? Because it has good plus damage to adrenaline cost. I do think its damage could be a little bit higher, though, like I said. So not a lot, but a little bit. And that would make it feel just a bit more appealing. So, Critical Chop. This one is 5 energy, quick activation time, 15-second recharge. If it hits, you strike for some plus damage. If this attack results in a critical hit, target foe is interrupted. This is one of those skills that's very similar to Agonizing Chop. It's basically its entire usefulness is based on the fact that it's got a quick activation time. So you've got some plus damage, you've got a quick activation time. Very good for a follow-up to, say, an Eviscerate. You hit with your Eviscerate, you land, and then you use Critical Chop or Agonizing Chop afterwards. The critical hit theme is really weird in Axe. They have nothing in particular that makes them crit more often. You can, of course, use them on Assassin Primary and get more frequent critical hits with some of the skills there. I feel like I'm overall okay with Critical Chop where it's at, but I feel like if I were doing things, I'd probably drop the recharge a bit. I don't think it needs... So 15-second recharge feels like it's built around its use in PvP as a spike skill, like a follow-up spike skill, to where you like go eviscerate Critical Chop. Not built around... Because it's unreliable as an interrupt. It is very unreliable. So I would be inclined to adjust it to be more like an 8 to 10 second recharge and try there and see how that feels to me. Again, we're speaking about PvE, right? Because I think it's fine to reward axe assassins with a skill that might be a little bit more interrupty for them. That's maybe like still not 100% reliable. I will note that it also works really well with Go for the Eyes. So if you charge up a Go for the Eyes and then use it and then use this, you'll probably be able to reliably get critical hits off of it. But and therefore an interrupt. But that's a lot of work that you're going through to get a reliable interrupt out of this thing. So I definitely feel like it could have a significantly lower recharge and it would be fine. I don't mind the critical hit conditionality of Axe, by the way. I like the synergies that it has with both Go for the Eyes on Paragon and the increased critical strike stuff that Assassin can bring. And I think that's a cool point of like cross-profession synergy that I really enjoy having in there. But without, like, I think rewarding people for doing that is worthwhile. And part of that would be making Critical Chop have a lower recharge. So I would try this at a lower recharge and see how it feels. Cyclone Axe is fine as is. I don't feel like it would need to change. Decapitate. So Decapitate's an interesting one. It's, of course, trying to sit in a similar place to Eviscerate. It is extremely expensive. It looks like it's only 8 adrenaline, but makes you lose all of your adrenaline and all of your energy. This makes it impossible to have a good follow-up attack skill used after it. It does do a lot of damage. Plus 41 is huge. And it inflicts a deep wound and always results in a critical hit. I will note, however, that if I grab a Paragon here, General Morgan's probably fine. Notice how much damage Find Their Weakness is doing. Now, granted, let's bring this down to 12 command. This is plus 41 damage with a 17-second deep wound on the next attack used. This is at 12 Axe Mastery. Oh, also plus 41 damage with a 17-second deep wound. This is not an elite, nor does it cost me all of my... make a single attack your only attack. There you go, exactly. No, it doesn't do it very well. Because, like, Find Their Weakness is basically just adding a Decapitate onto anything. I mean, it doesn't auto-crit, but it's an auto-crit short of it. But so, like, what I would frankly do, giving this guy his command back, what I'd frankly do with Decapitate is I would get rid of the Lose All Energy clause and make this 10 energy. Making this base 10 energy is very expensive for a warrior, but not losing all of your... I mean, you can leave the Lose All Adrenaline, I suppose, but... Deal double damage after all modifiers. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things where... Like... The cost of it is so ridiculous. And then one hit Shido. Yeah. I mean, what I would do with it is I'd set it at 10 energy, and give it, like, I don't know, a 10-second recharge. Just try it for there and get rid of the lose all energy part of this. Frankly, for PvE, it doesn't need to make you lose all adrenaline either. That's there to make it so that way it's hard to do follow-ups attacks for spikes in PvP. The thing is, you need a follow-up hit because deep wounds, like... You can't be killed from Deep Wound being applied to you, but it will lower your HP to 1 and then allow you to be, like, insta-killed by, like, the next hit sort of thing. Deep Wound is kind of weird. There's some weird finickiness with some of the timing and some of that stuff. So, like, yeah. I would try this as an energy skill. I think Dismember does a fine job for what it's supposed to for Axe. It's really easy to forget that Deep Wound, a Deep Wound by itself is quite a lot of damage, and this is an unconditional Deep Wound. So, Disrupting Chop. So, the only thing I'd want to do to this is give it a half-second activation time. Make it a more reliable interrupt skill, rather than relying on your precision with your attacks. So, Eviscerate is sort of the go-to Axe Elite for... just doing good plus damage plus deep wound. It has been nerfed quite a lot over the years because it's been just a reliable mainstay. Yeah, that's the problem with Disrupting Chop. It's really good against some of those longer casting elemental skills like Meteor Shower. But because of the attack speed, it's hard to actually reliably hit anything else. So having a quick activation on it, so that way you actually can, would do wonders to make the skill interesting to me. But Eviscerate, yeah, so I think it's really interesting if you look at the skill history on the wiki, and we go back to the original skill. It was 7 adrenaline. If it hits, it deals, at this attribute, it would be plus 34 damage. You'll notice it's down to 25. So it would be the same as Executioner Strike, basically. And inflict a deep wound. I think the deep wound duration is the same. In 2006, they bumped it up to 8 adrenaline. And then later in 2006, so that was in March, and in September, they decreased its damage range down to where it is now. Eviscerate was basically the go-to Axe Elite for spikes in PvP, so it was nerfed in order to kind of try to balance it better for PvP. I mean, there was a time where warriors were really, really frightening in PvP, and then they released the Dervish, and Avatar of Melandru was an absolutely busted thing for a while, and it's been a whole mess. But Eviscerate's kind of still feeling the effects of that. For PvE, I would try, I think this is a fairly usable elite as is, but I would not object to bumping its damage back up to Executioner Strike levels and giving that a try, seeing how that feels. Executioner Strike, speaking of which, is the next one. I have really mixed feelings about this one. This tends to be one that you get early. I really like the icon. I think it has a really nice and appealing icon. I mean, it's here on this bar. 8 adrenaline is a lot, but it's also plus 34 damage, which is twice of what you're sort of standard getting with a lot of these plus damages on Axe. I might actually try it at 7 adrenaline, see if that feels a little bit better, but I think the skill's overall fine where it's at. I also actually quite like Furious Axe where it's at. So this one, it's an energy skill. It has a lot of plus damage. You'll notice plus 29 is quite a bit. And then if it's blocked, you gain 3 strikes worth of adrenaline, which is also really, really nice. So I quite like Furious Axe, and I'm quite happy with where it's at. Keen Chop is a very weird skill. All it has going for it is it's always a critical hit. 3 adrenaline is pretty cheap. But there's not a whole lot of use for always landing a critical hit. Let's be blunt here. I mean, yeah, it's a consistent, strong swing, and it does get the armor penetration from strength, technically. So it has that hidden modifier of the armor penetration. But it's also a little underwhelming. I would like it if there had been some additional, clear payoff for this. I don't know that I'd necessarily want to do a whole lot to it, though, for the simple reason that it does have some fun synergies with some assassin skills. Notably, it always will get you health off of Way of Perfection, and if you're on a primary assassin, while you don't get the armor penetration, it will always result in giving you energy, which is kind of cool. But I do wish there had been a few more, things that you could do that would make the reliability of the critical hit of this more useful for warrior primary, especially. That would come down to, stuff elsewhere. I think I would consider giving this a tiny bit of additional plus damage, something where it's maybe 5 plus damage at 12 Axe Mastery sort of thing. Or maybe 6. Give you half your Axe Mastery is plus damage sort of thing. But 3 adrenaline is pretty low for an attack skill, so I don't know. It's just it's one of those things where it could have just been a critical hit even without using this. So having a little bit more with it feels better. But again, 3 adrenaline is pretty cheap, so I don't necessarily think it needs to be a lot. It just would be nice if there was more like that it could synergize with, you know. But lacerating chop. This one's really weird. So if lacerating chop hits, you deal plus 17 damage. If it strikes a knocked down foe, your target suffers from bleeding for 17 seconds. This is a weirdly complicated way of inflicting bleeding, which is a very weak condition. I think what I would want to do with this, I have no idea why it has a knockdown clause. It just does not make a lick of sense to me. Knockdown's just not an axe thing. It's a hammer thing. There are a couple knockdown reward. This is a knockdown reward skill, and in swordsmanship, Steel Fang Slash is also a knockdown reward skill. It's a bit mystifying to me why they have those. Knockdowns a little bit complicated to inflict on warrior outside of hammer. So I would want to try changing this to if it is a if your foe has deep wound rather than knockdown. I would love to know what they're going for with having some of these knockdown conditionals. What sort of thing they're trying to work off of with that. There are like some ways of inflicting knockdown as warrior, of course, but most of them are either hammer attacks, unreliable, or elites. So, like you could do this with a shock warrior, where you're using shock from the elementalist as a knockdown. But then your reward is bleeding, which is really underwhelming. So, I think I would be much more interested in this if it. I mean, it can apply unconditional bleeding. That would probably also be fine, quite frankly. Also, hello and welcome, Ikahoran. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Like, if it inflicted unconditional bleeding, I might lower its damage by like 2 points, like 15 damage and unconditional bleeding. But that's also probably just fine. Like I said, bleeding is really weak. A lot of things inflict it. So, I'm personally quite happy with penetrating blow and penetrating chop, and I don't necessarily feel like I would want to change anything about them. Of important note, the armor penetration on this overrides strength. You do not get both. They do not stack or anything. That's my understanding anyway, is that skills with armor penetration like these two. Of course, these are the factions. This is the original. This is the factions duplicate. Penetrating chop is the factions one. But that armor penetration just overrides the armor penetration you get from strength. But these are really nice. I like having them for like ranger and stuff. Theoretically, you could make them slightly different. If I were to do that, I would just adjust one of them up in adrenaline cost by 1 point and increases damage by like a bit. But I'm fine with them being very similar in this particular case because I'm happy to run both of them on some builds. So, yeah, that's all I have to say about them. Swift Chop is interesting. It's part of a cycle. So it's an energy skill with a 4-second recharge. 5 energy, 4-second recharge. If it hits, it deals some plus damage, and if it's blocked, then it inflicts a deep wound. This is mirrored in Hammer with... Where is it? Here it is. With Irresistible Blow, which does plus damage, and if it's blocked, it knocks down the target and does damage. And Sword also with Seeking Blade, which does plus damage, and then if it's blocked, it inflicts damage and bleeding. So that's kind of a cool, like, if blocked cycle. I feel like Swift Chop should probably be brought up to more of the... It is true. So cycle is a kind of a magic term. Yeah, I should explain cycle. Cycle is kind of a magic term, or at least I've heard it used in Magic the Gathering, where it's referring to cards that share like a commonality. So, for example, let's go with a classic example. The Planeswalkers from Lorwyn, where you have Liliana Vess, Garrick Wildspeaker, Jace Bellerin, Chandra Nalar, and who's the Johnny Goldmane. So like that's Magic has 5 colors, of course. That's a cycle where you're going from one to the other, but you're having something that's kind of like a parallel thing. A better example, actually, was it also from? Was it Shadowmoor? I don't remember exactly, but the command cycle. So Cryptic Command, Austere Command, Primal Command, Incendiary Command, and the black one. Whatever the black command was. Profane Command. So these all followed the same structure. They had different costs because they were the effects were different, but they all had the same structure where they were a skill that had, or they were a card that had 4 different effects that you could choose between, and you could pick any 2. So like this was a cycle. There can also be vertical cycles where so that's a horizontal cycle because it's cross colors. Vertical cycle is across rarities. Whereas like here's a common sort of thing, here's the uncommon, here's the rare, or like mythic rare or whatever. So where it can kind of go up that way, usually in a color. So this is I'm applying that same sort of concept of a like parallel structure across different areas, concept of a cycle. So in my mind, Swift Chop, Irresistible Blow, and Seeking Blade are all following the same pattern of being an energy skill that has a set amount of plus damage that then will inflict that amount of plus damage as just raw damage and inflict the like condition, if we're calling knockdown a condition. It's not, but you get the idea, of that weapon on block. So it follows the same sort of like structure. So that's why I call it a cycle. Hopefully did that make sense? I hope that made sense. But yeah, so I think that's like a really cool like thing that they've done across them. I don't tend to use Swift Chop much, and I think I would be a little bit more inclined to use it if it's hooray! I'm glad that made sense. If its damage was increased a bunch. Yeah, I'm glad to be able to explain some of that as well. An unusual cycle of triple lands. Yeah, so like that would be a land that taps for 3 different colors of mana as a triple land, right? And then a cycle is going to be like 5 or 10 in that case because there are 10 3-color combinations. And so it's like it's unusual for whatever. Like there's not there was the shards and then the tap lands from Khan. So anyway. It's another game entirely. But yeah, so I would want to see Swift Chop's damage boosted up to more like 20 at 12 Axe Mastery, because that starts making it more appealing. In general, something like this is having to compete against... Get my strength down to 12 here. But it's having to compete against something like Power Attack. Power Attack is 3-second recharge and plus 34 damage. Swift Chop's benefit of like a thing on block is not necessarily like looking super great in comparison with how low its damage is if I'm actually successful. And the thing is, Warrior does not have a whole lot of energy to work with because it's focused on using Adrenaline, right? So, to me, this needs to deal more damage, potentially substantially more. I'm not quite sure how much it would necessarily need to be for me to really want to run it, but it's definitely more than 16. The benefit from block is just that it's a fringe benefit. It's not the primary functionality I'm trying to get out of this. The primary functionality I'm trying to get out of this is actually hitting my foe, not them blocking it and getting a deep wound. Like that's a consolation prize in my opinion. So I would want Swift Chop to just have significantly higher numbers for the green number to be significantly higher. I'm not quite sure where this would need to sit for me to be happy with it. I will typically have more Axe Mastery than Strength, so like if we pump this up to like more where I'd have it, this is now at 20 and this is at 36. At 15 Axe Mastery, I probably want this to be dealing close to like 34, 36 damage, so that way it's it is competing favorably against power attack, where power attack does not have the benefit of inflicting stuff on block. This doesn't need to deal quite as much damage to me as power attack. Keep in mind, I can use it outside of strength. But it does need to have more plus damage than it currently does to be appealing to me. That brings us to Triple Chop. Triple Chop is weird. So it's ostensibly an elite version of Cyclone Axe, but a lot of the time I'd rather just bring Cyclone Axe. And it's really simple why. This has a 10-second recharge. This has a 4-second recharge. I can get 2.5 Cyclone Axes, sort of, about 2 Cyclone Axes per every time I can Triple Chop. Triple Chop has significantly more plus damage, but this is much better at building up adrenaline. It's much better at triggering Splinter Weapon a lot than Triple Chop is, just because of that recharge difference. I don't quite know what I'd want different exactly about Triple Chop, because that plus damage is pretty significant. If you really wanted to make this appealing, though, something I would consider trying is cut that plus damage. Hit every enemy adjacent range 3 times with no bonus damage. Get them triggers going. I mean, that certainly is an option. The other thing that I was thinking about, actually, was changing it to an adrenaline skill with no recharge. And set the adrenaline at, like just dramatically cut the plus damage to, like, much lower numbers, like lower than Cyclone Axe. But put it at, like, 4 or 5 adrenaline. It doesn't even need plus damage, frankly. Put it at 4 adrenaline with no plus damage and no recharge. So that way, like, you can just keep spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning if you're hitting enough foes. Like, that to me is where I'd want Triple Chop to be, because then it's like, oh yeah, that's elite. Like, immediately, I'm like, that's an elite, right? But at the same time, like, you're not getting additional plus damage on it. You're just being able to spin a lot. That would be so much fun. That's where I want. That's where I want it. Yeah. So yeah, that's yeah, exactly like how Repeating Strike looks. You can just keep spamming the skill. Like, to me, that's yeah, it's like if you've ever done Pious Renewal with Twin Moon Sweep against Char with Rebel Yell ups or anything else increasing your adrenaline gain, but Rebel Yell increases your adrenaline gain against Char, right? So you can just sit there and just keep spamming Twin Moon Sweep against the Char and just seeing all those hits come through. Like, that's so much fun. And having Triple Chop just be like, oh yeah, this is your AoE spammable skill like that. That would be so sweet. I would love that. So I think that's what I would want to do with let's rotate the camera some so we can get some of that pretty background there. So that's absolutely what I think I'd want to do with Triple Chop, is just like, yeah, do that with it. Whirling Axe, okay, so this guy's a weird one. If Whirling Axe hits, you strike for some plus damage, and any stances being used by your target ends. It cannot be blocked, but 4 adrenaline means it's a little hard to get through stuff. It does pair nicely, obviously, with Furious Axe. The stance clause is really weird to evaluate, though. I feel like if it's on an adrenaline-based skill like this, the stance removal is kind of more of a bonus. Stance removal is useful in PvP because you can end run speed buffs and things like that are important. But in PvE, ending stances that aren't blocking stances tends to be a lot less significant. Not worth nothing, but like ending an enemy's storm chase or storm's embrace while they're just planning on standing there anyway doesn't really mean much, right? So if it's not stopping you from killing it as a stance, it probably doesn't matter in PvE. So in that regard, Whirling Axe's stance removal clause in PvE is more of a bonus than a significant thing. I would consider bumping up the plus damage slightly and lowering the adrenaline cost to 3. There's 2 reasons, by the way, for an adrenaline cost of 3. One is that would make it a fairly cheap skill that you could actually kind of spam, like making a slightly more spammable cleave with less damage. I think is a fine spot for it. The other thing is Furious Axe gives you 3 strikes of adrenaline. allowing Furious Axe to reliably charge Whirling Axe off of one block would be really appealing to me. So that would be the other reason for going down to 3. At 12 Axe Master, I'd like to see it doing 20 damage rather than 17. And just be slightly above the curve in that regard. So that's kind of... I guess that's the stuff that I do to Axe if I were balancing stuff. A lot of things need additional testing and tweaking. It's always a first pass and then iteration. But yeah. That means it's time to talk about Hammer Mastery. I'm going to pull these points out of Shadow Art so it stops showing up here. I'm going to go another big icons. Yeah. Let's get another screenshot where it's got maybe a slightly more appealing background. Thumbnails are weird and hard. Okay, so Hammer Mastery, this is... So Hammer's big thing is knockdowns, but a lot of his knockdown skills also make you lose all adrenaline, so that's a little awkward. That said, Auspicious Blow is sweet. It gives you a bunch of energy. I would change... I like Auspicious Blow as it is. I wouldn't change anything about this one. Technically, it becomes unblockable if your foe is suffering from weakness. I don't even remember that clause exists, because the only thing I care about this is it's 5 adrenaline for some plus damage and unconditional energy gain. And the unconditional energy gain is really helpful for Hammer in particular, or Warrior in general. Like, if I'm doing more of a castery Warrior, like a Warrior that's bringing some caster stuff, Auspicious Blow's energy gain is really helpful for that. So that brings us to the Elite Backbreaker. Backbreaker has some plus damage, which is not why you're using it. You're using it because it has a 4-second knockdown. That 4-second knockdown is now conditional on having at least 8 strength. It did not used to have that, but apparently assassins were abusing it in PvP or something, so they added that clause somewhat recently, relatively speaking. Does the wiki say when that was? It doesn't. Okay, look. In PvE, getting the 4-second knockdown is nice. Having to build up so much adrenaline to get the knockdown, or to use the skill, is really annoying. I could see having the knockdown duration also scale with Hammer Mastery, not require strength. I would not want that. I don't like that requirement. So I would get rid of the if you have 8 strength or higher requirement, because anything that basically is like, oh yeah, you're supposed to use this on your primary attribute, like for your primary only, I just move this to strength then. Just be realistic about it. Move it to strength and make the knockdown scale directly with strength, as well as the plus damage, or something like that. I don't like these bandages saying, oops, our dual profession system is making things overpowered again. Guess we're going to have to try to get rid of it. I just don't like things that feel like that. And that's what this strength requirement feels like. It could be 1 strength for all the more it mattered. Like, the whole point was to get non-warriors unable to get the longer knockdown off of Backbreaker. That's it. And for PvE, like, I understand PvP balance is its own sort of thing. People are using Backbreaker with no investment in Hammer Mastery because they didn't care about the damage. They wanted the really long knockdown. Fine. I get it. Like, you want to do something about that. But I would prefer if they just made it, like, if they had split the skill at that point. So, that said, Backbreaker is just really, really hard to pull off in PvE anyway. The longer knockdown is not insignificant, but it's not as important. So from a PvE standpoint, it definitely does not need that clause. And I could see it having a little bit more plus damage. I could see it having a little bit more plus damage. Should have added plus 1 second KD reduction rather than a static 4 second. So something like this knockdown lasts plus 1 second, but kind of applied after other things. Yeah. I mean, I could see something too where it's like the knockdown from this lasts an additional second, stacks with other knockdown. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what you meant. It wouldn't make sense if you actually meant reduction. I kind of figured that it was a typo. Yeah, I mean, other ways that you could do it is you could just have, instead of, if you have 8 strength or higher, just have like this knockdown lasts for base of like, have it start off at like 2 seconds, scale up to 3 seconds at like 12 hammer mastery, and 4 seconds at like 15 hammer mastery, right? So that way you have to invest really heavily in hammer mastery in order to get the longer knockdown, and to get the 4 second knockdown you have to be primary warrior to get the attributes high enough. That would be another way of doing it. I honestly just don't think it matters in PvE. I would just let it just be that 4 second knockdown, but I don't know. Again, like, it's a pretty high adrenaline requirement. But for PvE, I feel like I just remove the conditional clause on it and just kind of move on with life. See how it feels there again. Like, even before that they added this interstitial if you have 8 strength or higher clause, I didn't really use the skill in PvE. Just because I didn't need a 4 second knockdown. Like, it just wasn't a thing that I really felt like I needed to try to make use of or anything. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's... Because, like, it's one of those things where, like, that is significant, but... Should have a lower adrenaline cost or maybe even cost energy. The failure targeting is dead long before you have struck it 9 times, plus it has been knocked down for 4 seconds. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. It's a PvP skill, not a PvE skill. So if I were to try to make this a PvE skill... oh, man. Yeah, that's the thing that's a little awkward about some of these, isn't it? Yeah, it would be interesting, though. I like that idea of an energy cost in PvE, because I don't think any of the hammer knockdown skills... Enrage Smash, kind of, but that's not a reliable knockdown. Yeah, actually, that would be really interesting in PvE if it had a... right, because fast casting. Yeah, I think if Backbreaker was like 5 energy on like a 10-second recharge, that would be actually appealing. I like that idea. And just get rid of that stupid if you have 8 strength or higher clause. I just don't like that clause, but I mean, I like it better than some of the BS they did to Assassin, but we'll talk about that when we get to Assassin, which I'm assuming we're going to do Assassin and Ritualist on the same day, but we'll see when we get there. So yeah, I like that idea of this being like 5 energy, 10-second recharge. I'd try it there, see how that plays. Why not? Belly Smash, this is a weird one. If this attack strikes a foe who's knocked down, the resulting dust cloud will blind adjacent foes for 6 seconds. It's a weird AoE blind effect. Yeah, this is just a weird skill. I feel like this could be a 5-second recharge. I also feel like... the AI would need to use it smarter. I think, like, I agree with you. I think the idea is that you're smashing somebody and that's kicking up dust. But yeah, it's a really weird justification for why they have. This is one of those skills where the flavor is kind of lacking. It's just kind of a go with it. The thing is, inflicting AoE blind like that's not bad. It's just like, and you can do it pretty easily off of like counter blow into belly smash. But I think this could easily have a 5-second recharge, and it would be a bit more appealing. The biggest thing would be the AI. Belly smash could maybe extend the knockdown of a KD enemy, as it would tap you back down again. Yeah, if we're trying to go for like strict flavor things, belly smash could like, yeah. If this attack strikes, a foe is knocked down. Their knockdown lasts an additional, like, 0, 1, 2, maybe 3 seconds if you go really high. That would be an interesting direction to go with things. I think the AoE blind is probably a better effect, but another thing that you could do that would be really funny. Yeah, it would probably be challenging engine-wise. Another thing that would be really funny is if it just prevented you from being able to use shouts or chants for like all of your shouts and chants are disabled for like a period of time based on scaling. Just the idea of like it's knocking all the wind out of you. Or like if this attack strikes a foe is knocked down, they lose all adrenaline. Like deal plus damage and they lose all adrenaline. That would be an interesting direction to go as well. In terms of like trying to be more flavorful, I do think that like again the they lose energy. I mean that could work too. Those are all like interesting. I mean, you'd scale it with Hammer Mastery, right? But I mean, energy denial has to be really strong in PvE to make it like work. But I feel like, I mean, I like the blind effect for sort of the linebacker sort of style of like Hammer Warrior, where you're trying to defend your backline from opposing melee. Oh man, that would be pretty potent for sure. Yeah, if Belly Smash was like, if this attack strikes a foe who's knocked down, they lose all energy. Chance of failure like 50% with with low Hammer Mastery. What I'd probably do, I actually do kind of like that idea. At that point, I'd probably bump it up to like 12-second recharge and have it scale the energy loss just very aggressively with Hammer Mastery. So at 12 Hammer Mastery, it's like 40 energy loss. Up to like 50 with like 16 sort of thing. That would be an interesting direction to go with Belly Smash instead of this weird dust cloud blinding adjacent foes thing. I certainly don't object to that sort of idea. It would be... It's an interesting sort of soft version of Daze, you know? Third Dirt does an unconditional 13-second blind. Has a longer recharge, though. Yeah, it does. Like, if I were to just take the skill's effect as is, I would probably just drop it to a 5-second recharge and then set the AI up to not use it against foes that aren't knocked down. Because that's one of the other things with it, is the AI is just dumb about using Belly Smash. I don't mind the like 6-second blind. It's just it's getting the blind and recharge synced up better is the big thing, I think. Moving on. Yeah, you could go bigger AoE with it. Again, the biggest thing is the AI just doesn't use it well. I don't think I've like ever used the skill. The thing is, it's just so much easier to inflict blind with like Inaptitude or Blinding Surge. I actually really like your energy denial idea, Dead on Stick. I think that adds something that's really interesting to me. Obviously, the numbers would have to be a lot more, a lot less aggressive if this was PvP. But for PvE, like something where it just can completely drain a character's energy pool is definitely interesting. Counterblow, I like Counterblow as is. It's cheap, conditional knockdown. Crude Swing is also a skill that I think is fine where it's at. AoE attacks are always really good. I actually find Crushing Blow to be fine too. It's obviously conditional deep wounds, but I think for PvE you could probably lower this recharge from 10 seconds to like 5 or something. You still are limited on how much you can use it just because it is an energy-based skill, which you want it to be, by the way. You want this to be energy-based because Hammer Bash is sort of, and Heavy Blow are kind of like your major like knockdowns that aren't elite, and they both drain all of your adrenaline. So, and I think Hammer Bash in particular, it's appropriate for it to do it. Because knockdowns are strong, but I don't know. We can discuss that when we get there. But like Crushing Blow, being energy based means that you can use it even when you have something that's removed all of your adrenaline like that. But yeah, I think the skill is fine. I'm happy to use this one kind of as is. Again, I think you could lower the recharge to 5 seconds in PvE and it'd still be fine. Devastating Hammer. This is one of those that I think of as like a go-to being fine. Again, it's a matter of like how do we evaluate knockdowns in PvE? How difficult should they be to do? This one's nice because it inflicts weakness and doesn't make you lose all of your adrenaline. But this is actually an interesting question. What do you all think about the knockdown skills, the non-elite knockdown skills that are unconditional or mildly conditional? Hammer Bash makes you lose all adrenaline. Heavy Blow makes you lose all adrenaline, but does require weakness in order to inflict its knockdown. And Yeti Smash also makes you lose all adrenaline. I'm just kind of curious what you all think about that from a PvE standpoint. Because like I'm so used to Yeti Smash used to be better. Yeah, what was it? Yeti Smash. Does this have... Huh, works well with Withering Aura, it says. Does this have a... No, it doesn't have a straight up skill history thing, so you'd have to kind of dredge up the history. Just AoE, no recharge adrenaline damage. Oh. So kind of like what we're talking about with, hang on. Does this have... No, not the history, just the regular page, please. Hang on, I'm looking at what the wiki says for the, description, lose all adrenaline, attack all adjacent foes. So that's the current, right? Hammer attack, if Yeti Smash hits, target foes struck 4+ damage, and all adjacent foes take damage. Oh, so it's like it functions kind of like Death Blossom. I see. Yeah. I kind of like the mini Earthshaker that Yeti Smash currently has. but I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm so used to like hammer bash and heavy blow making you lose all adrenaline that's hard for me to kind of evaluate whether or not, like, for PvP it's clear that those effects are extremely strong. It's hard for me to evaluate for PvE if that effect is strong enough that it should have the lose all adrenaline clause in PvE, or like if that's necessary for its balance or not. I just don't have a good sense for it. So I'm curious if other people have thoughts on it. Like in my mind, Devastating Hammer is fine, but maybe it could be 6 adrenaline and it would be fine too at 6. I certainly like Earthshaker. The AoE knockdown from it's fun, but this could probably also be a little bit cheaper. You do have... Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, you don't really have a reason to use them over Brawling Headbutt. I mean, except for heroes can't use Brawling Headbutt. But, yeah, I mean, that's one of those things of, like... They probably can lose all adrenaline clause. Just unconditional knockdown at 6 adrenaline is probably fine. In which case, Devastating Hammer should be 5 or 6 adrenaline, right? It's weird to think about, but like knockdown is one of those things that like its value is so different between PvE and PvP. That's really, really hard to kind of evaluate that. In PvP, like the shutdown effect that you get from it is so powerful, but in PvE, that shutdown effect is so insignificant because the enemies just die so quickly and things like that. Like just the whole way combat plays out in pacing and everything, it's just so different between the two that it's kind of hard to like compare them directly on some of the things like this. Or things like Blackout in PvP are extremely powerful because shutting down one character like that has a huge impact. But in PvE, it's just not that important. It would be interesting to know what ArenaNet could do to kind of change that calculus. I don't know that they necessarily should for all encounters or anything, but setting things up so that way enemies are, like, enemy groups on some occasions are like, yeah, it's worth trying to do this thing. That would be interesting. That would require some serious, like, not just skill bar work, but AI work probably. But yeah, I mean, under that sort of paradigm where it's like, yes, this loses the lose all adrenaline clause, and this loses the lose all adrenaline clause, where, you know, the benefit of this one is while it's conditional on weakness, it's only 5 adrenaline and has a good chunk of plus damage on it. Then maybe Devastating Hammer also should be 5 adrenaline. Earthshaker could probably be fine at 6. I think Enraged Smash is good where it's at, though. This is for gaining 3 adrenaline. This is an elite that just gains you 3 adrenaline when you hit with it, plus the 4th strike of adrenaline for hitting with an attack. So this is plus 4 adrenaline right now at 12 Hammer Mastery. If you strike a moving foe, you get plus damage and a knockdown, which is really nice. It's Bull Strike. But the real power of this one is it just charges your adrenaline really quickly, which also plays really nicely with Auspicious Blow, incidentally. Fierce Blow, this one I'm generally fine with. 6 seems like an appropriate place for it to be. It could maybe do like a little bit more plus damage, but Deep Wound off of a weakness is fairly easy to get to. Forceful Blow, I've generally been happy with Forceful Blow. Fierce Blow being at 5 adrenaline would be nice for syncing up with this, but again, like, my sense of for like where should the balance point be for adrenaline in PvE is really weird, because PvP, you kind of like the pace of play means that they're kind of like built a certain way around that, and then I get used to where they are at. So like trying to evaluate, well, if this was lower in PvE, would that be fine? Is really challenging to kind of do. You know what I mean? But Forceful Blow, I'm happy with this one. It's good plus damage at low adrenaline. The weakness is nice. It's unblockable and end stances, which is just nice bonus. This is kind of like Whirling Axe, except it does the thing better of like doing damage, having a reasonable damage to adrenaline ratio. And then it sets up Fierce Blow nicely. So if in areas where knockdowns don't work, I've often done Forceful Blow with Fierce Blow for a hammer. We talked about these already. I guess they can probably just lose all adrenaline claws, and they might be fine in PvE. It certainly is worth trying out. Irresistible Blow, in my mind, is very similar to the Swift Chop, where I don't know why it's 6-second recharge, but where I think the damage could just be dramatically increased to bring it up to closer to power attack values. I think his damage can lag slightly behind power attack rank for rank. So if they're at the same rank, I think Irresistible Blow should deal like 90% of the damage power attack can, because it does have that bonus conditional clause, and also you're likely to have higher hammer mastery than strength. I don't know why this has a 6-second recharge. It could probably be a 4-second recharge. I think it did have a 4-second recharge at one point and then got pushed back, maybe? Probably when they took out evasion, is my guess. Mage Hunter Smash. I mean, if this attack hits, target foe is knocked down. If your target is under the effects of enchantment, it can't be blocked. I don't know. Does this need to be 8 adrenaline? Can this be like 4 adrenaline? Is that fine? I have no idea. I would try this at 4 adrenaline and see how it plays. Like, that sounds really aggressive to me. But on the other hand, one of the things that I'm realizing here as we're talking about stuff is I don't really have a good sense for like what are reasonable PvE energy costs, especially because like knockdown's value in PvE is very different than it is in PvP. So I don't know. That's a real head scratcher for me. Mighty Blow. I mean, this is the high adrenaline, high damage attack of Hammer Mastery, and is probably fine. I do note, as just a point of oddity here, if I get the strength down here and bring this up, at same attributes, Executioner Strike and Mighty Blow are both plus 34 damage, but one of them's 8 adrenaline, the other's 7, and I'm not entirely sure why. Also, if we're talking about skills, these are somewhat comparable to Galrath's Slash, which is also 8. So I don't know why this one's slightly cheaper. My guess is because Hammer's attack's slower, but I don't know. But yeah, Mighty Blow is probably fine. I don't tend to use it a lot, but I feel like this is one that I'm happy to slot into bars, so I don't know. Like, as kind of filler. Again, one of the things that I'm realizing, it's hard to evaluate where adrenaline cost should actually be for PvE use, because it does take a while to build adrenaline, and like for the slower pace is not quite the right for how much more drawn out PvP fights tend to be because of the nature of how they work. Like, it's not slower paced, it's just as fast paced. Like, the combat's just as fast paced, but like the fights take longer in PvP because there's competent survivability that you're having to work your way through. Like, adrenaline, you have more time to build adrenaline in those fights because they're more drawn out. So it's like, how should this kind of fit in and things? I don't know. Mokele Smash, I think this is a fine skill. It's mostly here to gain you adrenaline, and I like it as is. I mean, you could always make it a little bit better by lowering the recharge. I'm not sure that's necessary, but Overbearing Smash, I think in PvE you could drop this to 10-second recharge and it would be fine. It's a nice alternative. Like, it's a nice source of daze, which I like Hammer having something for it to inflict daze. And it's a nice sort of parallel to Crushing Blow. They're very similar skills, ostensibly. The AI does need to be smarter about using this one. My understanding is that it is pretty dumb about using it and does not just use it against knockdown foes, which it should. Pulverizing Smash, if you hit a knockdown foe, suffer from weakness and deep wound for 17 seconds. I think this is fine where it's at, especially if some of these knockdown skills, like, it's a bit goofy. I wouldn't tend to use it with Devastating Hammer because this already inflicts weakness, so inflicting weakness with this doesn't make sense, and I'd rather just Crushing Blow. But if we're in a land where Hammer Bash is not making you lose all adrenaline, then it's possible to follow up with Pulverizing Smash, in which case Pulverizing Smash becomes a lot more appealing. So, I think this is a nice sort of like counterpoint to Crushing Blow as well, so I'm fine with that one. Renewing Smash, I think this one's cool. I like this. I like the idea of this one. Yeah, I don't have much more to say than that. Again, you need the AI to use it intelligently. It does a lot of plus damage. Long recharge, but obviously it's designed to reward you for hitting knocked down foes, and in that regard, I think that's really cool. So, I'm happy with Renewing Smash where it's at. Staggering Blow. Honestly, I would probably dramatically lower the weakness duration on Staggering Blow and lower the adrenaline cost to like 2. I think the weakness duration would need to be about 6 or 7 seconds at that point. But the reason why I'd do that is because it'd pair very well with Dwarven Battle Stance. So having a lower adrenaline skill like that, I think, would be nice for that. So, but I do think the weakness duration would need to be lowered in that case. And like I said, I like Yeti Smash more or less where it's at. It's an AoE. You can maybe knock an adrenaline off of it. I'm not sure. I need to do a little bit of testing with it to see if the lose all... Actually, Yeti Smash might just straight up say on the page. Unlike Earthshaker, which knocks down target foe and foes adjacent to the target, this attack hits foes adjacent to the user. Hence, the attack can miss on kiting foes as a Cyclone Axe and Crude Swing. Good synergy with URL weaklings and stuff that does that. Skills like Withering Aura inflict conditions before Yeti Smash hits. That's good to know. And in normal and hard mode, the AI will use the skill on a foe even if it's not adjacent to another foe or Nar suffering from a condition. Okay. So something that I'd need to know about this skill as is you lose all adrenaline when you use it. Do the hits... Like, is the lose all adrenaline clause taking place after you've hit or before you've hit? That seems like a really significant thing to know about Yeti Smash. Because if it loses all adrenaline and then you gain adrenaline from hitting all foes, then it becomes a lot better. I think most all lose all adrenaline stuff is after it hits though. So I could see giving this like a 1 second recharge and getting rid of the lose all adrenaline clause. And then it's fine at 6, but I don't know. I don't know exactly. That's just kind of... In general, I'm more or less okay with where this is at. But it pairs nicely with Crude Swing. I don't know. I feel like I'm out of thoughts on this one. I'm mostly like fine where we get Yeti Smashes at. I just don't know if it would need to change in relation to some of the other things that I might try with some of these other ones. Let's assume things are fine and move on to Strength. I mean, these are all just like theoretical things anyway. I meant to do that. I actually quite like this skill like as is. This is a fun little build around where you can work some stuff in to kind of get it working. So I'm actually quite fine with I meant to do that where it's at. I Will Avenge You is an odd skill in PvE. It counts each dead ally. Not sure what the range on that is. Does the wiki say? Iway, of course, is infamous for the starting the way suffix for builds in PvP. Okay, so the dead ally must be on your compass to count for this skill. In PvE, because of its large AoE, this skill can be maintained indefinitely on certain missions, such as stacking your bastion if enough allied pets within the party are killed. When used by a PvE foe, this skill will consider all dead PvE foes in compass range as allies of the PvE foe using the skill, even if foes are a different creature type. Does this count like allied NPCs in PvE? Let's see if the... Does it work with dead minions? No, I don't think so. Confirmed that no necro minions provide regener IAS, including flesh golem. It would have been very good. Does include pets as allies for this. The pet corpse has to be in range. Yeah. I noticed places where it's never nerfed Iway. Yeah, I assume so, random person in the discussion page for Iway. Like, I feel like Iway is one of those skills I need to test out a little bit more in... in PvE, just to see if there's areas where it does work really well, and if it works off of dead allies, not just dead NPC allies. The was just realizing that the attack speed does not care about your attribute investment, so you could actually theoretically use Iway without getting the health regeneration effect on a secondary warrior for basically unconditional attack speed increase if there's enough dead allies in the area. Commonly this counts pets. It's compass range, which is huge. I feel like I don't have a good enough sense of how effective Iway is now to really have a sense of how I might consider changing it in PvE. That said, I would consider adding a move speed buff of 25% as well in PvE, just to see if that makes it more appealing. I don't tend to use this one much, but maybe there are some areas where it would actually be kind of useful to use, is what I'm getting at. I will survive. Ah, yes. My favorite example of why does this type of skill exist. This gives you +3 health regeneration for each condition you're suffering from, and then it expires after 10 seconds at 12 strength, which, for those who are keeping score at home, is a 33% uptime. This feels like a skill that's in the game to show that warriors can't get rid of conditions from themselves, and I have no reason to ever want to use this over something like Antidote Signet. So I don't... I think if I were to do something with this skill, I would... Okay, so here's what I'm thinking I would do. I would probably change it to be Adrenaline with no recharge. Rather than giving you +3 health regeneration for each condition you're suffering from, I feel like I would have it be set to, like... Would I want the duration set? I feel like I'd kind of want to set the duration to like 5 seconds and have it give you like scaling health regeneration, but only work if your HP is below like 50%. So if you have less than 50% HP, you gain like plus health regen, and have it scale up to like some ridiculous like plus 15 or 16 health regen. Frankly, if it was just like +1 health regeneration for each rank of strength, effectively, then I think that would be an interesting place to try it out. But imagine this at like 4 adrenaline, no recharge. Just if you are below 50% health, you gain a healing breeze worth of regen, but it only lasts like 5 seconds. I feel like that would be a really nice survival skill, though, and would actually be something that would be fun to play with, and give you some good tankiness and such. Help you get through some of those conditions. As it is, though, the I will survive that we have in the game is just, I don't ever see a good reason to use it. +3 health regeneration will stop the damage from bleeding. It will slow the damage from poison, disease, and burning, and it will let you heal off of like bleed and weakness and... Or not bleed. Blind, weakness, deep wound, crippled, cracked armor. But, like, this is just not a skill that I think of as being any good. Because, A, you can't maintain it, and B, like, it feels like the skill exists entirely to be like, hey, warrior's not good at dealing with conditions. Let's prove it. So making it something where it's more about surviving when your health gets low, I think, would fit more into the warrior mythos, as they say in the Prophecy's introduction of being warriors, being, you have heard the rumors, warriors are unkillable, sort of thing that they talk about. Yeah, that would be kind of the direction I'd take. I will survive. You will die. I feel like this is fine, but for PvE, you could probably lower the recharge down to more like 10 seconds. That's kind of how I feel. Battle Rage is fine. I think in PvE, I would consider changing the line from Battle Rage ends if you use any non-adrenal skill to Battle Rage ends if you spend energy. The reason why is I would like you to be able to use signets and stuff without ending Battle Rage. So if it would end if you use Power Attack, but not end if you use Resurrection Signet, for example, that would be more interesting to me for Battle Rage. But overall, I think it's in a fine spot. Now we begin hitting... Okay, so this is something weird about Warrior. Is Warrior has, like, so many different increased attack speed skills with, like, just different conditional clauses on them. And it's just... why there are so many is... but, like... they're all unreliable in some way. Sort of, but double adrenaline gain allows you to be able to get higher damage out of being able to use attack skills more regularly. And the increased movement speed allows you to stay on top of enemies, which helps you deal damage to them. So to me, the increased adrenaline gain is kind of a proxy for increased attack speed. A lot of your damage from Warrior, especially in PvE, comes from hitting with attack skills more than it comes from just auto attacks. So, like, I will agree in general that it would be nice to have an increased attack speed, but for something that's so easily maintained and stuff like that, I wanted to have a distinctly different role than Primal Rage as well, which we'll talk about in a bunch of skills. So in my mind, the double adrenaline gain is allowing you to be able to use your adrenaline skills a lot more frequently. Kind of makes up for it. But yeah, anyway, so Warrior has a lot of different ways of increasing its attack speed in, like, various downsided ways. And it's really weird and awkward. Like, actually, let's just do a quick count of non like specific ones. So, like, Dwarven Battle Stance increases your attack speed, but only with a hammer. So we're not going to kind of count that for this purposes. So Berserker Stance increases attack speed, but has 50% uptime and ends if you use a skill. Burst of Aggression does not have 100% uptime and makes you lose adrenaline when it ends. Flail requires adrenaline, so you can't use it right away, and snares you. Primal Rage is an elite. It does increase your move speed, but has a lengthy recharge, costs adrenaline, and makes you take double damage. Tiger Stance has about a 50% uptime and ends if you fail to hit, but that's another one. And under no... we have Flurry and Frenzy. Under no attributes. So that's like 7 increased attack speed skills there. And then Soldier's Stance is another increased attack speed skill. It's conditional, but it's not hard to meet that condition. Not when you have To the Limit going on here. Let's see, I don't think there's any other increased attack speed skills here in Tactics. So what I'm doing is I am counting 8 increased attack speed skills all of various dubiousness. Oh yeah, I weigh. Yep, can't forget I weigh. I weigh increases attack speed. So yeah, that's a 9th. Good call. Good call. And like I said, I'm skipping Dwarven Battle Stance because that specifically requires hammer, so it's not a generic increased attack speed skill. But I weigh is an increased attack speed skill. It's a bit of a clunky one, but it is an increased attack speed skill. Is that all of them, or am I missing another one? I think that's all of them. So my basic point is there is an awful lot of increased attack speed skills that Warrior has, and none of them are reliable. In terms of like, they all have some sort of weird caveat or downside or something. That's obviously not including 7 weapon stance, which is another increased attack speed skill, but that's PvE only, and I'm not looking at PvE only skills right now. I'll probably cover PvE only skills sometime next week with Ranger or Elementalist. Probably Ranger. Elementalist will probably take fairly long. We'll see. I might just cover them sort of at the end. I don't know. We'll find out. But my point with all of this is that Warrior has a lot of increased attack speed skills that are all like have weird caveats or downsides or things like that. And in my mind, for PvE, I want Warrior to have some sort of reliable increased attack speed skill that does not have some ridiculous caveat on it. Like, I don't mind a little bit of like hoop jumping, but let's just take a moment to compare. I'm a friggin' Dervish. What am I looking at? Dervish has a couple of increased attack speed skills. It has Pious Fury, which works with profession mechanics in order to give you 100% increased attack speed uptime. Now, Dervish's 2 attack speed uptime skills here of Heart of Fury, which is an adrenaline-based stance, but you'll notice it's like Flail but doesn't snare you, and Pious Fury, as well as in Wind Prayer's Onslaught, which increases your attack speed, adrenaline gain, and move speed all at once, but as an enchantment, so it's more vulnerable to removal. Like, these are very simple and straightforward increased attack speed skills. They are 25%, and the Warriors are 33% increased attack speed. So there is a little bit of a difference there, and that is important to note. It is absolutely important to note. I would want to do some modifications in order to like tweak some stuff with Warrior to give them some options. So some things that I would strongly consider, just talking broadly about increased attack speed skills, I would want to try to make there'd be different reasons to bring different ones. And I wouldn't necessarily want it to be just a raw uptime sort of option. So just speaking right away, immediately, I think Frenzy I would tend to leave alone. It's not great in PvE, but I like it as an option, and frankly, I like it when enemies use it and increase the damage that they take. So just being straightforward here, I like Frenzy as an option for the AI to screw itself over with. I just do. That said, Flurry, I would change to be your attack rate is increased by 25%. And that's the line. Like 5 seconds, 5 energy, 5-second recharge, stance, your attack rate is increased by 25%. That's it. Not as strong of an increased attack speed as something like Frenzy or some of the more specific ones. Energy is still intensive to use, but it does not need to decrease your damage. I think that would probably be fine. That would be something that I'd want to try. That does make it a little bit more secondary profession friendly as well. For some of those professions, my nose is itchy here, that is wanting that sort of thing as an option. I'm going to want to like talk about some stuff sort of en masse since we've hit this sort of thing. And I kind of need to process these all together. So, Berserker Stance, Burst of Aggression. Soldier Stance would be really good if Tactics was a better attribute. We'll talk about it when we get to this one. But yeah, tactics. I like tactics, but I agree it has some issues. But yeah. So Berserker Stance. So Flail. Move 33% slower. So what I'm trying to think through right now is like, what are the sort of the balancing mechanisms that I would want to use to try to get things more even. I think the first thing that I'd be looking at here is Berserker Stance. Okay, so I feel like Burst of Aggression, what I'd do with this is I'd probably make it the dash of attacking. So what I mean by that is like it probably the duration would be about halved. It would lose the when the stance ends, you lose all adrenaline clause. Drop the recharge more to like 8 seconds, and then have it be a 50% faster attack speed. If the game supports 50% increased attack speeds, this is something that I'd have to look at mechanically. I know that there's a cap for stacking increased attack speeds at 33%, but I don't know if you can break that cap. You can with run speed buffs. I assume you can with attack speed buffs, but I would certainly want it to be able to. And so Burst of Aggression being just like, for this moment, you can attack significantly faster, I think is something that I'd want to do. Berserker Stance, I like the idea of it not being 100% uptime, but also increasing your move speed by 33%. Instead of this increased adrenaline gain, don't have it end when you use a skill. I'd probably keep its duration about the same, drop it to about a 15-second recharge, and then just be you move and attack 33% faster. Just that. So it doesn't give you 100% uptime by any means, but it does let you move and attack faster for a period. I think that would be neat, and I'd want to try it there. Let's see, what's the next one? Flail is definitely an interesting one. I legitimately don't know that it needs the... So, like, if you bumped it... I mean, it might even just be fine at you move... Or you attack 33% faster, but no, like, just get rid of the move 33% slower clause. That might be fine, just based upon adrenaline requirements in PvE. That would... Like, just... Here you go, warrior. Here's your adrenaline-based increased attack speed skill. Enjoy. And that might just be okay in PvE. I don't know because I can't test it, but that's where I would start. If it was too strong, I would actually look to bumping up the adrenaline cost to 5. I don't even know how to evaluate it being too strong in PvE, quite frankly, but that's definitely the direction that I would kind of go. And then, let's see, is that the... Yeah, there's Primal Rage. So Primal Rage, frankly, I would just want to get rid of the recharge. The taking double damage is interesting question mark for me as well. I would strongly consider like getting rid of the recharge and the double damage clause and just have this be Warrior Onslaught. I'm not quite sure where the best place for it would be, but that's certainly something that I would consider. And like I would try there and kind of like tweak from that point. Primal Rage is like so hard to use, and it's been balanced down to be PvP friendly, right? Let's see, do they have the... I think they probably do. Primal Rage. Let's see, do they have the... Yeah, it's similar to Drunken Master and Onslaught. Okay, they don't have the skill history page for that. I don't... Some skills they have the skill history page for, and others they don't, and I don't quite know why. version. Yeah, so let's see. Nope, that's the same thing as we have now. I'm just trying to look through the revisions on the wiki for when it got changed. Okay. So for a period of time, it was 5 energy with 15-second recharge, and enough strength got it up to 15-second duration. Then they changed it to adrenaline. So at one point it was 5 energy, 4-second recharge. Yeah, it was literally you attack and move 33% faster, but you take double damage. That was in December of 2008. Like, that would be a place to try the skill as well. I don't know. Oldest. Oh, interesting. Huh. Primal Rage was apparently garbage. But yeah, so I feel like Primal Rage is a couple of different directions that I could see going. I could absolutely see going back to that version that was you move and attack 33% faster but take double damage at 5 energy, 4-second recharge. That would be a spot to try as well, and try to go back to that in PvE. It's one of those things where it was just slowly nerfed over time because of its strength in PvP. And it doesn't have a split for PvP. So where it is right now is really, really, really hard to maintain, because getting enough adrenaline in that period of time to reuse it, like between the recharge ending and the duration ending, getting 4 strikes of adrenaline to recharge the skill after that 10-second, but before the 12-second expires, is really tricky. Cancel stancing it, which you want to... Cancel stancing is when you can only have one stance at a time. So cancel stancing is when you use a stance to replace your current stance. It's primarily used with Frenzy. That's where it kind of first came up, because Frenzy makes you take double damage. So if you start getting hit, then you want to switch to a different stance. So you want to have a different stance you can switch to, such as Dash. So that way that will end your Frenzy. It cancels it, right? And then you'll stop taking double damage. Primal Rage, you kind of want to cancel stance for because of that double damage clause. You want to be able to get out of that. So it's one of those things where I frankly would be fine with trying it as an elite version of Frenzy, like it was for a period of time before they decided that was too strong in PvP and nerfed it, and then nerfed it, and then nerfed it, sort of thing. You'll notice it's 25% move speed, not 33%, for example. But I think in PvE, like it would be totally reasonable to try that. Man, strength has so many skills. It's crazy. So then the next one that I want to talk about is Tiger Stance. What I'd actually do with Tiger Stance is I'd move it to Tactics. And then I would make it something like you attack 33% faster and have a 50% chance to block. And then maybe like whenever you block an attack, this is renewed, and then otherwise keep the duration and the recharge the same. Something like that could be really interesting. It might be too strong. I don't know. I'd try that. 50%, like attack 33% faster and have a 50% chance to block whenever you block a skill. This is, or whenever you block whenever an attack is blocked this way. The stance is renewed. Maybe slightly lower duration. It'd be really good for farming, but I'm cool with that. But I'd want it down in Tactics. Strength, in my mind, is not the blocking attribute. Tactics is, so that's part of why. Plus, might as well put more skills in Tactics, for crying out loud. So yeah, that's what I do with Tiger Stance. And try that out. Again, just different reasons for using some of these skills. Okay, so let's... Body Blow. Body Blow, I think, is fine where it's at. I quite like it. Works with a wide variety of weapons, by which I mean all of the warrior weapons as well as scythes and daggers. Bull's Charge. The first thing that I do is I try Bull's Charge without the ending on a skill use clause and just see how it feels there. I'm not quite sure if that would make it usable or not, but that's certainly the first thing that I do is try that. I could also see lowering it down to 15-second recharge like Sprint. And that would be another thing to try as well. So there's a couple of things that I'd want to try with Bull's Charge to try to make it a bit more appealing. I think Bull Strike in PvE could easily have a 5-second recharge and be fine. Talked about Burst of Aggression. Charging Strike. I like Charging Strike. Honestly, I feel like I would want to move Charging Strike to Tactics because I'd want this to be usable on other professions, not just Strength, not just warriors with Strength. Or I could consider putting it at like hard setting the numbers and putting it in no attribute. So like for 5 seconds, you run 33% faster. Your next successful melee attack does plus 25 damage, and the stance ends, and it ends early if you use a skill. I could also see doing something like that. I don't think warrior necessarily needs more no attribute skills. It actually has quite a few. But Charging Strike is one of those skills that's really cool to me, but I would want to be able to use it with warrior secondary, and it's just not really usable there. So, yeah, I'd want to move it so that way it'd be opened up to assassins and dervishes and whoever might be secondarying warrior with one of the warrior weapons as well. So that's what I do there. Counterattack. I think this skill is fine. I think it's fine being in strength. Defy Pain, I think also makes sense in strength. I don't really feel like there's much reason to do anything to this skill. Although I will note that like it's just not. It's very conditionally useful, I guess. Disarm. This is weird. Why is this sword attack here in strength? I don't know. Because I guess they felt like this is the other weird thing about sword. Sword randomly has a skill in strength and 2 skills in tactics, and it's very, very weird to me. I would strongly consider moving disarm into swordsmanship. I feel like it's in strength, so that way you couldn't have like something weird going on with it. I don't know what. It's a sword attack. It belongs in swordsmanship. Moves disarm to swordsmanship. That's like, as far as the skill, it's also really, really, really designed around draining adrenaline in PvP. That's its purpose. Disabling the foe's attack skills for a measly 2 seconds. Like, that is 100% to drain adrenaline from other warriors or dervishes. I guess, or paragons. You know what I mean. Somebody using adrenaline weapons. Or using adrenaline weapons. Because, like, that's why you want to disable their attack skills for such a brief period, because it resets their adrenaline. I think in PvE, you could move this to swordsmanship and increase the disabled duration on it. Maybe to, like, 6 or 8 seconds or something like that. Dolyak Signet. I mean, this makes you really tanky. But the movement snare is really, really huge downside. I feel like there are some like things where this is really useful in PvE. I don't know. This is one of those skills that I look at and I'm like, this isn't very good, but I also don't feel like it needs to be different. If I were to do something different with Dolyak Signet, what I would do is I'd make it. I don't know what the recharge would be on this, but I would make it so that way your next attack skill knocks down, inflicts a knockdown, rather than this tanky aspect of it. I'd use the idea of a Dolyak charging rather than a Dolyak just enduring. So I might try that again with a giant caveat that, like, I'm aware that I feel like people talk about using Dolyak Signet for some, like, farming type things and stuff. So I would be leery of disrupting some of that. But I don't mind. I actually kind of like the idea of Warrior having a strength signet that's like your next attack skill also inflicts knockdown, and that's something that I would totally try. For PvE, Dwarven Battle Stance, really easy. I would increase this thing's duration to be 20 seconds. That's what I would do with this. It's just not good enough to require you to jump through a bunch of hoops to try to keep it up. Whether that's finding some way of using On Your Knees to recharge it, or it's using the PvE only skill that increases stance duration, Dwarven Stability. I would just straight up like have this thing go to 20-second duration at 12 strength. Endure Pain. So, I mean, this gives you a bunch of bonus health. That's nice. I feel like Endure Pain is I feel like this is probably fine where it's at. It's one of those skills that I feel like has some niche uses with some runner type stuff, but I don't actually know. Does anybody know of any use case for Endure Pain that gets used? What I would also consider trying is shorter duration, shorter recharge, and instead of giving you a pile of additional health, have it give you a sizable amount of damage reduction for a period of time. So that way you can just take more hits, but that does not play the same as additional health. So I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like Endure Pain needs to change, is basically what I'm saying, but I don't know that it has a ton of use cases either. I mostly think of it as a skill that help you get through some tough spots with running and stuff. But I actually quite like the design. So, I don't know. That's an odd one. I think Enraged Charge is fine. It could maybe be like an 18-second recharge instead of a 20. But I don't know. I think this one's really good for doing what it's supposed to do, which is getting you into battle with some adrenaline so you can get going more quickly. Flourish, I think, could be easily moved to tactics and would be fine. I could also see it being set at a static, like you gain 4 energy for each skill recharged by Flourish and move it to no attribute. But I think it would be fine to put it in tactics. Give tactics a little bit more to do. This works really well with bows and daggers already anyway, even in strength. You might as well lean into that and just put it in tactics. Give them a reason to invest in tactics too. Griffin Sweep. So this one is paired with Leviathan Sweep. They're the Griffin Sweep is the prophecies. Leviathan Sweep is the factions. They do the same thing. They also, you might notice, are very similar to Irresistible Blow. Where Irresistible Blow is like, if this attack hits, it strikes for. I don't know, let's get our numbers back here on this. So Irresistible Sweep is plus 17 damage and then 17 damage on the effect. This is plus 17 damage if it hits on an 8-second recharge instead of a 6-second recharge. And then if it's blocked, the target is knocked down and suffers 29 damage. You'll notice the damage is higher, but this is very, very similar. What's going on here? Evasion is what's going on here. When evasion was removed, I think Irresistible Blow might have always been blocking, but I think Griffin Sweep might have been, if this attack was evaded, your target is knocked down and suffers damage. I think that's how this worked originally. Evasion, of course, is basically identical to block. It prevents the damage, like the attack fails to hit you. So they did mechanically the same thing, but different skills cared about them. And this is one of the things where it's like, I fully support ArenaNet's choice to get rid of evasion, or to compress it into blocking, and to just make what is fundamentally almost the same mechanic, the same mechanic. It makes the game simpler. It's already a very complex game. Might as well make it a bit less confusing, right? It's the same way that I understand and kind of support Magic getting rid of mana burn. It's a very similar sort of concept. That said, it does mean that you lose some of the like design space nuance that you get with something like Griffin Sweep versus Irresistible Sweep. And I think that's unfortunate. I basically never use these skills. I would want to change their functionality as well. I think... Okay, so here's what I would want to do. I would want to move Leviathan Sweep over into Tactics. I think Tactics needs more skills and it needs more interesting things to do. What I would do with Griffin's Sweep is I would change it to say, if this attack hits, you strike for plus some amount of damage. If the target foe has a stance, that foe is knocked down and their stance ends. And like the knockdown and the stance ending, so ideally here's ideally how I'd want it to be, and I'm not quite sure how you'd word this, but basically the damage is like its own sort of thing. The knockdown and stance removal are independent of each other. But if that foe has a stance, it ends and they are knocked down. Those are independent of each other, and I would have that be regardless of whether or not the skill connected. So if the skill, or if the skill was blocked, not if it misses, but if it was blocked, it would still have the stance ending and knockdown effect. That's how I'd want it to work. I'm not quite sure how to word that. Hopefully that made sense. But giving warrior, and like maybe that clause requires some amount of maybe it's just cleaner. Maybe it's just cleaner if it's unblockable. I'm trying to think. Like maybe it just has like some plus damage on it. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. So, okay. I'm revising my brain here as I'm trying to like think through this, because one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted this to be more warrior exclusive. So I think something like a decent chunk of plus damage, probably at 12 strength, it should be around 24, 26 plus damage. Maybe? I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure where the damage should be, but I like having some plus damage on it. If the target has a stance, the stance ends and they get knocked down. This attack cannot be blocked if you have enough strength, I think is probably where I'd put it. Like 6 strength or something like that. Or like, yeah, 5 strength maybe. Something like that, where like it becomes unblockable with enough strength. So that way, like if it hits and they have a stance, then they get knocked down, the stance ends, and then it can't be blocked if there's enough. Yeah, I think I like something like that. I like having another option to get rid of stances in Warrior and PvE that is not just Wild Blow. So I would change the Griffin Sweep to that. As you can see, that's why I'm not sure how much plus damage it should do, because like an 8-second recharge, maybe it should be 10-second in that case, but I think 8 seconds is probably still fine. Stance removal with a knockdown attached to it. But it would only knock down if they had a stance. So it's like it removes their stance. If a stance was removed, they're knocked down. Something along those lines. I kind of would need to kind of, like, you can see I'm mentally iterating on it right now as I'm talking about it. So it's like some plus damage. If they have a stance, their stance ends, or like ends a stance if a stance was ended this way, that then the target is knocked down. This attack can't be blocked if you have enough strength. I think something like that is sort of the direction that I'd go with Griffin's Sweep. Headbutt. So Headbutt is entirely a gimmick around transferring the dazed, I feel like. I would drop the energy cost to 10 and the recharge to 15. See if that makes it a bit more appealing to do the gimmick. Because the gimmick is 20 energy right now because you're using Plague Touch to get the dazed from you to your target. I could also see, instead of doing that, I could see adding a target touched foe takes 88 damage and is knocked down. You are dazed for 17 seconds. The idea behind that, by the way, is first of all, you're freaking headbutting them. It might as well knock them down. But the other reason why is the knockdown would give them snare long enough for your Plague Touch to be able to spread the daze to them. That would be kind of what my thinking is. Now I kind of want to try to make a version of this sort of build that uses Grenth's Aura in order to be able to get this the dazed spread in an AoE. Sounds tricky, but maybe doable. Maybe doable. Anyway, I feel like dropping this to slightly more usable stats. I actually kind of like the idea of the knockdown. Target touched foe takes damage and is knocked down, and then you're dazed for 17 seconds. I still feel like it could be a 15-second recharge, but energy and 10 energy even with that. Something like that. Like I said, I'd move Leviathan Sweep over to Tactics. Let's see. What would I want Leviathan Sweep to do? That's a good question. What I might want Leviathan Sweep to do, actually, is it might just put it at, like... I mean, leave it at 5 energy and 8-second recharge. Just melee attack. This attack strikes all adjacent foes. Just, like, no... I mean, that's basically no attribute skill at that point. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of it being like just a double recharge duration Cyclone Axe sort of thing that works with any melee attack, like any melee weapon, and put it in Tactics. I think that's the direction I'd go with it. Because the thing is, like, melee needs its AoE options to be able to compete. Like, physical attackers in PvE need their AoE options to be able to compete with the AoE of spellcasters. In PvP, the relentless damage that they can apply once they get into combat range, and their the way that they kind of like build up to power rather than like drain their power by adrenaline being a building thing, is very different than what you have in the environment in PvE. In PvP, players are a lot better about not balling in AoE area, like AoE ranges. So because of that, you can easily move yeah, because of that, you can easily move like it mitigates the power of AoE in PvP. But PvE, the AI is like often balls up, and like you're able to manipulate it to do that and stuff, so you can get those big AoE hits off. So in my mind, you really need AoE options if you're a physical attacker. And moving Leviathan Sweep into Tactics and just making it a generic, like, basically Cyclone Axe for Tactics that works with every weapon, but has a slightly longer recharge to balance it out, makes a lot of sense. It would give you something, a reason to go into Tactics on Dervish and Assassin, and would make Tactics more appealing in general. It would work nicely with Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship would love that. Although we'll talk about that when we get down to it. But, so yeah, I think making it an AoE option in Tactics is something that I'd like doing with Leviathan's Sweep. Lion's Comfort is one of those skills I think is overall fine. I would want it to lose the all of your signets are disabled for 12 seconds clause. I don't 100% know why that's there. I feel like it's there to try to balance it against Healing Signet, or to prevent you from using it and Healing Signet at the same time, or something. But it just makes it weirdly clunky. So I feel like it would be perfectly playable without that clause, and I don't feel like the presence of that clause makes me want to play with it less. So I would strongly consider getting rid of that. Mage Hunter Strike, So if this attack hits, you strike for plus 17 damage, and if your target is under the effects of enchantment, it cannot be blocked. This is here entirely because as an elite, because of its PvP applications as a quick attack. We haven't quite gotten to it yet, but Protector Strike is used in PvP because of its quick activation. This is basically Elite Protector Strike for that purpose. Obviously, this has slightly more plus damage, but only if the target's moving. This doesn't care. I feel like for PvE usage, the sort of like use of this as a follow-up to a spike is significantly less present. So what I would actually do with Mage Hunter Strike, well, Mage Hunter Smash. So here's the first thing: is Mage Hunter Smash has the same unblockable if target is enchanted clause. What I might consider with Mage Hunter Strike is upping the recharge slightly to like 7 seconds and making it also interrupt. I'd consider that. Maybe upping the damage to like plus 20 at 12 strength as well. But I feel like that would be sort of the direction that I'd want to go with it. It's just... It's one of those things where I like the idea of Mage Hunter Strike having a little bit more oomph to it and making it a somewhat low recharge interrupt. Like 7 seconds is pretty low for an interrupt. Yeah. I'd try with it there, see if it needs to be a little bit different, but that's kind of where I'd first try it. Power Attack is fine. Primal Rage I talked about. So Protector Strike. This effect is weird and not one that I consider particularly useful. The idea is that it helps protect your backline, I guess, because you're using it against people who are chasing your backline or something. I actually like the idea of changing Protector Strike. Like, you can leave it stats the same. I don't care. You can get rid of the quick activation. It doesn't matter. What I would want to do... just try from base functionality and then see where the balance needs to be from there, is have this deal plus damage for each ally you have adjacent to target foe. So if this attack, like, this attack strikes for plus, I'm not quite sure where the number would be. I'd start at like 10 at 12 strength and actually I'd probably start at 15 at 12 strength and kind of like tweak it from there. But this attack strikes target foe for plus 15 damage for each ally you have adjacent to that foe. So that way, like, if you are attacking somebody who is in a clump of your backline, this hits really hard. That's sort of the direction that I'd want to go with it and give it a try. So yeah, that's what I would do with Protector Strike. Rage of Latuka. I actually think this is fine as is. This is a build-around skill. As far as those go, I think that this is perfectly fine, and I have no particular desire to change Rage of Latuka. Yeah, I like it as is. Rush, I also like as is. Shield Bash, I think is fine. I don't see a particular reason to change Shield Bash in PvE. Signet of Stamina. This one's really awkward. It ends if you successfully hit with an attack. I've used this on running bars. So here's the thing, is I want Warrior Signets to be a little bit more desirable to use, if that makes sense. I feel like a lot of the time most of these strength signets I have no desire to use, and that's really awkward because Symbolic Strike is a cool skill that we'll get to. Signet of Stamina is a skill I don't really have a reason to use outside of like runner builds, and I don't do a ton of running. I don't know that most runners would use this skill either, because I think most runners these days are like Dervish assassins with like all sorts of like anti spellcasting with like Shadow Form or something, and I don't think they're using my basic point is I don't think they're using Signet of Stamina to increase their maximum HP to help them get through the running better. to that end, I'm not quite sure what I want Signet of Stamina to be. What I could see it doing, that could be interesting, is like no activation time. Your next stance lasts 50% longer or something like that, or lasts twice as long. I actually kind of like the idea of like your next stance lasts. Actually, this stance duration would scale with your strength, obviously. I'm not quite sure what I would want the recharge on this to be. Probably around 12 seconds is what feels like an initial starting place. I think it should just be like an instant activation thing, no aftercast or anything. Kind of like a flash enchantment or whatever. But just you use it and your next stance lasts and then increased duration based upon your strength. I feel at about 12 strength, I'd want it to be doubled duration. If I had that, I wouldn't necessarily feel like Dwarven Battle Stance would need to be different, by the way, because then you could just Signet of Stamina, Dwarven Battle Stance, and it sails on for full duration. But I like that as an idea for Signet of Stamina. Like, it allows you to be able to keep a stance going longer. It might be cool if it's at like about 110% at 12 strength, and then like 150% at 16 strength. So that way you could use it with dash to get a like 2.5 times duration dash, which would be pretty sweet. That'd be like 100% uptime dash, kind of, except for this would not recharge that quickly. But I don't know, something along those lines could be kind of neat. So I like the idea of Signet of Stamina increasing stance duration. Signet of Strength, Signet your next some odd attack skills deal plus damage. I mean, I guess this is one of those skills that I don't tend to use because I feel like it looks really bad in terms of recharge. What I would actually want to do with this, frankly, okay, so what I'm kind of thinking is, do I like the idea of it giving it plus armor penetration that would stack with strength or other armor penetration effects? I kind of like that idea. Should it be like uptime or like what exactly? Because there's not, like, you're spending a skill slot on this, but you're not spending a whole lot else. Should it be like a temporary boost to your strength attribute? Like, that would be kind of wonky, but that would be an option as well. I don't know. I think this base effect is not terrible, but I would want to try it at like 15-second recharge instead of 45, because then that would feel a bit more appealing to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong sense. Yeah, I don't have a strong sense for where this could fit. So I don't know. I feel like I'd want to do something to this, but I'm not entirely sure what is basically what it comes down to. So what would I want to initially try? I feel like I'd want to just initially try like dropping the cooldown closer to like 20 seconds, and then, or like 15, and then just set the next attacks to be 10. Your next 10 attacks, and then have it be have plus and then scale armor penetration to where at like 16 strength it's 20% armor penetration. So like your next 10 attacks have plus 20% armor penetration. This stacks with other armor penetration that they might already have, sort of thing. I think I would want to try something like that to Signet of Strength and see how that works. It's somewhat similar to having to just dealing additional plus raw damage that gets through armor, but it would theoretically help more against high armor targets and stuff. I don't know. I would want to try something like that and see if that feels like something that I'd want to use. I mean, all of these are like what sounds more appealing to me to some extent from a subjective standpoint. Obviously, that's kind of my base point. Discussion can help kind of round that out more. The big thing is seeing then how the player base uses it and how they respond is where things really become important. Sprint, I like Sprint just fine. I don't think there's nothing that I want to change on Sprint. I talked about Tiger Stance already. Warrior's Cunning. For a little bit, your melee attacks cannot be blocked. This is such a PvP skill to help you get through your like stuff, whatever. Get your spike through. Does anybody ever use this in PvE? I kind of doubt it. Frankly, I think in PvE you could give this a like 10-second recharge and it would be fine. I would try it there, see what happens. The thing is, a Surin scan exists. This is not a Surin scan. This affects you, not this specific target. This does not work against blind. 10 energy is a lot. So 10 energy every 10 seconds is probably a bit more than warriors can really do. But I would certainly try it there initially and just kind of see where things are and kind of tweak it from there. This is a bit of a wonky one from that standpoint, though. So I don't know. And it's the sort of thing where I feel like you want it to be at 10 energy because you want it to not be something that warriors can spam a lot. But I certainly think it's something that could be a lot more available. If that seemed like it was a direction that was not quite working, I would try changing it to your melee attack skills cannot be blocked for 10 seconds. And maybe adjust some of the stats from there. But this is certainly one of those, like, I'm not quite sure. I don't mind the base idea. But I feel like it would need to be tweaked some. Another potential mechanic that I could see going is like 5 energy, 10-second duration. It doesn't really matter. The duration to recharge, like you'd want to play with it a little bit. But whenever, for like the next X seconds, whenever an attack of yours fails to hit, if it costs adrenaline, like whenever an attack of yours fails to hit, you gain a strike of adrenaline or something like that. Or basically something that would be like it refunds your adrenaline if your attacks fail to hit. Is another direction that I could see taking Warrior's Cunning as a potential like thing to try, but that feels really finicky. So the initial thing that I would do is like, okay, can I get the like melee attack cannot be blocked angle, something that feels like it's actually usable without being too strong. And that's 100% sort of my initial direction that I take with it. Warrior's Endurance I think is fine as is. I like it. So that brings us to Swordsmanship. So let's pull these points out of Hammermaster and put them in Swordsmanship, eh? So Swordsmanship, we already talked about moving Disarm into it, but so Swordsmanship has this weird like anti-stance sub-theme, except for Standing Strike, which wants a stance. It's very weird. Or Standing Slash, excuse me. The other thing that I note, so the clone skills are really oddly distributed here within the here, I'll put some points and things. In Warrior, we've got Penetrating Chop is a clone, so that's the first one. Then we have Leviathan Sweep is the clone. Jaizanju Strike and Silver Wing Slash. And then the last one is Drunken Blow. So there's your clones for your warrior skills. For anybody who was wondering. I understand them giving 1 to swordsmanship, though swordsmanship is a little bit light feeling on skills. Although you have to keep in mind, a couple of them are randomly in tactics. But I don't mind riposte and deadly riposte being there. I don't think disarm makes sense to have in strength. But like, I assume that was for PvP balance reasons or something. Anyway, Barbarous Slice is actually a skill that I'm fairly fine with. If this attack hits, you deal plus a decent amount of damage. And if you are currently not in a stance, you also inflict bleeding for 13 seconds. Bleeding is one of the conditions, for better or worse, that Sword relies upon. And I think my general inclination with the warrior weapons is to have Sword have slightly better plus damage because its range is a little bit more limited. Axe and Hammer both have higher damage crits, for example. I feel like giving Sword more consistent damage is sort of something that makes sense. This not in a stance clause is kind of rough, but I also don't mind having... I think actually what I'd want to do with... because the not a stance thing starts with Pure Strike. If you're not using a stance, it can't be blocked, right? That's kind of where some of that starts from. I think with Sword, what I'd want to do is I'd want to move it from the not in a stance thing to in a stance thing and have more things follow the standing slash model. I think that's just a bit more of an interesting direction to go. You generally want to be in a stance anyway. Trying to build around not being in a stance just feels weird and awkward to me. And frankly, bleeding is weak, so I don't mind making Barbarous Slice. Like, if you are in a stance, you also inflict bleeding for 13 seconds. I'd rather go that direction with it. In PvE, I think Crippling Slash could be more like 4 or 5 adrenaline. I'd certainly try it at 5 and see if how it felt there. Dragon Slash, I don't necessarily think a whole lot needs to change with it. Obviously, you want enough swordsmanship to be able to get up to the 5 strikes of adrenaline. But I think that this is a fine skill with sort of the combos that it has and such. I could see adjusting it slightly so that way you can get to the 5 strikes of adrenaline at 12 swordsmanship, but otherwise I'm happy with this one. Final Thrust, on the other hand, this is a really powerful attack. You lose all adrenaline, and if it hits, it deals more damage, and then it's doubled if your target was below 50% health. For the purposes of PvE, this is just really expensive. I don't think it needs to lose all adrenaline clause in PvE, and I think it could be more like 8 adrenaline. That's kind of where I rest on that, I guess. Galrath Slash, again, this is good plus damage, plus 32, although I note that the Executioner Strike is plus 34. I think Galrath Slash probably could be more like 6 adrenaline, and it would be fine. Also, why does Galrath use an axe instead of a sword? Just a question. Again, I'd basically like drop some of these down a little bit, so that way they're a bit easier to use. Gash. Making decent time through Warrior here. Gash, I'm overall fine with where it's at. Obviously, this is your deep wound reward for bleeding foes. I feel like I would move the bonus 17 damage, which is weirdly written here, before the conditionality of the deep wounds, and probably increase the damage slightly to more like 20. So like at 12 swordsmanship, so like sword attack, this deals plus 20 damage, and if it hits a bleeding foe, then they suffer from a deep wound for 17 seconds. I'm overall though happy with where Gash is at. It is your your reward here. We'll talk about severity when we get to it. Hamstring, I mean, in PvE, does this really need to cost 10 energy? I don't think so. I think this could be 5 energy in PvE, and it would be fine. There, that's my thoughts on that. 100 blades for 15 seconds whenever you attack with a sword. All adjacent foes take some slashing damage. This is fine. That said, I think it wouldn't be unreasonable to be able to extend this duration some, and maybe have... What I might consider doing with 100 Blades is have the duration scale with tactics. So, like, for something like 10 seconds plus 2 seconds for every rank of tactics. Whenever you attack with a sword, all adjacent foes take 22 slashing damage. That would be permanent uptime with... let's see. You'd need like 7, 8 tactics. I think permanent uptime with 8 tactics would be fine. Sword has more of a tie to tactics than the other weapons do, just because of riposte and deadly riposte. And having 100 Blades kind of follow on that would make a certain amount of sense to me. I don't think you necessarily want this to innately have 100% uptime, but allowing you to be able to get there with some investment in tactics. And I would want to tweak those values some as things proved out. But I think that would be quite reasonable to do, and it would bring it more in line with like what Valve Strength can be. Draizanju Strike, I would... So this is the clone of Pure Strike. So right now it's a 5 energy skill with 8-second recharge that does plus a decent amount of plus damage, and then if you're not using a stance, it can't be blocked. I would just change this to be Cyclone Axe for sword. Like that. That's just simply what I would do with it. I think, again, AoE is so important for physical attackers to be able to do, and it's something that warrior lacks relative to the other melee professions for some of the weapons, and sword especially lacks it, so I would do that to the sword here. And I would pick Jaizanju Strike for the one that I made, the AoE. Knee Cutter, this one I'm fine with. It's a way of gaining energy and adrenaline in sword off of Cripple, and I think that's really great. Again, I'd make Hamstring a little bit more usable. Pure Strike. So I feel like what I'd want to do with Pure Strike is I'd want to lower its recharge to like 6 seconds and make it be if you are using a stance, it cannot be blocked, instead of if you are not using a stance. Its damage might also be able to go up, because it is a bit low relative to some of the other options for plus damage. So I don't think it's unreasonable to have it get up to more like 30. At 30 with like a 4 or 6 second cooldown and unblockable. So I would try tweaking stuff that way. Quivering Blade, I generally am fine with. I could see moving its damage up a little bit just to try to make sword just have some of that better plus damage. Savage Slash is fine. Again, I think it's probably just fine where it is. Seeking Blade, I would just increase the plus damage, and I'd increase the green numbers on it up considerably to closer to the like 30, 34, 35 range at 12 swordsmanship. It just needs to hit a lot harder. That's really what it comes down to be appealing, and it just does not hit that hard. Sever Artery. Bleeding is so easy to inflict. This is such a mediocre skill. I love the Sever Artery Gash combo just from a pure nostalgia standpoint, but Sever Artery is a weak skill. There's just no way around it. I would add a clause like, if this attack hits an opponent that's bleeding, it does this. If the foe's already bleeding before this attack hits, I'd have it deal a nice 20 plus damage or something. So that way you can stack Sever Arteries to kind of build up plus damage that way. That's what I would strongly consider doing. Silverwing Slash, this one I'd definitely change. What I'd probably do is I'd probably drop it down to I like the idea of putting it at 5 adrenaline. Actually, no, what I think I'd do with Silverwing Slash is I'd put it at about 6 adrenaline. I would put it closer to 20 damage, but if it hits a crippled foe, it inflicts deep wound. I'd make it be a deep wound reward for sword, for cripple. Is what I'd want to do with Silverwing Slash. So make it basically kind of gash for crippled. Standing Slash I think is cool the way it is. You could maybe pump up the plus damage a little bit on it, but overall I'm fine with it. Steel Fang Slash, this one's really weird. It's this weird adrenaline gain if they're knocked down nonsense. I don't know why this is... Yeah, it's just weird. The name is also super generic. I could see instead of actually making Silverwing Slash do the cripple deep wound, that you could do it with this skill instead and just like get rid of the recharge, put it to 6 adrenaline, about plus 20 plus damage. If it strikes a crippled foe, they have a deep wound for 17 seconds or whatever. And then Silverwing Slash you could do something slightly different with. I don't mind making it that, and then Silverwing Slash is kind of a harrier strike. Like, decent-ish plus damage, and if it hits a moving foe, they become crippled for a little bit. That direction is fine, but hamstring exists also, so I don't necessarily feel like you need that sort of effect here. So, do I like Steel Fang Slash as the... I think I like Silverwing Slash as the cripple reward. It feels like Tengu are being tactical, sort of thing. So, Steel Fang Slash. What would I want that to be? What would make sense with sword? It's just such a general thing. So what does Steel Fang feel like to me? It feels kind of like tough and unyielding. Also, this is a very intense icon. Yeah, this would actually probably be better as a crippled one. This is more that I think about it. So and so instead of the thing that I was talking about doing Silverwing Slash, doing it to Steel Fang Slash instead. So Silverwing Slash. I could also see okay, I kind of like this idea for Silverwing Slash. Just another like payoff. Put it at about 6 adrenaline, 7 adrenaline with decent plus damage, and then it ends the target's about 7 adrenaline with its current plus damage. It ends the target's current stance if it hits, and if the foe is suffering from a condition that can't be blocked, something like that. That would play well with Ranger. It would also play well with Sever Artery and Hamstring and stuff. I kind of like that direction. Sun and Moon Slash, I think you could just drop it down to 6 adrenaline and it'd be fine. Fun fact, this used to be one of the attacks can't be blocked and the other can't be evaded. Okay, so that brings us to tactics. So let's go ahead and start talking about tactics, everyone. So tactics is notable because it can be used by secondary warriors for doing additional stuff, so that's kind of cool. The other thing, of course, is that you can have strength tactics in one of your weapons. You usually wouldn't go into one of the other weapons, so this is kind of like the 3-part sort of trifecta of warrior attributes. That said, charge. I am happy with where charge is at. I don't necessarily feel like it needs to change. I like the fact that they added the cripple removal on it. I think that's kind of cool. I like Fear Me. I think Fear Me is a fine skill. and I'm quite happy with it. I mean, how much PvE needs the recharge on it is another question. But you can probably get rid of the recharge in PvE. But the effect I overall like. None shall pass. I think this one's really cool. I think in PvE, all nearby foes that are moving are knocked down. The skill recharges faster for each foe knocked down, maximum of 25 seconds. I think you could probably change the maximum to 40 seconds, and it would be more or less the same. I think it would be fine. Retreat. Retreat is absolutely terrible. What I would actually do with it is I would probably change it. Well, I know what I would change it to is allies in earshot below 50% HP run 33% faster. I'm not quite sure, like, 10 seconds might be fine at, like, a 10 or 12 second recharge. I think you could dramatically drop the recharge or, like, change it to some extent. There's probably actually some areas where retreat is somewhat functional, but I just like it, like, allies within earshot below 50%, at or below 50% HP run 33% faster for a period. Something along those lines is something that I would like with it. And that's what I do with retreat. I've obviously thought about that one before. Shields up. So this is an interesting defensive option. You and all party members in earshot gain a bunch of armor against incoming projectile attacks. I assume this means, like, I assume this does not affect spells. Let's check. Shields up. What does it say? Is a reference to the famous quote from the Star Trek franchise, apparently. Discussion. It gives plus 60 armor, yay buff to all projectiles, including cast staves and wands, bows, spears. Not sure about spell projectiles. It had a variant with plus AL against piercing. Let's see. Okay, it does not work against spells, somebody says in the discussion. I mean, this is one of those, like, there's some areas where this effect is useful enough that I would, like, be wanting to use it. The big one that I think of is a couple of places with coordinates ones. So in Maddock Crevice, there's the area where you have the archers on top of the thing as you're going up to the boss fight with General Bale and the Hunger. There's also a couple spots where you have a bunch of, like, archers stationed at the tops of things in Consulate Docks where this is useful. It works against, like, wands and, like, any projectile attacks, not spells, but attacks. But it's kind of a weird one to try to slot in to bring against that sort of stuff. I'm certainly not bringing it. Excuse me. I'm certainly not bringing it on enough characters that it would that I'd be able to keep it up 100% of the time. Something that would probably be interesting to try in this spot, and that's kind of inspired a little bit. I was looking at the discussion in the on the wiki page, so this is kind of coming from some of that that I was just glancing through. But I could see changing shields up to be you and all party members with an earshot using a shield gain a like plus 75% chance to block attacks, something like that. Could be, or like even, I don't know. I don't know if it should be higher than that, but that could be a really interesting direction to try. There's some stuff that you could try around with that too in terms of like uptimes and stuff. But obviously that could work with warriors and paragons, but anybody can use a shield as in their offhand slot. So having something that explicitly like rewards you for giving your team shields and like wands with shields, but this means that you can now do like this crazy block chain with shields up. That would be something that would be interesting to try in PvE. It'd obviously be terrible for PvP, but in PvE that would be really interesting to try, and I'd like to try it. So I absolutely would. I feel like To the Limit is fine. I like the skill. It is very useful. I don't feel like anything needs to change about that. Victory is Mine. I would change this to be the older version. Let's see if they have that on the wiki anywhere. Vim. Victory is Mine. Do you have... You don't have the skill history. Why not? Let's see. You gain... Okay, so it'd have to be before that one. When did they change this? Wow, quite a long time ago then. So I'm looking at a revision from 25th February 2007, which also has target foe. A long, long time ago, in a guild wars far away, Victory is Mine used to count conditions suffered by foes, like adjacent to you or something. I don't know exactly what it was. It used to basically like count area of effect, and then it was really, really, really good with traps. So that's where Victory is Mine trappers really became a major source of power. And so they made Victory is Mine single target to reduce the power of those Vim trappers. The wiki does have an article on Vim trappers. Maybe I'll have a little bit more information about Vim there. Yeah, Victory is Mine trappers. This is about the team in the Zaishin Elite. Okay. So yeah, anyway, that page was extremely non-elucidatory. I don't remember exactly what it used to be, but it used to be, I think, probably slightly lower numbers, but affect like an area of effect of enemies. And like I said, it was ludicrously overpowered with traps, so that's where you got like Vim Way and Vim trappers and stuff. As it is now, the skill's a little bit hard to use well. I mean, it can get you some decent stuff if you have 2 or 3 conditions going on somebody, though. Assassins like this. Rangers can like it, but I don't necessarily mind its current iteration that much. But it feels a bit anemic. I think I would consider trying lowering its recharge to 12 seconds and having it gain you a strike of adrenaline as well. So that way you gain like 56 health and 6 energy and a strike of adrenaline for each condition suffered by target foe. And like a 12-second recharge. And just try that. See how that feels. See if that feels a little bit more like worth bringing. I don't know. Like I said, as it is, I don't tend to use this one very much. It's kind of awkward because like you really need to be getting like to get good energy out of this. You kind of need enough stuff going on. So that makes it like kind of hard to work in some regards. So I don't know. I feel like there's other directions I could potentially take it, but I would certainly try like slightly decrease recharge and adding adrenaline to it first. And then if I felt like that wasn't quite going in the right direction or quite doing what I needed to do, I would definitely consider going back to the old AoE version and seeing if I could look up where that had been for PvE, because it was just really good in PvP. It was winning a lot in PvP, so that's why they nerfed it. But the Guild Wars official wiki is too young to have that information on it, ironically enough, because it was changed a very long time ago from the AoE iteration, but I just don't remember what numbers they'd given on the AoE iteration. So yeah, like it's weird because I feel like you really need to be getting like at least 3 conditions from it to have it be rewarding you enough to kind of be worth using. Ranger could do that with cripple, poison, and bleed. But a lot of professions kind of inflict around 2 conditions-ish, not 3. So you definitely want this to be part of a team that's able to inflict enough conditions to kind of make it feel worthwhile, if that makes sense. I think Watch Yourself... Was Watch Yourself nerfed? Okay, so Watch Yourself just used to be 4 adrenaline, shout party members with near-shot gain armor for 10 seconds. It didn't have the end after 10 incoming attacks or the 4-second recharge. I feel like it was changed because of its power in PvP to really make people a lot more durable. I think in PvE you could kind of get rid of some of those nerfs. Get rid of the 4-second recharge, get rid of the after 10 incoming attacks. Does the wiki actually have information on this? Watch Yourself. Skill history. It even has a PvP version. Oh, it used to be just raw plus 20 armor for the duration scale up based on... Interesting. So it has a PvP version. Oh, it's fewer incoming attacks. What's weird too is this is Watch Yourself, not Watch Yourselves. I feel like if you really needed to nerf this, you could just make it be target ally gains armor for a period. I don't know. I feel like I kind of like the idea of the older version of just 4 adrenaline plus 20 armor and then the duration being based on tactics. And I would consider trying that. It would work a little bit better on Paragons as well because I wouldn't need as much investment in tactics to get armor out of it. I don't know, something along those lines. Auspicious Parry. I think this one's fine. I don't have anything particularly to say about this. It's very like specific builds that want it, but yeah, I don't know. I feel a similar way about balanced stance. For PvE, I could see adjusting this down to like a 15-second recharge so you could keep it up 100% of the time. Yeah. One thing that I could see doing to Auspicious Parry is giving it a little bit of damage on the sort of block, but just gaining 3 strikes of Adrenaline is pretty strong. Bonetti's defense, you have a chance to block melee and projectile attacks, but you gain energy each time you do successfully, but it ends when you use a skill. 8 Adrenaline is just a lot. I could see dropping this thing's duration and Adrenaline cost, both, to like 4 Adrenaline with like a 4-second duration or something, or 3-second duration. Frankly, what would actually be kind of interesting with this is 4 Adrenaline, hard set, 3-second duration. You have a 75% chance to block melee and projectile attacks. You gain and then have the energy gain scale with tactics. For each successful melee attack blocked, it ends if you use a skill. And then that would allow it to kind of be able to be used with no attribute investment. You just would not be able to get the energy out of it. I think that would be a more interesting direction to take it. Also, with that short of a duration, you can probably just drop it ends if you use a skill. So that would be a direction that I'd consider taking Bonetti's defense. I guess that becomes really good with like Cyclone Axe. Yeah, maybe just keep it ends if you use a skill, and then like not add a recharge. So like if people want to try to spam it, they sort of can, but not exactly. I actually am quite happy with Deadly Riposte. I could see dropping its recharge in PvE a little bit, but I wouldn't necessarily want to because that would make enemies that have it really annoying. Defensive stance, I'm overall fine with. Deflect arrows. This is kind of an odd one. If you block a projectile attack, adjacent foe suffer from bleeding for 13 seconds. I would probably add a bit of a small bit of piercing damage to this as well. I don't mind of the bleeding. It's a very similar idea to whirling defense, where it's like it's deflecting shrapnel though. So I think maybe just the bleeding is fine. I don't think this needs to be 12-second recharge. I think it can be 8-second, just like defensive stance, and let them kind of compete a little bit more directly against each other in that regard. Desperation blow I think is fine as is. I could see maybe making it 6 seconds to line up more directly with steady stance, but overall I think desperation blow is fine. Yeah. Disciplined stance. This one, I think in PvE, this would be perfectly fine to drop to like a 12-second recharge, something like that. I like some of these defensive stances, and I think that they have some good uses. They made a lot of them fairly short, so it's like, which is actually the direction I prefer, where it's like, oh, I'm under pressure right now, I'm going to like pop this to defend myself for this moment. I actually kind of like that direction better. So I would want to see disciplined stance like a little bit more usable in that regard. This one's good for casters. The other thing I would actually kind of consider, like if I bring this down to 8, this is still 3 seconds, so like this is still fairly usable. I have to get this down to like 1, then tactics goes away. That's a 1 second. Yeah. So like I could see having this be a little bit different. Something else that could be a different, interesting direction to take it is just setting the duration to a specific value, and then having the armor and block chance scale with tactics. That might be a little bit more of an interesting direction to go with it. Most of these are scaling, or like just set like 75% chance to block, and then the duration is what scales. Having in like shield stance, I'm also fairly fine with, by the way. I could also see dropping this to 12-second recharge. I feel like the 15s are a little bit long. I actually kind of like the idea of taking Discipline Stance and going down to 12-second recharge with just a set, like, 3-second uptime. And adjusting it so that way the bonus armor and the block chance scale with tactics. Such that at, like, 10 tactics is where you get, like, or 12 tactics is where you get, like, the 75%. And the armor can probably go up a little bit as well from, like, 10 to, like, I mean, you could just set it to the rank, frankly. At 12 tactics, it's 75% chance to block and plus 12 armor. And then at, like, 16 tactics, it's, like, a 90 to 100% chance to block, something like that. 100% chance to block for 3 seconds is not a huge deal. But I feel like you could kind of move something more in that direction. And then ends early if you use an adrenaline skills and interesting clause. I feel like Drunken Blow... So the thing is, you don't need both Drunken Blow and Desperation Blow with Steady Stance bar. There's just not... It doesn't recharge fast enough for that. This is obviously the clone. I kind of want this to be something different. But I still like it doing the self knockdown. What I could actually see is leaving Drunken Blow this and changing Desperation Blow to be just like good plus damage that, like, goes higher the lower your HP is, or like if you're below a certain amount of HP, or if you're not below a certain amount of HP, it knocks you down, or something like that. Where it's just like, here's some good plus damage. Something else that could be really interesting is if Desperation Blow was like plus 10 damage. If you're below 50% HP, then this attack has an additional plus 10 damage. And if you're below 25% HP, this attack has an additional plus 20 damage. And you get knocked down. And you gain HP or something like that. Could be an interesting direction to go with it. I don't know. Something that kind of can reward you for being at low HP, or I don't know. I'm not really sure. I feel like I would want something different between the two. I don't feel like you need both. And I feel like Desperation Blow is maybe the one that's a little bit, like, more flexible, if that makes sense. And I like Desperation Blow in particular, like, playing into that feeling of, like, I am on low health, I am desperate here, I need something to go right for me. Something like that. Or I could even see it being something where if you're on low HP, you and your target are knocked down or something. I don't know. I like the idea of it, like, healing you when your HP is low. So you're kind of, like, desperate to get the Desperation Blow in. Or even something like if this attack hits, you strike for some decent plus damage and gain health. If it misses, or if it fails to hit, you get knocked down. That could be an interesting direction to go with Desperation Blow as well. I kind of like something along those lines. I'm not quite sure exactly how it'd balance out. I would need to, like, play with some numbers and just see, like, does this raw mechanic, how does this play? Is this something that seems like it's fun? I feel like I'd want to have it be, like, about a 4-second recharge to kind of start out with, like, decent-ish plus damage. But something where, like, it has this interesting, like, downside clause to it, but, like, can get you decent healing, or something like that. I'm not quite sure exactly. So yeah, I'm just iterating out loud right now. Because what I'm thinking through is I want it to play... So the gameplay that I'm going for is I want it to be something that you want to try to use, and you kind of want to play a little bit risky to try to get its effect off because of the benefit that it would have to you if you succeeded. When you're in a dire situation. So... What if it was something... What if it was something that was better the more, like, the fewer living allies you had? Or, like, if you have dead party members... I actually kind of like that direction, where, like, it deals plus damage for each fallen party member. Okay. So here's an idea. Desperation Blow. Like, 5 energy, 4-second recharge. Actually, no. Skip those things. Put it at... Because one of the things is Tactics weirdly does not have any adrenaline-based attack skills. Make Desperation Blow, like, 4 adrenaline. This attack deals, like... I don't know. This is what you'd have scale, right? It would be some amount of plus damage. Let's call it, like, a rank in Tactics. Plus an additional amount for each fallen party member. If the rest of your party is dead, this attack hits adjacent foes. To where all you're trying to do is you're just trying to spam Desperation Blow until the enemies are dead. I really like that as a direction for it. To where it has really good plus damage if all of your... For, like, each dead party member. But if all of your party members are dead, then it, like, becomes really crazy good. It would be really interesting to see how the farming community would try to make use of that too. Suicide all of your heroes in, and then just spam away with it. That'd be interesting to see, like, how they would try to make use of it. I'm personally pro farming. I would let them try to figure that out. Obviously, it would synergize poorly with Shadow Form. What with the limit on damage from Shadow Form, but I'd also want to change Shadow Form, and they'd hate me. So, yeah, I really like that as a direction for Desperation Blow. I've got there. I thought through how do I want this to actually play. So yeah, I like it having some, like, baseline of plus damage, roughly equal to your Tactics rank. Set it at a fairly low adrenaline cost. Like, this is not a great skill to use until your party members start dying. Once your party members start dying, it's like, oh, this is hitting harder and harder and harder. It's like, oh, all of your party members are dead. You're the only living member of your party left. Now this starts hitting in an AoE, so you're just spamming Desperation Blow, hoping that you can get through the remaining enemies and start getting your party back up. That's the direction I take with Desperation Blow. Now that I've thought about it some and actually thought about it more intentionally. So I actually want to do to Gladiator's defense what has generally been done to a lot of the defensive skills in this line. It's very similar to a bad version of Flashing Blades, although it's first, obviously. Flashing Blades is, of course, the Dagger Mastery Elite that gives you a 75% chance to block incoming attacks while you're attacking, and then has a, whenever you block an attack this way, not a melee attack, mind you, an attack, it reflects damage, but it also has 100% uptime. It doesn't work unless you're attacking, but like if we go and bring up, I don't know, Anton, I guess. And we go look here, right? The Flashing Blades, obviously he doesn't have enough Dagger Mastery to get to 100% uptime, but 75% chance to block incoming attacks while attacking. If you block an attack this way, your attacker takes some damage. Gladiator's defense is the same recharge. I have to scroll down to it here, but it's the same recharge. Let's just take some attributes out of some of these things. Close some of those up, eh? More damage, but only against melee attackers, and does not have the same uptime. I would probably want to get this to 50% uptime, but like closer to 5 seconds at like 16 tactics. So it's like 4 seconds at like 12 with about a 10-second recharge. So 5 energy, 10-second recharge for 4 seconds at 12 tactics, 5 seconds at 16 tactics. You have a 75% chance to block incoming attacks whenever you block a melee attack this way. The attacker suffers damage. That's the direction that I'd take Gladiator's defense. That's where I'd like it to be. I think that would be a lot more usable, a lot more powerful, and I like that idea for the direction. So, bring it more in line with what a lot of tactics is. Gone with its defensive skills. Healing Signet, I think Healing Signet's fine. I think its design is good. It's kind of fits a neat sort of balance point. As far as self-heals, it's kind of odd, but I actually think for PvE purposes, I would want to buff Healing Signet and have it heal for more, where at 12 tactics, it's closer to 180 HP rather than 154. And I'd want to try those numbers and potentially like creep it up a little bit. It's a risky self-heal because you take basically double damage while you're using it. It's not quite double damage, but minus 40 armor is equivalent to doubling the amount of damage you take from the armor formula. So armor respecting damage is doubled against you while you're activating Healing Signet. From PvE standpoints as well, self-sustainability is typically less useful. So I feel like buffing Healing Signet to be a stronger heal, especially because that means that it would be more usable at slightly lower attribute investments, I think is a direction that I'd want to take Healing Signet. So I just want to bump it up a good bit. Protector's Defense. So this one's kind of a cool one. Allies adjacent to you have a chance to block incoming attacks. This would include you, because you're adjacent to yourself, as far as I'm aware. But it ends if you move. I think that's an interesting downside as well. I would want to adjust this similar to how a lot of other stuff has been adjusted. Drop the duration, drop the recharge. Probably like 12 tactics, a 5-second duration with like a 12-second recharge. Try that, see how that feels, and go that direction. Riposte, I'm happy with Riposte. I don't feel like I'd necessarily want to do anything to Riposte. Shield Stance, I'm also happy with. It's kind of an interesting design. Damage reduction for strength is kind of a nice reward. Longer duration, I would probably drop its recharge to 12 seconds, but Shove. Target touched foes knocked down, and if they were moving, that foe's stance ends and they take damage before being knocked down. So that's useful because it would get you around like balance stance or something. Shove is one of those skills that's just like so borderline to me. I think this would be a lot more appealing at like an 8-second recharge in PvE, so I would strongly consider doing that. As it is, the 15-second recharge is more of a PvP balance point than a PvE one, I think, and makes the skill a lot less appealing. So I would want to try it at 8 seconds and see how that plays. It needs to compete, in my opinion, with Shock, which, if I bring up some air magic here, Shock is a knockdown at 10-second recharge. Yeah, it has Overcast on it, but you're not really using this for the damage. So even with 0 investment in air magic, it's a knockdown with a 10-second recharge. So I think for an elite skill, you can at least get a shorter recharge than Shock. So that's... I will note, of course, that this skill also does not need an attribute point investment if you don't care about the damage. Damage from it is not significantly important, but what you're going to do. Soldier's Defense. This one's fine. Again, it doesn't do anything unless you're under the effects of a Shadow Chant. I think that's fine, but I'd also reward it by having like a shorter recharge, closer to that 12 seconds I keep talking about. Soldier's Speed. I think this one's also overall fine. I would probably have the additional movement speed be enough to bring this up to 33 instead of putting you at 30%, but the 15-15 is a nice symmetry, so hard to say. But I like this one. It's a nice reward for getting a shout on yourself. 100% uptime without like having to invest, like, I don't know, what is 10 tactics here? Yeah, like 100% uptime at 10 tactics, which is a very reasonable investment point. So I actually think this is a pretty reasonable run speed buff that I quite like. Soldier's Stance. Okay, so this one is so cool. I like this one. It works really nicely with To the Limit. I would want to make a tweak to this, and that would be to have 100% uptime at 12 tactics. That's it. Just, like, I don't know where it goes to 100% uptime now, but it's probably more like 14. Let's actually check. No, this is Soldier Stance. So yeah, the chance to block, let's see, where is it? Okay, you have to get up to 15 to be able to get 100% uptime on it. There is a PvP version of this, by the way, which is just the attack speed buff, which is at an 8-second recharge, so you can get 100% uptime with it in PvP at 9 tactics. Just pointing that out there. 9 tactics for 100% uptime in PvP. But because we get a block, it has a 7-second longer recharge. Slightly longer duration, but, you know. Yeah, I would absolutely want this to be able to go to 100% uptime in with 12 tactics. Soldier Strike, this skill is fine. I like this skill. Moving on. Steady Stance, this is also fine. I have nothing to say about this. It has some neat synergies, some neat builds that you can do with it. I think that's cool. Not okay, it has a build. It's a cool build, though. And this is like a neat anti-knockdown skill that you can use to protect yourself as well. If you know you're going into a zone with knockdowns. Thrill of Victory, this is also a really good skill. I don't have anything that I particularly want to change about this. I think you could move it to 6 seconds, and that would be fine. Wary Stance, this one's an interesting one. I don't necessarily feel like this thing needs to change at all. You block any attack skills used against you. It doesn't block regular attacking. That makes it really interesting. I think this skill is good in areas with assassins more than other areas as well. But I'm fine with Wary Stance. I think you could maybe get rid of the it ends if you use a skill clause, though. At 10 energy, you don't really need that downside. So, and the fact that it only blocks attack skills, meaning auto attacks still hit you, I think Wary Stance is a good skill, but becomes a lot actually like usable if you get rid of the ends if you use a skill clause. So I get rid of that. Okay, that gets us through to everybody's favorite, no attribute, of which there are many. Starting with Coward. If target foe is moving, that foe is knocked down. This is a weird skill. The thing about this skill is it feels like it should be better than it practically turns out to be. You kind of like, it's really, really, really awkward. It's a weird, like, temporary sort of snare effect. So I don't know that I would necessarily. I guess I'd get rid of the recharge. I don't think it needs the 2-second recharge. That probably isn't there for PvP to help stop. Like, they get up and start running, and then you knock them down again. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily change a whole lot about this. I wouldn't change much. I wouldn't change for Great Justice, but yeah, I would consider getting rid of the recharge on Coward. Yeah. On Your Knees, this is an interesting one. it's really tricky to make good use of. If any adjacent foes are knocked down, all of your stances are recharged. I actually really like the effect. Having a way of recharging your stances is pretty cool. I don't think it needs to lose all adrenaline. I think that's pretty harsh, so I would get rid of that line. You're all alone, so suffers from crippled and weakness for 8 seconds. This is a useful effect. The problem is enemies often aren't all alone, and if they are all alone, they're dead because of the amount of damage output that you have. I still don't know that there's anything that I'd necessarily want to do to change this skill. Isn't near an ally. Maybe for PvE, I would change it to be adjacent. Isn't adjacent to an ally. Just to make it a little bit easier to actually land. I feel like something like that might be reasonable. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot of good times to use this in PvE because it's often the case that it's not able to trigger very well. But this is actually probably better defensively, now that I think about it. Like, instead of trying to use this offensively, use it defensively against enemy melee. But that's just kind of like more evaluation than anything. But it's just helping me think of like, okay, there is usable... I mean, this is basically a sequel to the skill review thing after all. That I did. For those who don't know, I did a whole thing of reviewing all the skills. Many of those evaluations would change at this point because I've just got a lot more time with the game under my belt where I've been thinking about that sort of stuff. Yeah. I feel like for PvE purposes, I would change this to isn't adjacent to an ally, just to make it a bit better and more reliable to actually make use of. Distracting Blow, I think the skill is actually quite fine. Distracting Strike, on the other hand, if it hits, it deals no damage and interrupts target foe's action. And if they have cracked armor, the skill is disabled. This one's substantially better. It's 10 seconds and it's AoE. And the actions of foes adjacent to your target. Like, it is an AoE hit, which obviously has some other benefits. I think this actually will like trigger stuff that triggers off of things hitting an AoE. I need to do some testing to verify that, but actually maybe the wiki says. Distracting Blow. A lot of people teach it. Okay. Unless using a scythe, this skill counts as one attack on the targeted foe. Okay. So, a scythe it will hit AoE. I think if I were to do anything to Distracting Blow, I would actually have it properly hit the adjacent foes. The actions of foes adjacent to your target. I'd have it actually hit them, so it would actually be a weird, subtle way of gaining, like, adrenaline and stuff, but maybe that's too strong. I don't think the effect of Distracting Strike is necessarily bad, but I don't know that it needs to deal... Like, I would actually be inclined to move this to Tactics and have it deal damage similar to Distracting Shot, and drop the recharge down to 10 seconds as well. Leave the cracked armor requirement for the disable is fine. But you probably could just get away with putting this in Tactics and be like, have it deal set damage kind of like Distracting Shot does. I don't know, something along those lines. Flurry, I already talked about what I'd do to that. Frenzy, I wouldn't change. Frenzied Defense is a cute skill. It gives you a chance to block incoming attacks, but you take double damage. This skill is not good because it turns out it does nothing about spells. And so just taking double damage from spells is terrible. And that makes this a terrible defensive option. But, like, I also don't want to change it because it's a really good name pun. So, if I did anything, it would be to drop it to an 8-second recharge so you could keep it up all the time, even though you don't want to. I think it's cute. I don't like Warrior has so many skills. I don't mind it wasting a few skills on like references like this. So, and depending upon what sort of pressure you're under, it actually is quite useful. But I think it's fine to drop it to 8-second recharge so you can keep it up all the time. Grapple, you and target touch foe are knocked down, you lose your current stance. The lose your current stance occurs after the knockdown trigger, so it does actually interact nicely with steady stance. Grapple is a fine skill for some niche uses. It plays well with I meant to do that. It works with steady stance, obviously. It's not as great with balance stance, but, you know, whatever. I like grapple decently well. And I think it's one of those skills that's like, this is a decent effect. How am I going to build around it? And I think that starts becoming an interesting question. I will say I probably would consider lowering its recharge to 10 seconds instead of 12 just to bring it in line with shock. So that way you have that to kind of like balance around and kind of work with. Skullcrack, it's an interrupt. If the foe is casting a spell, that foe is dazed for 10 seconds. Bluntly, Skullcrack, I would just change this to interrupt the foe's current action and apply dazed regardless. I think in PvE that's fine. I don't necessarily feel like it needs to be less adrenaline. I feel like just reliably applying dazed is enough of a change to Skullcrack to make me interested in using it, especially on the Scythe, where I could apply dazed and AoE with it. So that's all I'd do to Skullcrack. Symbolic Strike, I would get rid of the maximum cap. Couple of things. First of all, you can't have more than 7 signets on your bar anyway. You hit the maximum cap, so it's a little awkward. First of all, it bothers me that... so 5 signets is 60 damage, 6 signets is 72 damage. It bothers me that I'll be wasting 2 damage on that. Also, you'll notice that kind of gets really close to the cap off of 6 signets anyway. I don't mind like not having the cap there, the maximum 70 damage. If I want to put 7 signets on my bar in order to be able to get 84 damage out of the plus damage on my Symbolic Strike in PvE, I should be allowed to. The big reason why I want to get rid of that cap, though, because let's be realistic, bringing that many signets is probably not a great idea. Like, it's hard to find that many signets that you actually want to include on your bar, which is part of why, like, why are you throwing on the Signet of Strength? Well, it's part of why I want to make some of these signets more appealing to me, right? Like, that cap is a terrible, terrible thing to have on the skill description because of the focus it draws. Whenever you have a cap like that, the player's goal is to maximize hitting that cap. And the problem with that, this is one of the things that I noticed with my own like brain, the way my brain works. I can't say this is true for everyone, but certainly for the way my brain works, I read this skill and I'm like, oh, this deals 70 damage if I get enough signets on my bar. And the problem with that thinking is that it completely distracts me from the fact that this is 4 adrenaline for plus 12 or 36 damage with 2 to 3 signets. Which 2 to 3 signets is not a huge thing to try to get on your bar. It's a little bit of a game, but it's not a huge thing. And that's a lot of good, solid plus damage. Most of the time, you're not getting that much plus damage, right? So the maximum 70 line on there is to try to restrict the power of the skill. The downside of it is it draws focus as a player when you read this. Instead of it saying, if this attack hits, you deal plus 12 damage for each signet you have equipped. Full stop there. I suddenly have a game. My game is to try to hit the 70 damage cap. And that game distracts me from the fact that this skill is really good with 2 to 4 signets. Like, 4 signets is really ridiculous on this guy. So, like, not hitting the cap is actually better than trying to hit the cap a lot of the time because the downsides to your bar having that many signets is probably pretty high. Whereas, like, so basically what my basic point is, you're probably compromising your bar by trying to reach the cap in a bad way. So why not just have it be something where the cap isn't there, and it's no longer distracting me of making me think I should be playing this game where I'm trying to hit the damage cap. where I'm trying to slot 6 signets into my bar. Instead, let me focus on like what it actually does, which is, you know, somewhere around plus 24 to 48 damage with 2 to 4 signets. Like, that's actually really strong, and I tend to overlook it because of that line. So this is my rant about the way that additional text draws focus on skills for this episode. Yeah, that's my feeling on Symbolic Strike. Wild Blow. So this one is your anti-stance skill. It makes you lose all adrenaline. I feel like I'm fine with where the skill is at, especially with the changes that I would make to Griffin Sweep to make this an anti-stance skill that you could use instead with enough strength. I think Wild Blow is a fine skill to sort of have as is, and I wouldn't necessarily feel like it needs to change particularly. I feel like if you really want a solid like stance removal option otherwise, like there are other ways of dealing with stances as well, of course. This plays well on Assassin, not that Assassin doesn't have its own ways of dealing with stances. You could remove the lose all adrenaline clause, maybe that would be fine. Maybe PvE should just not have any of the lose all adrenaline clauses. I don't know, but yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at, I think, with Warrior. I think that Wild Blow is kind of fine as is, but I could see removing the lose all adrenaline clause, and I certainly would be happy to try it and see if it feels like it plays okay that way. So yeah, does anybody, I don't know how many people are currently watching, but does anybody have any questions about any of my thoughts on any of the Warrior stuff? Because if not, I think I might take a short break and go after Dervish. I'll give a moment here. Kick some of these guys. Okay, it doesn't look like it. So I'm going to go ahead and give Koss the boot. Grab Milani. I know I'm a Dervish, but I don't want to get distracted with PvE only skills and things like that. So I'm going to take a short break here. And then when we come back, we will talk about the Dervish. Let's actually, before I do that, let's display good old large grid on Mysticism. Get a nice screenshot of that for use with thumbnails as well. It's very important to think about your thumbnails. Very important. Not list. List is not as compact. Okay. I will be back in just a couple minutes to talk about Dervish, so please stick around. Hello, I return. So overall, I should state that I actually quite like the Dervish. As a profession, it feels very flexible to me. It has a lot of different options. However, I need some water. However, if I were to level one complaint at the Dervish, it would be that the balance between teardown and non-teardown options feels to me a bit shallow, I think is the word that I'm going to use. There's a couple of different things going on here. One of them is that Dervish has invested a lot of its, frankly, small elite skill pool into its avatars. Which leaves, like, Earth Prayers feeling a little shallow, in particular, on the elite front. Wind Prayers elites I generally like a bit better. The fundamental thing here is Dervish, to me, is a really cool concept. It's basically what Smiting Prayers is supposed to be. It's like the Holy Warrior type concept. That's what it's kind of focused on. Channels the power of the gods, and I think that's really neat. Overall, I like a lot of what the Dervish does. The teardown mechanics are really neat. The problem that I have fundamentally with Dervish, like I was saying, is that some stuff wants you to build up enchantments, and other stuff wants you to tear down enchantments. I think that's cool. There's like two different ways that the Dervish can go. The problem that I have is the Dervish, by being from Nightfall, and this is a problem that I have with Paragon as well, I should be clear. Although Paragon has an entirely different kettle of fish. Like, we talked about that one already. But the Dervish particularly suffers from having been released in the last campaign, and therefore having, along with Paragon, a very small pool of skills overall. That means that your ability to kind of like be diverse in terms of what your skills do is limited and restricted. That sort of limitation is a challenge. And one of the things that I look at with the Dervish is how can I... more Dervish skills would be really, really nice. Like, this is the fundamental problem. And so it's like, I think they've overall, like, ArenaNet overall has done a fairly good job of giving Dervish fairly decent bang for its skill buck. The biggest thing that I could think of to try to help with this fundamental problem that I have with the Dervish, which again is that there is a combination of teardown and maintain type playstyles with it. Of sometimes you're making a bar that wants to keep enchantments around, sometimes you're making a bar that wants to tear enchantments down, and it's a little bit tricky to try to do both, but you absolutely can. But you have to be very conscious about your enchantments. It would have been nice if it had a few more skills, a few more elites to play with, in order to sort of occupy a little bit more space in both categories, so you had just a little bit more diversity in what you could do. I think Scythe Mastery is like the biggest culprit of this. You'll notice that, and frankly Earth Prayers to some extent, but you'll notice that, it's very binary. You either are trying to do teardown or you're trying to keep enchantments up. There's not a whole lot of like middle ground with Dervish. You'll notice Scythe Mastery only has 2 elites. They're both teardown elites. That to me is a big problem. The other thing you'll notice, Mysticism has a whopping 27 skills. A lot of Dervish's skills are locked away in its Mysticism attribute. But the other thing that's going on here is like, so many of its elites are occupied with avatars that are all teardown, that there's a lot of pressure towards the teardown mechanic in the elite end. There's also, particularly in Mysticism, outside of Mysticism, a lot of the elites are not teardown, but it's just, the Scythe elites have changed over time. Wounding Strike has kind of stayed somewhat similar. We'll get to it when I actually start putting attributes in there. Dervish changed a lot. Like, and I understand, like, when Dervish first came out, some of its stuff was really overpowered. They tweaked stuff. Everybody wanted to keep the avatars up 100% of the time. So they made modifications so that way they could do that, but that kind of necessitated making them a little bit weaker, but they're also overpowered in PvP. Like, Dervish and Paragon were both overpowered when Nightfall came out, which, in my opinion, was good. Like, let's be clear here. or at least better than the situation with factions. When factions came out, in my opinion, both assassins and ritualists were underpowered. They were weak relative to the other professions with factions. In Nightfall, by contrast, when that came out, Dervish and Paragon were both strong in relation to other professions. And that really helped when people were making a ton of them, because it was the new hotness. Like, if you release things underpowered, they might just never recover in popularity. Yeah, if they don't get overbuffed later on. Exactly. And like Assassin and Ritualist have both kind of received some of their buffs to kind of get there. We'll be talking about Assassin and Ritualist probably in not next week, but probably the week after, is my expectation. So just while I'm thinking about it, my plans are like next week talk about Elementalist and Ranger, and maybe cover PvE only skills. We'll see kind of with time, but I think I can probably talk about the PvE only skills as well. Like after one of the professions. Probably after Ranger, because Elementalist is probably going to be long like the Necromancer again, if I had to guess. But we'll find out. And then I think Assassin and Rituals are, because they're both smaller than the core professions, because they had fewer games, but they had more than these ones. They might be able to fit into a day. We'll see. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where, like, when everybody's making it, you kind of want them to be stronger, so that way everybody's first impression of your campaign and of your game is better. Because again, the Dervish and Paragon were the new hotness. But yeah, there have been a lot of just tweaks and stuff to Dervish over time, and overall, I'm fairly happy with where they got it. Fairly happy. But there's a number of things that I'm really annoyed about that I frankly would want changed. And so we'll talk about some of those. But a lot of these initial things, like, I'm fairly happy with. Armor of Sanctity. I think that this is a fine skill. This is a cool defensive option. I like it as part of the, like, maintain sort of thing. And the fact that it's an Earth Prayers means that you can use it on other professions. Like, you can put this on an assassin to make them tankier. You can put this on a caster to defend them in the backline. I think that's really cool. Armor of Sanctity, I think, is a fine skill. Aura of Thorns, all nearby foes begin bleeding for a bit, and then it doesn't do anything, and then when it ends, all nearby foes are crippled. This is Teardown fuel. I will say, I think as Teardown fuel goes, this one could probably be closer to like 5 seconds in recharge, 4 or 5 seconds in recharge. So for me personally, I feel like you need a few Teardown skills that are very aggressive. And Aura of Thorns to me feels like one that could be that. I don't know if that's too strong or not, but the thing is, the Dervish has so many ways of inflicting crippled anyway that I think making Aura of Thorns have easy cripple like that would probably be good. And like I said, you need quick recharging stuff in order to fuel the Teardown skills that you have. And I think Aura of Thorns is a really good one to choose for that. It's also 5 energy, which is of benefit. I actually like Conviction kind of more or less where it's at as well. For 10 seconds, you get armor if you have a condition, and you gain health regen for each condition you're suffering from. And then when it ends, you're cured of some conditions. I think that's actually a really cool place to have it. This is a way of dealing with conditions. I could see dropping this down to like 6 and 6. So 6 recharge, 6 duration. Just to be able to get the cure happening a little bit more often, but I don't think it needs it. I'm actually fairly happy with where this skill is as well. The biggest problem that I have is I tend to want to go towards Teardown directions because of how many things reward you for it. Rather than going towards maintain directions. I also tend to lean towards wind prayers a bit because if I'm going for a more maintained direction, this tends to be where the elites that I want to use are. Onslaught, Gren's Grasp, and Zealous Vow all have like directions that I want to go with them. And so because none of the avatars are maintain focused, I kind of run into that as an issue. So that just basically means that like Conviction, what am I running it with Vow Strength or Ebon Dust Aura? That's kind of like I'm certainly not running, because again, Scythe Mastery, Teardown. all Teardown reward. This is, you can't cast spells. Like, this is a very specific build. This is a hot pile of garbage. So it's like, there's not a whole lot of stuff to do with Earth Prayer's maintained enchantments. This is the big problem that I have with Earth Prayers, right? Like, it has a couple of really powerful, like, maintain options. Mirage Cloak, Mystic Regeneration, Armor of Sanctity, Veil of Thorns, Conviction. These are all really good maintain options. Like, you want to keep this enchantment on you. The problem is the only elites that you then are, like, because the good maintain elites are over here in Wind Prayers, right? It's Gren's Grasp, Onslaught in particular, and Zealous Vow. And the fact that these are all over here in Wind Prayers means that I don't want to use Earth Prayers a lot with where I'm maintaining enchantments. And so, like, things like Conviction, things like Armor of Sanctity, things like Mirage Cloak and Veil of Thorns, I don't tend to want to run those as much, just because of the way that things kind of balance out in terms of, like, Teardown versus non-Teardown. Because, again, you can absolutely... yeah, you could use it without points of mysticism. Yeah, you can absolutely, like, run stuff that, like, a combination of Teardown and maintain, but it becomes way more complicated to actually play and manage your bar. And I don't think the reward for it quite scales with the difficulty. So, yeah, that's just kind of where I'm sitting on kind of that stuff. So that way people are kind of, like, aware of some of that thinking. Yeah, Original Arcane Zeal, you could use it with no investment in mysticism. I forget exactly what the value was. Was it scaling the energy gain by enchantments on you instead of having sort of the cap? I could actually look it up. I remember I read it at one point. Arcane Zeal skill history. So original for 10 seconds. Oh yeah, the maximum was started at 5. Yeah, so you could absolutely use it on non-dervishes. Anyway, Dustcloak, I think this one's fine. This plays well into the Teardown mechanics. Blind is strong enough that... And again, Mysticism... Actually, I should talk about the primary attribute. I didn't talk about it. So Mysticism originally, like, gave you some stuff... Oh, do they actually have... This is actually really important. Mysticism has changed in functionality as well. Mysticism... Do they have the history of mysticism here? The Dervish of the Mystic Blessing increases mysticism by 1, even if your character's primary profession is not Dervish. That's interesting. Let's just go to the history here. Yeah, so it used to be whenever an enchantment on you ends, you gain 1 health for each rank of mysticism and 1 energy for every rank of mysticism. Oh. It's not for every rank, it's for, like, every few ranks. So, yeah, I think it was for, like, every 3 ranks of mysticism you'd gain an energy when an enchantment on you ended. So it used to be something where, from what I can tell anyway, with the way that this is set up, it only triggers when a Dervish enchantment ends. So, like, when a Dervish enchantment ended on you, it would give you some health and energy, which is a very different sort of effect than what they went with now. That plays much more heavily into Teardown mechanics. What it is now is it's just expertise for... and obviously we haven't talked about the Ranger yet, so that's a terrible reference, but it's just expertise for Dervish enchantments, so it makes them 4% cheaper per rank. And then in PvE, you get a point of armor for per rank of mysticism while you're enchanted. So basically... it makes your enchantments, your Dervish enchantments cheaper, and around 12 mysticism, you're getting a 48% cost reduction, which is approximately half the costs. So, like, your Aura of Thorns goes down to, like, 3 energy, probably. Your Dust Cloak goes down to like 10. Actually, there's a chart on the wiki. So let's see. Base cost of 5 goes down to 3 at starting at 8 mysticism. At 13, it goes down to 2. Base cost of 10 goes down to 6 at 9 investment, and at 12 investment, it goes down to 5. 15 goes down to... it goes down pretty regularly, as you would expect. At 10, it's down to 9. At 11, it's down to 8. I don't think there's any that are that expensive, though. Are there? There might be a couple Dervish enchantments, but I think the only one that kind of comes to mind immediately is Eternal Aura, which is a PvE only skill. So, but the basic point is, like, you're probably rocking about 12 mysticism, which is giving you a roughly blessed armor inbuilt, or an inbuilt blessed insignia. So dervishes can be surprisingly tanky. They're probably, it's better to think of them as like base 80 armor while they're enchanted, because you usually want mysticism, and then also this will be more like 5 energy, not 10. So just important to keep that in mind. But yeah, so yeah, you mostly run 12 to 14. Yeah, I kind of feel like I usually will run like I think. Well, I mean, my character right now is a complete absolute mess, but I currently have 12 mysticism and 14 scythe mastery. So if I was going for like wind prayers, I'd probably do a split like this: 14, 11, 12. So I would have the 12 mysticism to get down to 5 energy on my 10 energy skills. I think it was in the... Yeah. So a lot of the time they're going to be noticeably cheaper than this. But anyway, so Dust Cloak does some AoE damage. Nearby is a pretty big range, so nearby for the damage and the blind is pretty good. 6-second recharge, so it's easy to use it pretty regularly. Ebon Dust Aura. I want the old Ebon Dust Aura back for PvE. I don't even care. So, okay, so Ebon Dust Aura is, right now, is 10 energy with 20-second recharge. It's a flash enchantment, it's an elite. And when you cast it, all nearby foes are blinded for a bit. And then if you're wielding an earth weapon, your melee attacks deal plus earth damage. And then when it ends, you're cured of blindness. It's basically Conjure Earth. People make that reference all the time for good reason, because that's what it is. Of course, there is not a Conjure Earth. We'll talk about Elementalist when we get to Elementalist, obviously. But yeah, I like effects that needed elemental damage as well. I think that's really cool. So Ebon Dust Aura. I'm just going to go look up the skill history so that way I can give it to you properly. I have a ranger that has an Ebon Bow for a reason, though. So original Ebon Dust Aura was 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 20-second recharge. For 30 seconds, if you're wielding an earth weapon, your attack skills also cause blindness for several seconds. Like 4, 9, 10 is the sort of dots in the wiki description. They quickly decided that they needed to make the duration scale with Earth Prayers, because it turns out you did not need to invest in Earth Prayers to get really good effects off of it. And they also increased energy cost to 10. And then they decided maybe 3 years later, so that was February 1st, 2007, that they did those slight nerfs. In January 2010, they changed it to an elite enchantment spell that more or less has this effect that we have now. If you're wielding earth weapon, your melee attacks also... if you're wielding an earth weapon, your melee attack skills also cause blindness. And then they changed it to the flash enchantment in 2011 that we now know and love. Sort of, except they then nerfed it further. Apparently that was too good. So when you cast this enchantment, all nearby foes are blinded. They decreased the damage, but they increased the recharge and the duration. So, I liked the version that you could use your bow and friggin' volley people and mass blind things with an Ebon Bow. I actually have an Ebon Bow on a ranger because I liked doing that with that ranger. I want that old version back. That was just like, I mean, it doesn't need to be quite as ridiculous as it can be the second one. That's 10 energy, and the duration scales with the, like, okay, so I think this would be, like, fair. 10 energy, core second cast time, 20-second recharge, duration scales with Earth Prayers, blind lasts for 3 seconds. Like, while you're wielding or whenever you deal Earth damage with an attack skill, the foe is blinded for 3 seconds. Like, I think that's where I'd start with Ebon Dust Aura. I don't like this Conjure Earth thing. I don't like the restriction to melee attacks either. The Conjures do not care what range your attack is at. This is just... I understand. For PvP, it is ridiculous to have a ranger sit there and friggin' blind... just be a blind bot. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. You don't want that. That's not mechanically what you want to have happening. But it was so cool in PvE, and I would like that back. I would like that back very much. So I would try that. Do I think that would disrupt the metagame? No, not really. Because you know what? Ineptitude or Blinding Surge. Those are both probably better ways of mass blinding people than a friggin' volley ranger. But you know what? I want my friggin' cold shot volley ranger back that, like, can blind at a distance, because that's cool. So that's my rant about Ebon Dust Aura. Thank you for attending this section of my talk today. I will continue on with Fleeting Stability in a moment, but just want to say, like, that's where I'd want to go with Ebon Dust Aura, because I thought that was really cool, and I want that back. I would, in an ideal world, I would want Dervish to also have stuff that triggered off of fire and lightning damage. I'm not quite sure what, but I think that would be really cool. Or maybe something in Mysticism that triggered off of holy damage. Whenever you deal holy damage with an attack, it does a thing. That could be neat as well. But anyway, we will get there. It just, the idea of, like, caring about dealing specific elemental types with weapons with attack skills is something that I really, really like, and I would like to play around in that territory more. A lot of skills and nurse prayers you could rant about, eh? Fleeting Stability is one that I'm overall happy with. I think this is a cool idea, a run speed buff that prevents a knockdown. It could probably stand to last, like, 8 seconds with an 8-second recharge, though, if you ask me. At 12 Earth Prayers, like, there's no reason for it not to, in my opinion. I don't know why it's only 5 seconds, but I like having some cheaper run speed buffs like this. Yeah, because it used to be, like, you cannot be knocked down, and anytime it prevents a knockdown, you lose a Dervish enchantment or it ends, right? Something like that. I think this is a cool sort of way of doing a run speed buff with this current implementation, though. For like 20 seconds, yeah, it was... Again, Dervish had a lot of really powerful stuff. I mean, let's look up Fleeting Stability, skill history. Because, of course, it has a skill history. So, original for, 5, 17, 20 seconds. You cannot be knocked down. If this enchantment lasts its full duration, you are knocked down. Oh, that is absolute bonkersness. And then they were like, you know what? We're going to increase its duration to 5, 21, 25 seconds. Yeah, and then they changed it to the version that we know now. That was Nightfall release. And then 2011, they changed it to the version that we know now. And then they decreased the duration for some reason a little bit in March. I don't know why. That is insane for runners. But yeah, so I like this sort of iteration of it, but I frankly I don't see a reason why you can't have it be up a little bit more often in PvE. Obviously, I'm not talking about PvP balance. Mirage Cloak, I personally think this is fine where it's at. It's annoying as heck on the Titans. Excuse me, I got hiccups going. It's really, really annoying on Madness Titans, but Mirage Cloak otherwise is like, I think this is... I'm fine with this skill. This is one of those situations where what I want is I want more effective ways of punishing somebody for spamming enchantments or getting enchanted a bunch in like Necromancer and Mesmer rather than like nerfing the enchantment, if that makes sense. Mystic Regen, I think this skill does some great stuff. I have no particular thoughts about this one in terms of like feeling like it should change or anything. Very useful for farming and other sorts of things. Part of that sort of maintain tradition. Though that's a little bit tricky to do to some extent. Mystic Sandstorm. So this is a weird sort of PB AoE. I think it's an interesting idea. It's overkill most of the time if you're not using a specific farm build. Yeah, Mystic Regen certainly is, but it's really nice for being able to give you... like, so that maximum 8, by the way, is maximum of 8 enchantments that'll count. It's not maximum of 8 pips of health regen. For anybody who is wondering, you can get up to 24 pips of health regeneration if you have 8 enchantments on you with 12 Earth Prayers. Okay, so Mystic Sandstorm, yeah, so this is kind of an interesting one. It does function... Original Sandstorm was a funny spike skill. Oh yeah, wasn't it like based on the number of enchantments on you or something? Yeah, you're making me look up all these skill histories because of... not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but just observing. Lose all enchantments. For each enchantment removed in this way, all nearby foes are struck for earth damage, maximum 130. 10 energy, 3/4 second cast time, 8 second recharge. Actually, one of the things that I really like about Mystic Sandstorm and Mystic Twister is the fact that they're adrenaline spells. I think that's really, really cool. I wouldn't mind more adrenaline skills, frankly, but I don't know what I'd necessarily... or adrenaline spells. I don't know what I'd necessarily change to make into adrenaline spells, but I think that's a really cool feature when they added... because originally Dervish did not have adrenaline. They added it to it at some point. Every second skill Dervish was changed. Yeah, I know, it's not your fault. It is ArenaNet not knowing what the heck to do with Dervish and completely overhauling it. And overall, I'm happy with where they ended up with it. I think, like, while I wouldn't change Mysticism now, necessarily, I feel like it's overall fine where it's at. I would, like... I would want to try to consider, like, if I were doing things fresh, I would want to try to consider some different options for what Mysticism could be. If that makes sense. Like, it's one of those things where, like, my approach to some of this stuff would be very different if I was starting at the beginning and, like, conceptualizing the class from the start versus working with what we have now. Like, I don't necessarily feel like there's a whole lot that I'd want to change about Mystic Sandstorm either, to be quite frank. It's just make it more reasonable to run... enchantment maintain bars with Earth Prayers. That's really all I want. Pious Concentration. So, for a period, you cannot be interrupted, but each time you would have been interrupted, you lose a Dervish enchantment or Pious Concentration ends. This is actually a really good anti-interrupt skill, and an anti-interrupt stance. This is weird, though. I don't really have much use for this. It's the sort of thing that, like... because it will stop the next time you'd be interrupted. It's just, if you don't have a Dervish enchantment, it will end. So it's like... this is actually a useful point of comparison. If I go grab a Mesmer, and we go to Inspiration Magic here... Mantra of Concentration. Right here. See, this is a 30-second recharge at 5 energy. This is... like... functionally Pious Concentration, except less energy but a longer recharge, because like this will do the same thing. Like, it's a stance, you cannot be interrupted, And the next time you're interrupted, you lose a Dervish enchantment or it ends. So if you don't have a Dervish enchantment, it just ends. It just has 10-second recharge. So it's like, oh, that's just Mantra of Concentration, except with a much shorter recharge and the ability to keep going. I personally don't really have much of a cause to use this. I would want this to be something like, I don't know. When would this be? You know, this would probably be really nice in areas where there's just a ton of clumsiness spam with Pious Renewal, now that I think about it. I'll have to consider that. But that's a completely different matter. Like, if I were in charge of changing this, or like if I could be like modifying things, would I want this to be something different? I feel like I would want this to be something different, something that I'd want to actually use. Maybe I'm undervaluing the utility of this effect. And that could absolutely be the case. Let's see. I mean, concentration is usually an interrupt effect anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly the thing. Like, if you're using it with Teardown, then it could tear down a skill before you so like sometimes it's just Mantra of Concentration with slight variation. Otherwise it's like it's going to be ripping off enchantments you're trying to keep up, or it's going to be like tearing down enchantments and like messing up your use of teardowns. Like I agree with you, Fear. Like Pious Concentration is one of those skills that like doesn't really have a great spot for me. Because I feel like it's just clunky to try to use because of the way that it actually interacts with things. So I'm trying to think. The Pious skills usually care, like, let's see. Pious Renewal, Pious Assault. I feel like Pious skills, not that there's a ton of them. Pious Haste, like Pious Fury, I feel like they usually deal with teardown type scenarios. I think if this is something where it was like you cannot be interrupted. I feel like if this was a preemptive teardown skill, you know what I mean? Like rather than like responsive teardown. Frankly, I could see it being something where like do what these two do, right? Give it kind of a shorter duration and then extend the duration, like have it tear down, and if you tear down, extend the duration. So like for 5 seconds you cannot be interrupted, which is, you know, not good for a ton, but like if you tear down an enchantment, if you tear down, like, and you lose a Dervish enchantment, if a Dervish enchantment was, you know, whatever the line here is, you remove one Dervish enchantment, and for 5 seconds you cannot be interrupted. If an enchantment is removed, this lasts double duration or something like that. Yeah, the stance lasts twice as long, like if an enchantment was removed. I would basically model it after Pious Fury, and just have Pious Concentration just be, you can't be interrupted, but it only lasts for a very brief window. Or something along those lines, right? Yeah, I would try it. I would try it basically as Pious Fury, except for can't be interrupted instead of increase attack speed, and just start there and see how that feels. And then, depending upon the results of that, I would consider where I'd move it. Sand Shards, I would want to change this from the next 4 times you hit with a scythe, all other adjacent foes take 50 earth damage, to the next 4 times you hit in melee, all other adjacent foes take 50 earth damage. That's what I want to do with sand shards. I would want it to be able to work with other melee weapons. Let me use this with daggers. Not the ridiculous broken BS of like you failed to hit, so we're suddenly making you allowing you to insta-gib things with exhausting assault that existed for a brief window. That was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if you remember that, Fear, but that'd be used with 100 blades instantly. I mean, yeah, for sure. Well, hit with a melee attack, not like trigger damage, not physical damage, but yeah. Stagger or Shield of Force. I think this is a pretty reasonable skill. All adjacent attacking foes are knocked down and suffer from weakness for 17 seconds. I think this is actually pretty cool. I'll be blunt. I would want to try this at 5 energy. So that way it's a bit more palatable to use on casters and stuff. Because this is a really cool, like, defensive option. I don't know why it says the next one attack against you as well instead of the next attack against you, but whatever. But yeah, I would absolutely... It is on 5e with mysticism, but the thing is I want to be able to use it on, like, a monk or a mesmer or something more easily, and 10 energy is quite a bit there. So I would try it and see if it feels like it's being overpowered at 5e, but yeah. Signet of Pious Light. This is a really cool skill that I just forget about existing because I don't go into Earth Prayers for Teardown. Because Earth Prayers is... like, if I'm doing Teardown where I am using, like, Pious Renewal, which is when I'd be most interested in doing this. I mean, I do go into Earth Prayers for Dust Cloak and Staggering Force, but for some reason, I just don't think about Signet of Pious Light as often as I should. So, I think the skill is actually kind of fine where it is. I think. I just need to play with it more to have a feel for it, but it seems fine. Like, this can have a 75% faster is a 5-second recharge, so if you're getting a 5-second recharge on another ally heal like this, that seems pretty sweet. And that seems like there's options in which that would be useful. You know what I mean? I don't know, I just don't ever think about using it on my Pious Renewal bars, so I'd probably tend to use it more here, but 118 health is still a pretty solid heal. Staggering Force, I think this one's also fine. It's AoE cracked armor. Yeah, that's the problem that I have with Signet of Pious Light too. Like, whenever I look at it, I'm like, oh, this is fine. But then I, like, am never running Earth Prayers with some sort of Teardown bar, so I never... I mean, that's not entirely true. I think this would actually be most exciting if I'm doing an Avatar of Lissabar with Dust Cloak and Staggering Force. You know what I mean? But I think it could work nicely with Pious Renewal as well. I just blank on its existence. Is the main issue is I just don't look at Earth Prayers very much outside of Staggering Force and Dust Cloak for, like, specific Teardown things, or like Veil of Thorns, Mystic. Like, there's a couple of these skills that I look at, and I just completely forget about this one somehow every single time. Like, I think this is a skill that's actually fine. I don't feel like I'd want to change anything about it. But I just forget about its existence, and that's the problem with it. Is like, I forget it exists. Staggering Force, like I said, I think this one's fine. I put this in the same category as Dust Cloak. This is a really good feeder for Teardown stuff. So there's some useful Teardown things here. It's just there's a bunch of, like, stuff that wants you to maintain, and it's just not a whole lot of elites to do with it. Veil of Thorns. Yeah, when you cast this, all nearby foes are struck, and then you take less damage from spells. I don't know. I feel like this one's fine, but I don't know. What's your experience, Fear? Do you feel like... Because, like, when I look at Veil of Thorns, I'm like, oh, this is a nice way of reducing damage from spells, but... which is kind of a nice effect. I could see... instead of doing this sort of piercing and spell damage reduction... Actually, now I'm really curious. Hang on, I need to check something. Veil of Thorns. No, there's no E in Thorns. Skill history. Yeah, okay, this is odd. Whenever you're hit by an attack, your attacker is crippled. That's what original Veil of Thorns was. You could maintain it, but... That is a huge difference. I feel like Veil of Thorns is one of those in bar space when you try to keep enchants up, so you don't really know what you would replace to use it. Yeah, for sure. I feel like Veil of Thorns could also be an anti-melee skill that I'd be interested in trying out instead of this weird anti-spell skill. I kind of like the idea of instead of like when you cast this enchantment, all nearby foes are struck for some piercing damage. I kind of like it being something that you can kind of keep up, and whenever you're you take less damage from melee attacks. I'm not quite sure how much. Actually, how's this for an odd effect? Like you have so whenever you're attacked in melee, your attacker takes like 20, 30 piercing damage, something in there. And you have a 25% chance to block melee attacks. Whenever you do, your attacker begins bleeding for a bit. I don't know if that's good or not, but something that, like, regardless of whether or not it blocks, it always deals damage to them. And if it does block, it also inflicts bleeding with a small block chance. Something like that seems kind of interesting. I would probably want to make it a little bit cheaper, possibly. I'm not sure. I have no idea where the energy cost would need to be on that. But that's kind of an interesting direction to me as well. Rather than this very weird anti-spell skill. To be clear, I don't mind the anti-spell skill direction that it is as well. I have no particular, like, strong sense either way. I just feel like the anti-melee attacker thing has some potential to be useful in other ways, so I don't know. Yeah, like this current iteration like does reduce the damage that you take. Like it helps you take less damage from mesmer stuff too, because it's just raw percentage damage reduction. It's one of those skills that, like, I look at and I'm like, okay, I could see using this on some sort of, but like this goes back to the fundamental problem of I don't really have a maintained enchantment bar that I want to do with Earth Prayers. Like, as Ebon Dust Aura currently is, I have extremely minimal interest in it. Vow of Strength is cool, but it's like a specific thing. And like, I wouldn't change anything about Vow of Strength, by the way. I think it's fine as is. Whenever you attack a foe with your scythe, you deal additional slashing damage to all adjacent foes. I would want to leave that because I know it's a really important part of like a lot of farming bars and stuff like that. I wouldn't want to necessarily change that. But like, yeah, like Veil of Thorns, like it was originally designed to punish physical attackers by crippling them, right? I mean, I just like the idea of like maybe just raw giving you plus armor or raw damage reduction or something like that, and then like a chance to deal some piercing damage and deal piercing damage and inflict bleeding for a few seconds on melee attackers. Things like that. Something like that feels like it could be, because like I'm picturing somebody like with thorns around them. Those thorns are absorbing some of the damage that's being done to them, right? And like, it's sometimes when you try to attack them, you get hit by thorns and you take some damage and a little bit of bleeding. Not a lot, but a little bit. Like that's kind of the picture that this brings to mind, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I could also see this. I mean, it's similar to Aura of Thorns, right? Like, I think Aura of Thorns originally had the conditions in the other direction. But like I could absolutely see a world where like Aura of Thorns functions quite differently and is like inflicts crippled on when you use it, and your attack skills inflict bleeding or things like that or whatever. This could also just be a really neat like area effect that like it creates an area that enemies that move through the area are crippled and suffer from bleeding and take like 5 piercing damage or 15 piercing damage per second or whatever while they're moving through it. Something like that could be really interesting. Kind of like a Ward of Thorns almost, or like a weak lava or something. Like that could be a really cool. I actually kind of like that of like create area control is a nice concept. Yeah, I agree that more classes have access to. Yeah, I kind of like Veil of Thorns being like create a Veil of Thorns at your current location. Enemies that move into this area, like while like enemies that are moving in this area take crippled, bleeding, and some piercing damage, and like have it last for like 10 seconds or something. I'm not sure exactly what the duration should be. That's the sort of thing where it's like you start off at 10 seconds. Does this feel too long, too low? You know, you kind of scale around there. I feel like I would have a static duration and then have the effectiveness of the effect be what scales with the attribute, though. At least to start. So, like... or it could be like... like 7 seconds of bleeding and like 3 seconds of crippled while they're moving in it. And then they take some... like... scale up the piercing damage up to like a decent amount. So it's like you just create an area, and when enemies walk into it, they have a hard time moving around. That to me sounds like a really interesting direction to go with Veil of Thorns. And I'd be happy to give that a try. It kind of doesn't fit into the Dervish paradigm 100%, but I feel like it's an interesting place to kind of start and try to think about. And it also like is a really interesting thing to kind of play with in like on other backliners of like, oh yeah, I'm using Veil of Thorns because this helps me protect my backline on like a Paragon or a Ritualist or something. Like imagine putting that on your spirits, and enemies that are walking your spirits are taking damage and things like that. It plays in a very similar place to Ranger Traps, but I think that's kind of a cool like alternate direction to go. It doesn't really play with the Dervish's main mechanics, but I think that's okay on some skills. I mean, you could make it a Teardown that like lasts longer if you tore down a skill or something like that. But Vital Boon, I don't know about you, Fear. I don't ever use this. A little bit of maximum health. Like, this is sort of the self-heal, right? This is the Teardown self-heal skill of Dervish Land. You know what would make me use this? If you replaced you with target ally. I would consider using this if I could cast it on an ally. Target ally, for 20 seconds, target ally has plus 88 maximum health. When this enchantment ends, they are healed for 175 health. Like, that starts to become interesting to me. I'm not 100% sure what I think about that, but I would at least start there and see, like, okay, what if I play around with the duration a little bit? Like, maybe 10 seconds. For 10 seconds, target ally has plus 88 maximum health, and when this enchantment ends, they're healed for 170. That ally is healed for 175 health. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to heal yourself that Dervish has, right? Like, friggin' Victorious Sweep is a really solid way of healing yourself. Mystic Vigor heals yourself. You can target yourself with Signet of Pious Light. You can heal yourself with Mystic Regen. You can heal yourself with Pious Restoration or Natural Healing. Mystic Healing technically can heal yourself. Dwayne's Touch heals yourself. Like, as a Dervish, you have so many ways of healing yourself. And so, like, this is not... Like, this is the Teardown self-heal in terms of, like, the enchantment that you put on yourself and then tear down to heal yourself. Like, it's a... it feels like the sort of thing that's fitting into the same sort of Yeah, like it's just not a great option. Dervish is the sort of profession that has a lot of like basic sort of things. If this was something though that I could target my allies with and give them a little bit of additional durability, and then they get an incidental heal when it ends, that might be more interesting to me. Like I said, I would start by trying the target ally thing, see how that feels. If it's something where I'm like, no, this actually is kind of still lame. Have some sort of other thing that I try with it. I like the like targeting ally option though. Where it can help heal allies and stuff. Allies healed every time a Dervish enchantment on you ends is removed. I mean, that's just Avatar of... Man, these all look the same. Avatar of Dwayna. Right. Whenever you lose a Dervish enchantment, all allies near shot are healed for 38 health. I don't necessarily mind stapling that to, like, Vital Boon, but... I mean, this would even be more interesting if you just got rid of the end clause and had it be for... yeah, it'd be the single ally version. Like... It would be more interesting to me if it was you gain plus X maximum health for each enchantment on you. Like, that would be... Heck, you know what? Just get rid of the whole when this enchantment ends, you are healed clause, and just make it friggin' enchantment symbiosis. Like, target ally for 20 seconds, whatever. Target ally has plus X health for each enchantment on them. That would be interesting to me. That'd be more interesting to me than this. Maximum health isn't great for reasons of Prot Spirit and Shelter being amazing. But, like, what if you could actually play with it? That sounds like something fun to try. So I kind of like that idea. I don't know. There's a couple of things there that I think would be worth experimenting around with. But regardless, the idea of being able to enchant allies with it is, I think, the thing that most appeals to me. Vow of Strength is, like I said, fine. I would not do anything to it. Arcane Zeal. I mean, this is such a mysticism name. Yeah, it used to just raw increase your damage. I remember that. It feels like it's such an important part of some like farm builds and other things and speed clears. I don't necessarily want to change it because I feel like that would upset a lot of players, and I don't really have a reason to change it. Again, if I were having the option. Arcane Zeal I would absolutely want to change. I'm not quite sure to what just yet. I feel like... So the first thing that I feel like... it's even used on enchant upkeep bars. It's nice. I'm assuming you're talking about Vow. Yeah, Vow of Strength. I feel like I would want Arcane Zeal to be... some sort of effect that could be moved into Earth Prayers, just that way Earth Prayers also has 3 elites. And something that, like, better rewards maintaining enchantments rather than teardown mechanics. It is, yeah. It really is. It's so awkward to try to make good use of, is the thing. And like doing anything useful with Arcane Zeal is just really, really, really hard with the way it currently works. So like the first idea that kind of come to my mind are things like an Aura of the Juggernaut type skill, like you and allies near you have +1 energy regeneration, right? That's kind of an interesting effect in Earth Prayers. I don't know. Again, I would want to theoretically move to Earth Prayers. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but I theoretically want to do it because I feel like Earth Prayers is short and elite, and Mysticism has a ton of elites, and Arcane Zeal is the one that I feel like most reasonably moves to there. Most reasonably moves to Earth Prayers, so that's why I'd want to do that. If that wasn't entirely clear what my thinking was for wanting to move it. I know it does sound so mysticism-y. I don't like. I have to agree with that. I mean, how playable would this be as basically Aura of the Juggernaut, even in mysticism? Like if it was. Oh, you know what would also be interesting? If it was a bit more attack-oriented. I think actually the thing that I like most as an idea is making friggin' some of these things not Teardown. All of the avatars being Teardown-oriented is really, really skewy with, because they weren't originally. Anyway. So what if... Because then I kind of want to play an Onslaught territory, which is also a problem. Huh. I definitely want this to be something that rewards you for having enchantments on you like it currently does. I just would want it to be a lot more playable. I agree. Like, I have made a handful of Elementalist bars with it where it's like marginally useful, and the best one I think was the build for every elite one that uses water magics, vast quantity of enchantments to work well with it, but like... Arcane Zeal. Definitely Zeal makes me think of energy gain with the way that that tends to work in this. Or Mighty Zeal, for example, is an energy gain skill. But Arcane Zeal. How about something like energy cost doesn't matter with this effect. For 10 seconds, you and allies nearby, I don't quite know what the AoE should be, but nearby, have +1 energy regeneration, maybe getting it up to like +2 with like 14 mysticism or something. So starting at +0 and then going up to +1 at like 4 mysticism, and then like +2 at like 13 or 14 mysticism, and then it renews whenever you cast a spell. That to me sounds like a really interesting like party energy management elite that like has this really odd spot that it kind of plays in, because if you're in your backline, you're actually giving energy to your healers. Obviously, you're giving energy to yourself as well, but you're giving energy to your backline. But like, you could be giving energy to your front line too if you're up front and stuff like that. Like your assassins could start getting energy if they're next to you. Just leave it in mysticism because that's where it sounds like it belongs. And then it's just something that you can keep up by casting spells. That sounds to me, that sounds like an interesting elite enchantment spell to me. Yeah, I agree. It sounds better than the current version. I would try that. I would try that and see if that, how that plays. The idea of the auto renewal on cast is something that I kind of like for that too. So I don't know. or a slicer is fine. If you're enchanted, you also inflict cracked armor is cool. This works with, it's a melee attack, works with any weapon. To go completely off the rails here, Zeal makes you think of Zealots, which makes you think of Berserkers for some weird reason. Maybe it gives you energy ticks and then increase your damage the lower energy you have. I mean, that's also an interesting idea of like, you have like plus energy regeneration, but and you deal increased damage for lower energy. That could be a direction you could go. I feel like that would be really good with daggers. The main issue that I have with that sort of direction is its similarity to both Vow of Revolution and Zealous Vow. But maybe. I mean, it's worth trying a lot of different things to kind of see like what actually feels good. I definitely also think of like Zeal and Zealots and like My Life for Ire and things like that. Yeah, I agree. Ore Slicer is one of those skills I feel like is fine. It's the fact that it can inflict cracked armor is what makes me like it okay. Okay, so this is where I would start wanting to change things. Again, with the avatars. I feel like some of these avatars are fine. Avatar of Duena I really like, and I don't feel like it needs to change anything. And Avatar of Lissa I feel a similar way about. I don't feel like I would want to change anything with Avatar of Lissa. It does a really cool thing. It interacts with Dervish enchantments in a really neat way. Those ones I think are really cool. Avatar of Balthazar, though, what I would want to do here is get rid of this stupid and whenever you lose a Dervish enchantment, nearby foes are set on fire clause, and have it and change it so that way your attack skill set foes on fire. And just don't care about Dervish enchantments here. You gain plus 20 armor against physical damage. You gain adrenaline 25% faster. Your attack deal holy damage. And whenever you hit a foe with an attack skill, that foe is set on fire for, 3 seconds or whatever. When you, my mysticism is low. I should be bumping my mysticism up. But whenever you hit a foe with an attack skill, any attack skill, that foe is set on fire for 3 seconds. Like, it's not AoE anymore or whatever, but like, there's plenty of ways to deal burning damage with, or to set things on fire in an AoE if you want to. That would mean it would no longer be Teardown. It'd give it versatility. It just sidesteps like the whole Teardown maintain enchantment. Exactly. That's my problem. Is like, I don't mind some of these guys being Teardown. And frankly, Avatar of Duena is really cool. The Teardown trigger is a nice heal for your party, and it triggers off of Dervish attack skills to make you lose hexes. I think that's really cool, and I don't feel like anything needs to change about Avatar of Duena. If I change anything, it would just be, instead of Dervish attack skills, it would just be whenever you use an attack skill, you lose a hex. Right? But I don't feel like it needs that. Avatar of Lissa's Dervish enchantments recharge faster, and whenever you lose a Dervish enchantment, steal energy from nearby foes. Those synergize really well, and I think this one's really cool. But the other ones, I don't feel like having the Teardown effect on them is worthwhile. So, like, Avatar of Balthazar, I like just making it, hey, your attack skills set things on fire. That's cool, right? Avatar of Grenth's main strength is in the stealing health. You're immune to disease is fine. Frankly, I would consider changing this to from inflict disease on all adjacent foes for 3 seconds whenever you lose your Dervish enchantment to inflict disease on adjacent foes whenever you cast a spell. And just kind of switch it to that trigger. Like, why not? Or another potential option is your scythe attacks deal dark damage and steal 10 health. And whenever you deal cold damage to an enemy, steal 10 health from them. That would be another interesting direction. Obviously, it doesn't synergize well with the attack, but you could potentially do stuff with that. I think I like the idea of you're immune to disease and you inflict disease on adjacent foes whenever you cast a spell better. I think that's an interesting direction, and that's an idea that I'd like to try as well. Avatar of Lissa, I think, is cool. Avatar of Melandriu makes you really tanky. Whenever you lose the Dervish enchantment, all party members in earshot lose the one condition. Okay. I would want to change this one as well. something like what I really kind of like as an idea with this one is like have the condition loss. I like the condition loss effect, but I would like a different trigger. What I kind of like as an idea for this is every like few seconds. This is probably too strong. I don't know. Is this too strong? Like every few seconds, allies in earshot lose a condition for each enchantment on you. I have no idea if that's too strong or not. I would try it. I would try that. I would like start with that. So like, say, I mean, it's basically Jin, you are not a monk. I'm basically talking about doing something that's like a spotless soul. So like, the original was you have plus 100 health, you are unaffected by conditions, and your attacks deal earth damage. Yeah, the main thing is being immune to conditions is really, 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 really strong. Having something that helps cleanse conditions off your party is really cool. I feel like I like the idea of having this be like either like stacks kind of get removed every few seconds for each enchantment on you. Like I want something that specifically rewards you for stacking enchantments on you, on yourself, and I feel like this would be the one that I'd probably go for with Avatar of Melandri, even though that's a little counterintuitive because usually Melandri is not enchantment themed, but whatever. I kind of like the idea of it stripping a condition off. The other option that I kind of like is allies in earshot just lose a condition every like X seconds. I'm not sure what X should be. And then that like the period between those losses is sped up based upon having enchantments on you. So like allies in earshot lose a condition every 10 seconds. That 10 seconds is reduced down to a minimum of 1 for each enchantment on you. Something like that could be interesting to try as well. I have no idea what exactly would be good there, and I'd want to like try it and test it. I don't know how that sounds to you at all, Fear. We're going long today, by the way. But I feel like those are things that I'd at least want to consider trying. I could also see making Avatar of Grenth the condition or the enchantment stacking one, and Avatar of Melandri not, and like trying to tweak things that way. But that's kind of how about simply turning the skill around? Allies lose a condition every time you cast an enchantment instead of tearing it down. I mean, that's also an option, and like that sounds reasonable as well. I don't know. There's a couple of different things there that I think would be worth playing around with, but like until you actually like play with them, you don't really know how they feel. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is definitely the most simple option. For sure. For sure. I like Balthazar's Rage as is. I find this to be a really useful skill, and I use it a lot. Setting things on fire is cool. Gaining adrenaline is cool. So this one's really cool. Banishing Strike I'm also fine with. Or Mighty Zeal I don't tend to use very much. There's two big reasons for it. The first is it's clunky because it has a cast time instead of being a flash enchantment. The second reason is because it's got kind of a longish recharge, so I don't tend to want to use it much. Does anyone use this skill? I have no idea. I cannot answer that question definitively. I do not have the data. I imagine somebody does use their Mighty Zeal. But like, I would start considering trying it if it were a flash enchantment. it only requires a few foes to be gaining 8 energy on use, and then another 8 on end. There's so many other energy management options, like Zealous Renewal and Radiant Scythe, which obviously I don't have any Scythe Mastery right now, so this is not looking great. But this gets up to 6 or 7. Or Mighty Zeal just feels really awkward. So I feel like if it had a shorter recharge time, but in Teardown, Pious Removal keeps your energy up just fine. Yeah. Pious Renewal is just so good for Teardown is the thing. I mean, if you really want to get me to use this skill, Meditation. Lose all adrenaline for 20 seconds. You gain 3 energy every time enchantment on you ends. Yeah. We'll talk about meditation, obviously. Or Mighty Zeal. I would consider using this if it was a non-elite Pious Renewal that just gained you energy for adjacent foes. But Flash, maybe 10-second recharge. Yeah, there's different things that, like, there's some simple stuff too that you could do that would get me to try it. If it was you gain 1 energy for each foe within earshot, and then the maximum was scaled, and it was on, I don't know. The thing is, like, you don't necessarily need, like, I would really love a skill that was a non-elite Pious Renewal sort of effect, but I don't know that you necessarily need one. Yeah, I feel like making a flash enchantment and giving it, yes, I agree. Like, I think the thing that would make this more interesting, make it a flash enchantment and then have it gain me an energy for each foe with an earshot, and then have the maximum scale up with mysticism and have it get to, like, a more reasonable value. Then it feels less bad. I mean, even just making it cap at 9 energy feels better, you know? Rather than 8. But it's like, I don't really feel like I need this for an energy management option for Dervish anyway. Let's see, what does this icon look like? Yeah, it's just a simple maths problem. This is a neat looking icon. Heck, you know what would be kind of cool? If it stole energy from nearby foes or something. That would be interesting, actually. Decrease the AoE size and make it, like, it has to have one positive side, and if it is the icon. Like, because Ermites attack, or Eremites? I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce that, but it's an AoE attack, right? It counts it. You deal plus damage and remove an enchantment. If an enchantment is removed, you do an additional damage and strike all adjacent foes. Like, it makes it AoE. So this feels like it wants to count nearby foes, or like foes in your general vicinity, trying to use language that's not, like, coded to be a specific AoE size. And then give you energy based on that. Like, that's what it kind of sounds like. You could also just go a completely different direction with the Zeal. Again, Zeal is kind of loaded in terms of what it means for Dervish to be based around energy. I mean, it's kind of got loaded into the game that way because of Zealous weapon prefix, but Like, you could have it be something that, like, gives you increased attack speed for adjacent foes or something. That would be kind of interesting. I just want this to feel like a skill that I actually want to put on my bar. And right now it is not. It decidedly is not. Maybe I'm underestimating how much energy it gives you. But with 3 foes, it gives you 16 energy. So that's -5 for applying it. So it's net 11. That's not terrible. Net 11 every 15 seconds. It's just like... The reason why I don't use it is because it feels really clunky because of the actual cast time. And I have so many other options for energy on a Dervish that, like, this sort of energy thing is just not terribly useful. So... I don't know. It doesn't even have to stay an enchantment spell. It could just be a spell. What if it was, like, 8 adrenaline, spell, deals holy damage to enemies near you or adjacent. I'm not quite sure what the AoE size would be, but deals a good chunk of holy damage, and then for each enemy damaged in this way, you gain you can gain an energy or something like that. I would certainly try something like that. A PB AoE adrenaline skill. Like, that would be interesting. That would be worth trying. I kind of like that idea of a direction. Okay, moving along. Extend enchantments. This is a weird, quirky skill that's useful for some stuff, like maintaining Vow of Strength. Or extending the length of Vow of Silence if you want. I don't see... Ooh, that's kind of a cool, broader view. I don't see a reason to really change extend enchantments. If I did change this, I would change it to no longer just read Dervish enchantment, but just your next enchantment lasts longer, just to see what sort of interesting things people could do if they could extend the duration of non-Dervish enchantments by 20 seconds. I don't know. It would be interesting. Faithful Intervention. This is one of those skills... Yeah, exactly. It has a niche, but it's good for its niche. Faithful Intervention is one of those skills I never use, and it's really nice when the Marganite Reapers use it, so I can interrupt it because it has a 2-second cast time. This reminds me a lot of what is that? Illusion of Weakness. This reminds me a lot of Illusion of Weakness, without the initial health loss, but for less heal at an earlier point. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, this is a skill that seems really nice early. Also has kind of a neat icon. Faithful Intervention. It's not too much enchant removal, and it's a nice lifesaver. Yeah, for sure. Obviously, when it ends, you're healed, so if you tear it down, also you get healed from it, which is kind of neat. Part of me, and this is like kind of non-Dervish, but part of me wants it to be Shadow Step to target ally, and then, like, after the Shadow Step, adjacent foes are knocked down. Yeah, for sure, it is. Actually, I don't mind it being kind of a, like, help ally Shadow Step option. Even though Shadow Steps are much more of a assassin thing, obviously. I don't necessarily mind, like, a little bit of that elsewhere. And like, playing in that territory of you are intervening for an ally that's under attack is a really interesting idea to me. But I'm not sure it's a great idea or not. I don't know. Faithful intervention. You and target ally swap position. That could be interesting as well. It is an intervention. I don't know. Like the real question is, like the fundamental question is, would we want to put some amount of shadow steps into Dervish? And that's the real tricky one. I feel like the one problem that I'd have with you and target ally swap position is I feel like that's something that would like potentially break a lot of PvE scenarios. So it'd almost have to be more like you and target party member swap position, which I mean it could be done as well. I kind of like the auto trigger clause that it has as well, just because it feels like the enchantment's being faithful to you to intervene. Another interesting idea is something that triggers when you're knocked down, but there you are. Call them Mystic Teleports, and we're fine. How would we want the intervening to go if we... I mean, this is one of those things where like this name is kind of broad enough that it opens up a lot of possibilities instead of being narrow. So that makes it tricksy to kind of quantify what you might want to do with it if you're to change it. And I do want to change this because, like, to be clear, this is not a skill that I tend to use very often at all. So I'd want to change it to something that would have more appeal to be used. You know what would be really interesting? I don't know how good this would be, but give this make it a flash enchantment or give it like a quarter-second cast time. Drop the cooldown considerably, and then have it be whenever an enchantment would be removed from you, this enchantment is removed first. Like, it intervenes in the removal process for your other enchantments. Something like that. Like, that would probably be tricky to set up, but that would be really interesting. Or like, yeah, like whenever, like you could probably rig that up by something like, whenever an enchantment is applied to you, or whenever another enchantment is applied to you, reapply Faithful Intervention, and you gain like a little bit of health. That would be really interesting too. I actually really like that idea. Like, you could use it as a secondary just for the protection effect of like the auto cover enchantment effect. But I like the idea of it being an auto cover enchantment that like whenever it applies to you, you gain a little bit of health. That's a really cool idea. I like that idea a lot. Because like having something that kind of like self-protects like that is really cool. And of course, then when it ends, and you need to reapply it. I'm not sure how long the cooldown should be. I feel like you want it to be like about a 10-second cooldown or something, maybe. I don't know. Something along those lines. I would need to like test all of the numbers on it, obviously, but et cetera, et cetera. But I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Heart of Fury is cool. I like it as it is. Same with Heart of Holy Flame. Imbue Health. So I'm not sure about Imbue Health. I feel like it tends to be kind of pricey, I think it's also really important to reflect on what actual numbers mean. 41% of your current health. If I have 480 HP, as my character currently does, 40% is... let's see, 0.41 times 480 is 196.8 HP. So that's 196 HP heal. That's a pretty good heal at a quarter-second cast time on a 10-second recharge for 10 energy. That's actually pretty solid. I do not know why this says maximum 300 health. I assume that means it can't heal for more than 300 health, but now I'm realizing I don't know if that's what it means. Imbue health? Yeah. An effective spell. Yeah, I mean, its recharge is long. I think you could... Like, the issue is I wouldn't necessarily want to decrease the recharge time on this because that would feel like it's invading monk territory too much. Like, my assumption is that this can't heal more than 300 HP. Yeah, that's the max heal value. I don't know why it has that as the heal value. Like, at 12 mysticism, okay, you would need 732 HP. Yeah, you need 732 HP in order to be able to hit that cap. I think that cap is just confusing. I think that cap has the with Melandri, for example. Yeah, but like, okay, let's say I put Avatar of Melandri up, and I get rid of my superior rune, because no, she doesn't have a superior rune on her. She has a major rune. But like, okay, so Dervishes have what? No, I don't need you to do cosecant. Get over here, calculator. So Dervishes have an inbuilt 25 health. So let's say I had a Soup Vigor. Like, I'm just trying to calculate some health here. So 480 HP base plus the 25 inbuilt health plus the 50 inbuilt health from or plus 50 health from Soup Vigor. If I gave you all Survivor insignia, that's 2510 or 1510 for 25 plus 15, so that's 40. Plus Avatar of Melandri for another 150. That's 745. So that gets us up to, yeah, plus 30 scythe. Sure, you can go 42 scythe. So that easily gets us up, or that does get us up to the threshold of enough HP to kind of hit that cap. But you are investing a lot in hitting that cap, is all I'm saying. Yeah, I have 480 HP. We're not looking at Melania's health bar down here. This is my health bar. That's an awful lot. What I'm basically saying is, I think this skill is fine. I would remove the cap. I think trying to hit the cap is a ridiculous challenge. I don't think you need it there. I think it just confuses the issue. So I don't see a reason to include the maximum 300 health heal on that cap, because most of the time you're not going to be able to get that high. And if you are able to get that high, you've got some serious stuff going on. And you might as well be able to heal somebody for 400 HP or whatever. Yeah, so that's my feeling on Imbue Health. You can probably get up to that maximum if you stack enough stuff, like Intimidating Aura increases your max health, Avatar of Melandri, some of your equipment, that changed Vital Boon I was talking about, all that sort of stuff. But like, it's enough of a challenge to actually hit that 300 cap that all it does is distract you and make you think you should try to hit that 300 cap instead of just like acknowledging that the skill is a good enough heal as it is without trying to make it bigger. Does that make sense? That's kind of my thinking. Intimidating Aura. This is another one of those skills that I think is like, this is fine. I don't tend to use it much, but this is a fine defensive option. I don't really feel like it needs to change. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Meditation. Lose all adrenaline for 20 seconds. You gain 3 energy every time an enchantment on you ends. This is weird. So, okay, here's my issue is I'm not sure what this is for. I think it's for teardown stuff. I don't like skills that are meant to work with teardown being enchantments that I'm trying to keep up as a general principle, just because it's executionally complicated. I don't think I've ever really used this. This is like, the thing is, most teardown builds that I do, if they're focused on like pious renewal, then I definitely don't need this. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, it's too easy to accidentally remove this with teardown builds. Like, I mean, I don't know about you, but like, I have enough issues with accidentally removing Aura of Holy Might. Like, I don't need other stuff that might do that. Meditation feels like something that could be in Earth Prayers, though. Not only tear down enemies, remove chances, but oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Like, if it gets Chillblains off of you, it sucks. Like, I don't want this in a teardown bar because keeping it up sounds like a pain, and I don't need it because Pious Renewal keeps my energy up fine. I don't want this with like, Chillblains removing it kind of sucks. I could see leaving it in Mysticism and just changing it to be, like, frankly, if you left this in Mysticism and changed it to be an adrenaline skill that just says, like, lose all adrenaline, you gain X energy, I would consider using that. I would actually... That would be a really interesting skill in Earth Prayers. Earth Prayers could use some more skills as far as I'm concerned. It only has 17. Move Meditation up to Earth Prayers and change it to be like 7 adrenaline is where I'd try it to start. That feels a little bit low to me. It feels like it should be 8, but maybe try it at 7. Adrenaline, you can give it like a 10, 15 second recharge. I don't... 20 second recharge, that's fine. It's not an elite. Spell. Lose all adrenaline. You gain some energy. I'm not quite sure. Maybe start it off at like 3 ... like 10 ... 12. Something like that. And just try it there. Because, like, here's the thing, is like, that could be really useful for like warriors, assassins would really like it, paragons might like it, dervishes might like it, but casters might also like it too, but it becomes really awkward because you have to wand things to build up your adrenaline. So it's like, it's this weird tension, and I would try that. Right? I would try that and see how it plays. But this current iteration I don't have much use for. It just feels really hard to make good use of. Man, I want that skill now. I want to try experimenting with it. I want to make builds that use it. Mystic Corruption. All adjacent foes suffer from a piddling amount of disease. For 20 seconds, nothing happens. Disease duration is doubled. If you are enchanted when you activate the skill, when this enchantment ends, all party members within earshot are cured of disease. Like, here's the thing. 2 seconds of disease is like 16 damage. Disable all other skills for X seconds. During this time, you gain Y life and Z energy each second. If enchant ends, your skills are no longer disabled. Yeah, I mean, that's another way that you could run with meditation. I like the idea of it, like, losing you adrenaline to gain you energy, but, like, what you're saying also feels like a sort of meditation thing. It's just really clunky, and I would hate playing it with it, so... but yeah, Mystic Corruption, this is mostly a way of cleansing your party of disease. I use this sometimes, mostly because it's in Mysticism, and flash enchantments in Mysticism are useful. If I wanted to actually make this play better, like, man, that disease duration is just so insignificant. Make the disease last like 5 seconds and then doubled if you're enchanted. And like, or realistically, I don't care about any of that. You can have the disease thing if you want. Fine. But I like the idea of when this enchantment ends, all party members in earshot are cured of disease and one other condition. You can get rid of the inflicting disease for all I care. But obviously that's what the Mystic Corruption part is about. Another potential option is when you apply this enchantment, draw a condition from all enemies to yourself. When this enchantment ends, you are cleansed of X conditions. It's kind of a conviction in that regard. Or you could even have it self-contained. And this is an interesting idea. Draw a condition from each ally. When it ends, send a condition to adjacent foes. That's a little bit Grant's fingery, but I don't know. Something like that could work as well. It just, I don't know. This is fine as is. It's one of those skills that's like fine. It's just it feels pretty weak. And I don't tend to use it much. Curing your party of disease is useful though, and I'm not gonna like pretend otherwise. In zones where there is disease going around, I don't know. The biggest thing is like the disease duration just needs to be longer. I'd like to have some spells and mysticism interact with avatars, like remove one condition if used, remove two and used while being an avatar, instead of connecting everything to teardowns. I mean, that's not a terrible idea either, realistically. Like, you could have intimidating aura, have even more damage reduction if you are in a form. If you're using a form. Or like Mystic Corruption. All adjacent foes suffer from disease to like realistically bump it up to 3 seconds. Or like even this would be more interesting. Flash enchantment. If you're in a form, your attacks inflict disease on foes. Or whenever you use an attack skill, adjacent foes are diseased for, like 2-3 seconds. And then when this enchantment ends, all party members in earshot are cured of disease. Something like that could be interesting too. I kind of like that idea. I like Mystic Sweep as is. I like Mystic Vigor, fine as is. Pious Fury, Pious Haste, these are all fine. Pious Renewal is fine. Rending Touch, I like as is too, frankly. If I were to do anything to this, I would change it from being a spell to a skill. I think this would be fine as a skill, then it lets it get through. It would A, let you use it with Zealous Vow up, or with Vow of Silence up, and B, allow you to remove Vow of Silence. So I would consider changing this to skill. Watchful Intervention, I think this is a cool skill. I think it could be 5 energy and a quarter second cast time, and then I'd be a lot more interested in it. 15-second recharge on those stats, though, it seems reasonable. Zealous Renewal, also, I'm fine with this one as is. I don't know if you have any thoughts here about any of that. I'm going to start moving stuff from Earth Prayers to Scythe Mastery, though. Scythe Mastery is where I feel like I want to make a lot of the tweaks. The big thing with Scythe Mastery for me is a bunch of these skills are like in the fine territory. Like, basically these first four, Chilling Victory, Crippling Sweep, like, I don't mind a skill that inflicts crippled and inflicts additional damage if the foe is moving for 5 energy on a 6-second recharge. I think that's fine. Crippled is actually a very useful condition. This deals a lot of additional damage. This deals some additional damage. I don't know why Crippling Victory is 6 Adrenaline, but you build up to it fairly quickly with Scythe if you're hitting multiple foes. Ermites is a fine AoE thing. I don't mind that being part of Teardown. The problem that I have is, if I'm going for adrenaline or like non-teardown skills, I feel like I've got like a very small selection of things that I can pick from. If I'm going from teardown, I have a different small selection. So like Farmer's Scythe right here, if this attack hits, you deal some plus damage. If you hit more than one foe, this attack recharges instantly. That's interesting and has to be energy based, but I basically never use this because if I only hit one foe, it suddenly is not very good. And also, the energy cost really adds up with something like this. So I would kind of want this to be different. Irresistible Sweep seems fine to me. Lissa's Assault, I mean, this is your bog standard interrupt. This seems fine to me. Pious Assault is great. Radiant Scythe is fine. Reap Impurities is cool. The fact that this is a melee attack is really interesting. I'm going to come back to Farmer's Scythe. I just want to go through all the ones that I'm like fine on. Reaper Sweep I want to change. Like I said, Reap Impurities I think is fine. Rending Sweep is fine to me. Twin Moon Sweep I like. Victorious Sweep I like. Wearing Strike I don't tend to use very much. Zealous Sweep I am not sure on. Wounding Strike seems fine to me. I don't tend to use Wearing Strike very often because just inflicting Deep Wound always strikes me as a bit mediocre, even though Deep Wound is actually pretty good. I don't know why, it's just my own sort of hang-up. Yeah. I think what I'd want to do with this is I'd want it to always inflict a Deep Wound and just cause the weakness if you didn't have an enchantment removed, if I were to do anything to this. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's in the low OK territory. Like, there's other ways of inflicting. So, like, I feel like I'd want to do something to Wearing Strike to make it a little bit more exciting. Farmer's Scythe, I would want... Frankly, I would want to figure out some way of making this a compelling adrenaline option rather than this sort of energy thing it is right now. Because, like... Again, the idea that you can kind of spam this sounds really cool until you realize it just completely drains your energy pool very quickly if you're able to actually spam it. And I feel like I want another adrenaline option for that does not care about is not a teardown skill. It could be an energy management skill that costs adrenaline but restores energy. We have that. It's called Radiant Scythe. This attack strikes for +1 damage for each point of energy you currently have, maximum of 25 damage. You gain 6 energy if this attack hits. And it's 6 adrenaline. Like, I don't disagree with you in that it could be that, but we already have Radiant Scythe. So, like, we don't need Radiant Scythe 2. And we also don't need another cripple inflicting attack. We're on my 3rd cup of water, by the way. Let's see. This is one of those ones that's going to stick in the back of my mind for a moment. I think Zealous Sweep, by the way, is a skill that I kind of underrate a little bit. I feel like this one would be a lot more appealing at an 8-second recharge instead of a 10-second recharge. I think there's something just about that single-digit number versus 2-digit number that really, like, unlocks something in my brain. I think the skill is better than I give it credit for, though, because an additional strike of adrenaline for each foe you hit can really charge up your skills a lot more quickly. So I think Zealous Sweep is, like, in the, like, probably okay, kind of want to drop it down to 8-second recharge to make it feel better territory. It does become somewhat better at that, but not by a ton. But I think it's actually one of those skills that's like probably like better than I think of it as being, and one that I kind of overlook. Like right off the bat, as long as I'm not missing, it's at most 2 energy, right? Because it refunds 3 energy off of it and gives me 2 strikes of adrenaline. So, yeah. It's just like Farmer's Scythe is something that can be such a broad term. You know what would actually be really interesting with Farmer's Scythe is if it... I don't know. I don't know if it would be a good use of it. If it if this, so like, just give it your plus 17 damage on, it's one of those you never use for no specific reason. It just does not fit on my bar. Yeah, exactly, for Zealous. I think I like the idea of Farmer Scythe. Like, give it its, like, your bog standard plus 17 plus damage that a lot of things seem to have. Actually, maybe that's not as standard. I don't know. Plus 17 seems like the standard amount. Like, give it the standard amount of plus damage, and then for each foe you hit, other, not you, but other, like, party members or allies in earshot gain some health. I like that as an idea. Like, not a lot of health. Like 17 health or something, maybe? At 12 Scythe Mastery. Like, just sync it up with the bonus damage. And put that at, like, I don't know, 5 adrenaline, maybe? That, to me, feels usable. It probably becomes really good in some scenarios as, like, a party heal option. I like it not healing you, though, specifically, because we have a bunch of healing on other stuff. Twin Moon and Victorious specifically. I think that's what I'd try with this initially. Yeah. Okay, so Reaper Sweep. I want this to reward you for having enchantments or to not care about enchantments, and I think preferably to not care about enchantments. The fact that this and this are both Teardown is really annoying to me, and I want one of these to not be Teardown, and I want it to be Reaper Sweep. I don't mind it being kind of expensive as well. I don't know. Why did they change it from... Hang on. This is another one that has had a lot of changes over the years. Reaper's Sweep. What, do you not have the... Huh. This skill uses the unique animation that formerly belonged to Crippling Sweep. Cool. I don't know why they don't have a page for this thing's history. Actually, do they have... functionality? Is it under functionality? It was like a category. Hang on, I'm looking at stuff up on the wiki. How is this thing arranged? Basically, every Dervish skill is here. So they just have Reaper's Sweep in this list. I think there's a skill revision history archive. Yeah, that might be what I'm looking at. Dervish. Reaper Sweep. So they acknowledge that it should have one, but it doesn't have one. Okay. If I go into the history and go... Give me the oldest ones here. Yeah, this dealt a bunch of damage, and then if your target... So this was like 5 energy, 8-second recharge, I think that says. It's a little small. This is not a big screen that I'm looking at. If this attack hits, you deal plus a bunch of damage, and then if your target was below 50% health, you also inflict a deep wound. That's what it was for a period of time. I mean, I feel like... if an enchantment is removed, this attack knocks down. Yeah. I mean, this is just like a bad Earthshaker in some regards. Or, I don't know. You can build up adrenaline more quickly on a Scythe than you can on a Hammer, sort of. Not really 100%. Because Mokele Smash and things. But you can hit more foes with the Scythe, so you can build it up more quickly that way. I feel like this is one of those skills that I want it to be like your 8 adrenaline Like, I wanted to just be that, but 8 adrenaline instead. Just make it a big adrenaline heavy hitter. Now that dervishes have adrenaline. Just be like, this attack hits for plus a bunch of damage. If your target was low on health, they have a deep wound. Sure, why not? Like, I would rather try that and see, like, hey, is this fun to play with? Rather than keep Reaper Sweep as it is. Yeah, Wearying Strike's icon is a very specific... I mean, part of me would want to say, like, instead of the teardown mechanic on this, because I get so tired of everything using the teardown mechanic, have this, like, inflict deep wound and apply weakness to enemies that are attacking you. Why not? Like, that sounds vaguely interesting. I think that's probably fine at 6, frankly. Deep wound is, like, good, but not that good. I know, I'm getting to the point where it's like I've been doing this long enough that, like, my brains are a little bit fried, so I'm just kind of going for the simple punchy option. Instead of the, like, really thoughtful one, to some extent. But, like, basically what I'm saying is, like, I don't mind this being changed to something, like, slightly more broad in its utility. Again, PvE, like, anyway, let's move on. A lot of wind prayers, I should add, I Enchanted Haste while I'm thinking about it. This is fine. I'm fine with Enchanted Haste. I think it would probably be okay at 5 energy as well, though, and I might try it at that, because then it feels like it's a little bit more versatile to use. There's a lot of different run speed options that Dervish has, and making this be something that non-Dervishes can make use of more easily is something that I'd approve of. I like a lot of wind prayers. Attacker's Insight is a skill that I genuinely like and I think is fine. Duena's Touch, I think, is fine. It's a little hard to use, but I think it's fine. Featherfoot Grace. I want this to be a flash enchantment, and then I'm cool with it. Grunt's Aura is great. Grunt's Fingers is great. I like Grunt's Grasp. This is, like, one of my favorite Dervish elites. I think is really cool. I haven't used Guiding Hands a whole lot, but I think this is a fine skill. Removing Blind when you apply it is pretty cool. I think it would be neat if it said, instead of when activate the skill removes the blindness condition, if it literally said, you are immune to blind, but the fact that it ends after 2 skills kind of, like, affects some of that. I think I like that idea. For, like, 20 seconds, your next 2 attacks cannot be blocked. You are immune to blind. And you are immune to blind. So it's like, it ends after 2 attacks. While it's up, you can't be blinded. When it ends, you can be blinded again. I think that would be an interesting place to put it instead of, like, removing blind when you apply it. But overall, I like Guiding Hands where it's at. Yeah. I kind of like that idea, though, the anti-blind thing there. For a period, your attacks against moving foes also cripple those foes. When you cast this enchantment, you're relieved to cripple one other condition, and it ends after applying cripple twice. This is another one of those skills I think this seems fine. Like, I don't tend to use it much, but it seems fine to me. Harrier's Haste, another flash enchantment that makes you run faster and deal more damage against moving foes. I mean, a lot of these are at 10 energy, and I would like some of them to potentially be 5. I feel like both of these are good enough feeling that I don't feel like they should be, but Harrier's Haste I could absolutely see at 5. I could also see Harrier's Grasp at 5. I might try some of these at slightly lower energy costs. It would make it easier to use them on Warrior and Assassin, and I like the idea of being able to do that. Mysticism, this is the problem that I have with energy reduction mechanics like Mysticism and Expertise, is it makes the skills balanced around having that energy reduction, and that makes it hard to use them on cross-professional combos, and that's something that bothers me and annoys me a little bit. So I'm not a big fan of this sort of primary, but this is what we've got. I don't think it would be particularly game-breaking to have these be a bit cheaper, however. Lissa's Haste, this is actually fine. It's an AoE interrupt, and that's really easy to miss. And making your other Dervish enchantments recharge faster is actually pretty cool. I like Mystic Healing fine as is. Mystic Twister is cool. Natural Healing. This is one of those skills that's like, it's really low-key kind of weird in the way that Dervish kind of works these days, because most of the time you are going to be dealing with enchantments. It's useful on secondaries, though, that are maybe not going into the enchantment theme as heavily and are coming in here for something. I don't know what you're going for if you're coming in here and you're not using it. Maybe Test of Faith. It works well with Whirling Charge ending early as well. So I feel like Natural Healing is one of those skills that I'm like, this is fine. I kind of don't like it taking up one of the like Dervish's extremely limited number of skills, but it's just fine. So, Onslaught I like. Pious Restoration is cool. Rending Aura is really neat. The AI should use it. I do have one problem with Rending Aura in that it's really easy to get focused on the 30 seconds your attack skills remove enchantments from knocked down foes part of this and completely miss the 6-second recharge that this has. This is the Wind Prayer's version of Staggering Force. It inflicts cracked armor on end and all that sort of stuff. It does some types damage when you apply it. That thing about knockdown stuff is a bonus, and it's really easy to miss that. So I'm just calling that out here for anybody who like has missed that fact. The AI absolutely should be using this though, and the fact that they don't is really hampering like the ability to kind of build Wind Prayer's Teardown as effectively. Sort of on Wind Prayer's Teardown front, I would like it if something here was on a 6-second recharge in addition to Rending Aura. I'm not really sure what, but a lot of these are not like wanting to be teared down as much, so it probably grunts fingers. I think I would accept this going to 10 energy down to 6-second recharge. But I don't know that it necessarily needs to. I think it could just go down to 6-second recharge. It's hard for me to say exactly, but I would like a 6-second recharge teardown friendly enchantment in Wind Prayers. Signet of Mystic Speed. This is a weird one that I've actually found to be a little bit more powerful than I initially would have thought. More on secondary dervishes than primary dervishes. You can tell I'm trying to wrap things up, right? So, yeah, I don't know, like, that I'd necessarily feel like anything needs to be changed about this one. I think this one's got some really interesting, more niche applications. I would kind of like to see it have, like, a 10 or 15-second recharge instead of a 20-second recharge, though. I think that would make it a bit more appealing, and it could probably be a little bit more generous in its statting. I should boost up my Wind Prayers a little bit here. So it goes up to 3 at 12 Wind Prayers. Yeah, and that's 3 crippled. And it doesn't change a whole lot about my assessment of most of these skills, by the way. Yeah, it doesn't change a lot. I do like Mystic Twister. So yeah, I feel like if this was down a little bit, closer to 15 seconds, this would be a bit more appealing to me. But the fact that it can improve the cast speed of stuff that are self-targeting, things like Aegis, this being able to make Aegis happen instantly is really cool, and I really like that. So, yeah. Signet of Pious Restraint. This is one of those skills that I feel like is probably okay. I just don't think to use it very often, and I put this in a very similar category to Signet of Pious Light. The one thing that I'll note that's a bit different about them is Signet of Pious Light is in an attribute with Staggering Force and Dust Cloak that play really well with that effect, and to some extent Aura of Thorns. You don't have quite as many teardown-friendly enchantments in Wind Prayers, so that's the one thing I'd note. On that front, it would be nice if Heart of Holy Flame had a 6-second recharge to make it a little bit easier to use, but the burning duration on that kind of makes that a little questionable. Mystic Corruption would be a good candidate for a 6-second recharge to kind of make a 5-second recharge even, to just kind of make Mysticism have something there that can be used more freely with things. Test of Faith I quite like. Vow of Piety, this is one of those ones that I think is fine but a little awkward to use, but it actually works decently well in Wind Prayers because this doesn't... If you're not using an enchantment, like a thing to keep this up 100%, it can kind of trigger a little bit more often. And there's some stuff outside of, like, as secondary dervish that this works really well on. So there are absolutely applications for this. This is a little awkward to use with Teardown, but it does work well with it as well. So I actually I like Vow of Piety as is, as kind of like this tankier sort of effect. Whirling Charge, this one is really cool. I really like it. It applies to ranged attacks too, which is really neat. The main thing that's a problem with this is it is very expensive and therefore hard to use on secondary, which is a little bit of a bummer. But if like Harrier's Haste and or Featherfoot Grace were like 5 energy, that suddenly starts mattering less. But this is really cool, and I like this one. Winds of Disenchantment I think is fine. I think 10 energy is an appropriate cost for something that's an AoE enchantment strip like this on a nearby range. And Zealous Vow has some really cool builds that you can make with it, and I wouldn't change it either. Like I said, I think Whirling Charge I'd leave the same. This Flash Enchantment at 5 energy, this at 5 energy, this at 5 energy would all be things that would help with... I like using Dervish secondary, and I think it's really cool. I would like it to be a little bit easier to do it from an energy affordability standpoint. So like I said, most of Dervish I'm fine with. Like some parts of Dervish I have some very big problems with, and it's to some extent that sort of like tug and pull between like trying to balance teardown versus non-teardown mechanics and making sure that there's enough teardown to reward that appropriately. But right now I think it's a little overpushed, and I want some stuff that says, hey, you can play with some of the Dervish stuff without having to use the teardown mechanics. So I would like to see a little bit more of that. And like mysticisms, like things being balanced around mysticism also like creates some consternation for me in some parts as well. So I've noted that some. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap stuff up here. If anybody has any questions, you can of course leave them in the comments. Wow, that is really zoomed out. Any other immediate thoughts come to my mind? The next stream will be more Divinity Original Sin on Saturday. That's the plan anyway. I will talk about the Ranger and Elementalist next week. Don't know which one I'm going to start with yet. It'll be a surprise. Maybe I'll figure it out on the Discord before then. Speaking of which, you can get notified when I go live by following the channel or by going out and hanging in my Discord, where I let everybody know when I go live. So, I think that about sums things up for today. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'm going to go let my voice recover now. Until next time, everyone, take care. Goodbye.